trying to hold on to key levels here this morning as we test back into positive territory, at least for the S&P 500. Welcome to a Friday. Welcome to earnings season. Banks kicking things off this morning. We get Wells Fargo, we get JP Morgan, we get Citigroup. For the most part, not bad across the board. 2.5% here right now for WFC seems to be among the better of the group right now. We'll touch on why coming up here, but again, the start officially of earnings season, which we're all looking forward to heading into next week. Tesla going to headline, obviously, on Wednesday. Coming up this morning, we get sentiment, Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. That's going to be the big economic release. We did get some import prices there at 8:30, 0.1% versus a 0.5% reading for U.S. import prices last month. Export prices to the upside as well, 0.7% versus 0.5. But again, University of Michigan sentiment coming up at 10 o'clock. That's going to be the big one to pay attention to. And oh yeah, Sharif's very excited because EHang is doing things this morning. We'll talk about why and show you the video as well. But it's one of those eVTOL stocks. Anyways, I don't even want to say this, but it's Friday the 13th. If anyone hadn't checked the calendar, it's yeah. Trader TV Live starts now. There we go. Back to the upside. As I mentioned, they're trying to retake some levels from after the close yesterday. Big, ugly move to the downside. Trying to be retaken, I guess, at this point. We'll see if we can't hold for that's the SPY, if anyone's wondering. Q's looking very similar. A little bit of relative weakness, I guess, for the Q's right now. NASDAQ downside. S&P 500 just back into positive territory. Are you a superstitious kind of a guy?
A little bit. I mean, I don't know how I feel about days. I like numbers, but we'll see. We'll see.
I think anyone who comes from, like a sports background or is interested in sports can be a little bit superstitious. But as far as the market is concerned, I was reading a note last night that was suggesting Friday the 13th in general have absolutely no effect on whether it's a positive or a negative day. So there's that, at least. Sean has the day off today. Obi's in for Sean. Neil here, too. Good morning, guys.
It doesn't mean anything. Everything is going to be absolutely fine. Who cares if it's Friday the 13th? We started on a good note, and you weren't able to catch me eating that cookie because I ate it during the opening, so you couldn't cut to me. Brankel's brought cookies with like M&Ms in them. So I'm in a good mood already because I've had a little bit of sugar. But one thing, very, very bad, Cassava Sciences. Very, very bad. We were talking about Seinfeld earlier, and I was like, what's the worst stock today that I can do the finger wag to? And it's going to be Cassava Sciences. So, again, I'm not sitting there reading research reports or any of that nonsense, but words like egregious and misrepresentation, those aren't good things. And Cassava Sciences is down 23%. So that's why we talk about it. We'll be looking at this one today. There were a lot of really big rejections at about 1 o'clock at some pretty big highs. Obi's got one I know he's going to talk about. Meta rejected a 52-week high yesterday. Nice flat bottom on Palantir's worth watching. Obviously AMC with this Taylor Swift stuff. And the movie coming out, it's in play, but it might be a sell the news event if it can't crack that 11 level. So a lot to watch. Definitely going to be a fun one. I do think we had some bank earnings to get through. Yeah. Some moving, some not moving at all. I'm staring at you, JPM, for now. But Obi, I think we're going to be excited. Like it's been a wild week. The Bulls have been in control. The Bears have had a tough time. It feels like things might have changed in the afternoon yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. We got some interesting price action indeed going into the later half of the day. Going to be looking for a potential continuation or reversion. Again, going to be. I'm going to reiterate this. As of late, Neil, I've been trying to structure my trades more around market structure, and we talked about decision making last Friday, and that really stuck with me. Where I'm like, okay, decision making, and then plus market structure, and then execution, and just keeping it just simple as to like buyers and sellers and what we're seeing at said decision points, right? So I think I'm gonna keep it like that today, and definitely bank earnings on watch. JPM, we got Wells Fargo, we got Citigroup. And I think we also have UNH and BlackRock as well, so that'll definitely be interesting to trade or to look at today. If we're not
I don't think we're trading those two.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Here's the thing: if I can,
You can trade BlackRock.
If I can find a place where I can have a decent risk, I'm willing to take that trade.
You know what? That's obviously always a true thing to say that. I will, and these are not $2,000 stocks. Like they're just a little bit more expensive.
It's not like AutoZone or anything.
No, I'm reminded of like that. I traded Amazon. I think I've told the story already. I traded Amazon one time when it was like over $2,000, and I remember. Long and short of it, I had the level dead on, but even giving it a wider stop still didn't work. It was just like it just wasn't wide enough. It just didn't matter. So. I was like, yeah, it's way too easy as a day trader to get your stops run. Like those are sometimes for swinging and for options, but that's why sometimes we'll stay away from $500-600 stocks like the BlackRocks and the UNHs of the world. When Tesla's up there, it's not a problem, but not necessarily today. But we do have them banks that's going to have the sector in play, and it's only half of them. I love earnings season. Should be a heck of a lot of fun, Brendo.
Yeah, we're going to jump into the banks here. I was just seeing the ATVI CEO on CNBC right now. If you missed it, they got UK thumbs up for that deal to go through. So that is, which one was that? Wells Fargo? Yeah, that's Wells Fargo right now. Here's Citigroup, JP Morgan, the other one, all looking very similar, as I mentioned, to the upside. So decent start here. I mean, we were talking with Danielle Shea earlier in the week and, kind of making the point that the banks kind of set the tone for earnings season because they kick things off. And typically, the way the market reacts to the initial numbers from the banks moves in that direction going into the rest of big tech, as we were talking with her anyway. But Tesla coming next week, and then we get a few more tech names a couple weeks out.
Yeah, interesting look for the banks. They continue to make more money off interest income as rates remain elevated. However, that affects their bond portfolio because the bond portfolio is inversely, the price of the bonds is inversely related to the yield. And so they're taking they're not marketing these bonds. So they're actually taking paper losses. And if there is a liquidity issue, this is going to cause problems for them. In addition to that, they're also increasing loan loss provisions, especially for commercial real estate. We've talked a lot about this in the past. We'll have to see how they do. On paper, though, all three of them beat on top of the bottom line.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for the overall group to start things off. We'll get BAC next week. We'll get Goldman next week, more on the investment side, obviously. So we'll see how the trading numbers specifically are always interesting from GS. But good look here, guys, for the banking group.
Far so good was kind of what my original thought was. We're not like JPM. It's up a little bit, so I'm probably being a little bit picky, saying it's not doing much of anything. There's not a lot of volume on it. And look, you're just bouncing, like I said, bouncing 200. We mentioned this like last week and early this week as well. And you're not breaking out the 50. Like you want on earnings, generally speaking, or at least if I want to be trading a stock that's done earnings or had earnings, you want it breaking into new territory or just giving you something really big to dig off of. Like if it were falling from 148 and bouncing off 142, that's one thing, but for us to not be breaking this consolidation of the two major moving averages, which look at the resistance on the 50 period, you need to be taking out 148 on JPM to get me excited. Now, Wells Fargo is at least a little bit interesting in that it has some room to get to those major moving averages, obviously doing a heck of a lot worse. You can just listen to any analyst and what they will tell you is that JPM trades at a premium to its book because they're JPM and the other banks are undervalued relative to JPM and the banks are undervalued relative to the market. Every time I hear that, I'm reminded of something, I think it was a few years ago, and it was a pretty decent note. Like oftentimes when you get a really good rally in the market, especially in tech, you hear financials are undervalued relative to the overall market. But there's two ways that can correct. And it's like the market can come back in or the financials can catch up. And which one do you think has been more likely to happen in the last couple of years? So I'm not fully on board that you're going to have huge moves up in these, but you do have a nice little base of action, especially in Wells at this $40 level. Caveats aside, I always want to sit these out really early. A lot of whipsaw action at 9:30. You got conference calls to deal with, so it's not always the best trade to be involved at 9:30. You're in the pre-market. You can really get run over. I'm not going to tell that story again. But yeah, don't trade during earnings calls unless that's your plan and you are listening to it. Allow these things to settle down. I do like the start that we're seeing here. We'll get a big tell next week with Goldman and Morgan Stanley. Caveat, I own Morgan Stanley myself, but at the end of the day, is what it is. I don't guarantee that there'll be a trade, but I do like this 40 level. If we're screaming to the downside here at the open, the best possible setup would be if it were to just flush out, we close at 39.75. If it were to flush out, you recover that level like after all the calls are in, like 10 o'clock, let's just say, you flush down, make a bottom, and then retake a 40 level. Like that's like the golden setup, right? Where you look for the reversal pattern on the banks after earnings. So chasing it up top, don't know that I like that much. But keep an eye on that 148 JPM, it's not bad. Just look back at 10 o'clock, and that's when I want to reassess.
Yeah, I was watching Citigroup as well here. Kind of that 42. We've already broken out of this 42 off of that earnings reaction as well. That was pretty interesting to me. I was looking at this last night, and I was like, okay, just looking left. What are some levels here? So over the past couple of weeks, October, we had this 42 top. We're breaking on some decent earnings as well. So that 43, 43.50 is kind of the next stop if this can hold. Above this 42.50, above this 42 as well. So going forward, we'll definitely going to be interested in some of these moves here. I have this, I guess this 44 level kind of came right in off of that earnings reaction low, and now we've scooped right up on that JPM. So yeah, JPM looking for like a multi-week breakout here. Let's see if we can push this 149, 150. We saw a little bit of selling, strong selling there off of some potential catalysts there, and some strong selling coming off that 149 as well. So let's see if those sellers kind of come back in if JPM can get back up to those levels today.
Ooh, I see a mover here. We're going to get to our good friend Michael Noss, but just want to alert to this sassy move to the upside in yet another reverse split breakout trade. I don't even know the name of the company. I just saw SASI, and I'm like, whatever, I'm going to go for it. Nice. So once again, it is undefeated that reverse split catches a bit of a bid at a bottom, there's your double bottom, and then nonsensical things happen. So if there's a news catalyst, more power to it. You know how these things usually resolve. So be careful with this one. It's done 1 million shares. Another reverse split low float runner. Maybe T2OO is going to do that in a week or two. Got to make a bottom first. So let's go to the desk. We got Michael Noss.
Indeed. Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, back with us on a Friday to wrap things up. It's been a wild week for individual names. We've had a lot of mixed signals, I think, coming from not only economic data, Michael Noss, but also from the market itself, still at a very key kind of inflection point here if you zoom out a little bit on a higher time frame. You were making a good point earlier in the week in the sense that, yes, there's always opportunity, but doesn't mean we have to force the issue if your particular setup and idea is not there.
Yeah, and I'm no Warren Buffett. I don't trade like Warren Buffett, but one of the sayings that he has that I absolutely love is that one of the benefits of trading or investing, unlike baseball, is that you can put your bat on the shoulder and they can throw as many balls as you want, and you get to choose the ones that you swing at. So when I was emailing Brendan this morning and we were chatting about what I was going to go over, and I saw just briefly brought up the chart of the SPY there, but we are in a range for sure. I was on, I believe, last Friday or Monday when we had that non-farm payrolls looking to say, hey, if this market turned, then I would buy a bunch of stuff, and I did. And now we are up. I've highlighted the gap above us, that kind of 435 to 440 gap down we've had. And now 3 days in a row, we've traded into that gap and then we failed. And then we traded into that gap and then we failed. And like Neil was talking about this morning, a whole bunch of big banks are starting to report earnings and everything. So as I sat down this morning to try to prepare some ideas for you guys, I found that I was pushing too hard. And one of the rules I have with my own trading is that if I'm really, really hunting for ideas, things that I like that look good, then it's probably just not a good day to enter anything. And as a swing trader, I have to be totally okay with that there may be days and there may be weeks where I don't have anything. Now, depending on what happens today, that could change instantly, right? If we start trading back up into that gap very strongly, or we pull off that gap very strongly, then I have more data and I have more things that I can trade. So what I'm going to do quickly for you guys instead is kind of wrap up some of the trades that I talked about in the last couple times I've been on, about a week or so. So PanW is one that I chatted about here on Monday from the TI Strength Alerts, talking about how communications and cybersecurity and cloud security on Monday were really, really strong. And this is what the chart looked like at that time. And then the next chart is just what it looks like right now. So a nice move up here. And then the next one I talked about was NTNX, and it was the same thing. Nice, gapped up, was putting in this nice base, another communication related stock, and then the next chart is what it looks like now. So last is Meta, and I'm not doing this to brag. There'll be a point here in a second for sure. Meta was, I believe, on Friday, and this was when I came on and me and Brendan had a chat because the market was really getting hammered on that non-farm payrolls, but then turned around by the time I got back from the gym. And then this is the next one is what the chart looks like today. So some nice moves, but I get questions, and I know the guys at Trader TVs get questioned all the time, is, okay, what do I do with them now? So the next chart, I tried to illustrate what I like to do with these trades. The times that I hit it, which are rare, and hit it really, really good, and there's no reason for me to sell the stock, what is it that I do? So on the very side there, I drew in a couple boxes. So the red box is my initial risk. The purple line is where I bought in. And then that was my initial risk. I was risking to the low of that day because it had this amazing reversal. If it had turned and closed red on the day, I was going to get back out. So then what I do is I calculate and I say that is my R value or my risk. So let's just make the math easy because it's still early here. And let's say I was risking $100 on the trade. Could be any number, right? It's obviously depending on the size of your account. When I see that I'm up 2 times that risk, and especially this, Meta's up 3-4 days in a row, what I like to do is I like to take half of that position and just take it and put it in my pocket. Because the benefit for that is that I have taken my risk off the table. If I was risking $100, I have now made $100. And if the Meta gaps below or at my stop loss tomorrow, then I'm okay because I'll take a little bit of a hit on that, but it will still be a profitable trade. And I do this to answer the question that I get a lot, which is a lot of traders have a hard time holding on to their winners, right? We all hear you have to cut your losers tight, you got to let your winners run, but what does that actually mean? And I'm the same way, where if I see a great trade on an account, I want to take that and I want to take that money because you have the fear that that's going to turn around and stop you out. So same with PanW and NTNX and all of the trades that I've been talking about, plus a bunch more that I've taken off the show. As soon as I can see that I can lock in my risk, that frees me up mentally to now say, okay, anything that I sell metaphor profit-wise is above and beyond that initial, say, $100, again, whatever the number is, risk amount. So I look at that as kind of pure profit, and then I covered my risk. And if you're an options trader and you're an options buyer, they will quite often do this as well. Well, they will buy 2 calls, for example, and if they get a double on those calls, they sell 1, because whatever they can sell that other option for is pure profit. So if you are someone who is struggling a little bit to say, how do I hold these things longer? I get very nervous when I have large winners. Just remember, you don't have to be all in and all out. The same as you see the guys day trading. They're, the little triangles on their charts, they're in a bunch of lots and they're out in a bunch of lots. They're always trying to hold a position in case they're really right. But locking in some of that profit gives them the confidence to really go for it on the remaining of the position. So for anyone who was asking what I did with those, I sold a whole bunch when we pulled back yesterday, and now I'm just in wait and see mode.
Yeah, no, and it's a great example of planning your trade. And again, we're not saying everyone needs to do this and only this.
Yeah.
It's just one idea and one example of how you can plan your trade going into it initially, as we talked about back on Monday, and a great look at management. Overall, if the market is still showing you signs of we're going higher, do you be a little bit more aggressive with that 50%, or do you be a little more aggressive with 3x instead of 2x there?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing, and you anyone who's watched this notice, I always start with a broad view of the market and then I start to zoom in. If we are in a raging bull market, I may change that. I'm going to sell half to maybe I'll sell a third. And I'll really, really push for it. Now, if we are in a bear market, or if the market's down and it's just bouncing a bit, and I'm just buying into that bounce, I may reduce that to a 1-to-1 risk reward. So it's very important to understand what kind of environment you're in, what sandbox you're playing in. If you're in an incredibly trending sandbox and you really want to go for the throat and try to make as much as you can. If we're in a bit of a choppier market, which I really think we're probably going to be in until the end of the year, maybe November, December, we start trending again, you've got to be able to be a little bit quicker. So 100% you adapt based off what the market's giving you at the time.
And we started this off by saying, there's been mixed signals this week. So as you were saying, caution is always a good thing to have on your side. Great stuff. Michael Nah, CMT over at Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
All right. Talk to you guys soon.
I love that. And, you can't say anything more true than acknowledge that everyone's sort of looking for the same thing as a trader. Like, you're looking to get out of those winners, but not too soon. And we always say wet the beak is kind of a phrase that you'll hear around here. I like to say when you're getting out of the trade, scratch the itch. Like, if you're sitting there and you've got profit and it's at a decision-making point, and you're like, oh man, this thing could go further, but I feel like I should be doing something, just take a piece off. Take a piece off. Like, if that's, they trade 10 like you trade 100 shares like you trade 1,000, trade 1,000 shares like you trade 10,000. And a lot of times we say this, you can't go broke taking profit. Obviously you want to optimize. You can go from holding 10 to 20% of a position for the bigger move to then holding 30% for the bigger move to 40% for the bigger move, for 50%, whatever your style may be. But it all starts with acknowledging that you put something in your back pocket to get you to that point. And then sometimes that initial exit can get smaller and smaller, and you can just say, well, I'm taking out quarters, I'm taking out thirds, I'm taking them out in even pieces. I'm not worried about taking out half. Whatever it might be, Meta's been an absolute blast off that 300. Let's see what happens, because that 350, we'll talk about this, I guess, in the rundown, but that 325, 326 area on the daily, that previous top that got potentially rejected, we'll see what happens today. That'll be a big one as we come back into it. Meta's certainly had enough strength to put a bit of a bounce in. So let's see. This is going to be a big day for a couple of big cap tech names, Microsoft, Amazon as well. Microsoft with news on the ATVI as well. But Meta here, that could be a key one at that 325. So it is going to be bearing mentioning. And that sassy stock, I got to, the reason we also talk about this is, quite frankly, because this is what can happen to these when you don't take profit. Like, if you were taking a break at 3 or 4 or something like that on SASI here, it went to $7. I understand, like, we've seen these things go to like 10, 12, like 15. Like, we've seen 3,000%. So, you go up a couple of 100% and you're like, that's nothing. We've seen stocks go 10 times that. But you know what? It's really not that bad of a play. If you lock in profit in 5 and then 6 and you hold on to 20%, for the moon, I think you have a far better chance of getting the moon than if you're sitting there with the whole boat, knowing that if it reverses on you, you could end up with nothing. That's a very difficult position to be in, especially when you're trading these. Like, forget about it on a company that's like good, or a stock that you have reason to believe in, or that's much more liquid. On these things, you're really going to want to make sure you take some of that profit out, because SASI, as quickly as it went up, it's all the way back to $5. That's a 30% retracement in a matter of 15 minutes on this stock, when that's how long it took to get that double up. So just be careful. No one ever went broke taking that profit.
Yeah, definitely. Going back to Meta a little bit there, I think we talked about this a little bit earlier as well. We talked about that 300 last week it was, right?
Yep.
And then we said that 320 as well. we held that 300 kind of base, we pushed up, and then we made this tight trend over this past week. And just yesterday, take a look at that distinct break in the trend. So I think going forward today and maybe even next week, we can expect some interesting price action off of this 320 and off of maybe this this trend as well. I like that.
All right, I want to touch on this real quick. 4.5% for crude oil. We'll get into individual names here on the possibility of a trade coming up today. But we just took out highs once again. There's a quick little pullback there off 85.5. But 85 is a huge level if you zoom out onto a daily chart. I mean, more sanctions coming through from the U.S. on Russia. But it's been just such a volatile couple of weeks here.
Well, it was a discovery of two shipping companies, one owned by a Turkish company, the other one owned by an Emirati company out of the United Arab Emirates, who were actually carrying Russian oil for more than the $60 per barrel cap the United States had placed on it. One was carrying it for around 80, the other one for around 75. And so this means less supply for the market, Brenda. We'll have to see how this affects oil and the equities in the rest of the day.
All right, do we have a Dara? We'll get a look at some upgrades and downgrades for you. Dara has that over at the green screen.
Yes, we have an upgrade from Dollar General, PayPal, American Express, and Groupon right now. Downgrades are a little more interesting. We have Netflix, which is downgraded by Wolf and MoffettNathanson amid concerns over the password sharing issues. We also have Tractor Supply getting a downgrade from Oppenheimer. JD.com reaching record lows for the stock after a series of downgrades, and Fortinet from Barclays.
Looking at those, obviously Netflix is going to be a lot of interest for people, and we're going to get to Netflix, but I wanted to at least go over JD and the reason I wanted to go over JD is because Alibaba was an absolute you-know-what. And, a few people in the chat were like, Alibaba was the short of the day. You're not wrong. Well, okay, there was probably a couple of other things, but you're not really wrong when you say that. Some days, like a firm had a really bad day, I would say. But it was crazy what we saw in Baba. But look at JD. This is not, you don't have to be an expert to see a bad-looking chart when you see this. And it's now busting down this 28 level. So you had a bit of a reprieve at 28 bucks. Now you're gapping underneath it. It's nasty. Like you're at 26.5. You're only down 5%. But this was basically this is the same chart as Alibaba yesterday, and now you're gapping down even further. You were just potentially breaking 31 midweek here, looking very strong into it, coming off that holiday week, and now it's Kwadung City underneath that 28 level. On a flat bottom break, I usually want to be playing shorts off of that same level. So if it has a rally, I'm not a believer once it gets into the high 27s. If anything, I would probably even still be looking short, but tight stops, and then I'd really be looking for it at that 28 on the daily. So not a great look for JD. At the end of the day, like I talked about Baba, might as well show you. This was a bit of a miss, but what are you going to do? Like there was a lot of good opportunities in the morning. You're usually going to pick one or two that you like right at 9:30. So if you're not saying Alibaba's the short I like at 9:30, I doubt you get it. That's coming back to a key 85 level, but you can see this is flat on the day after that bad day. JD is a whole different story. And the daily chart on Alibaba, okay, wake me up when it breaks 82, or maybe even when it gets through 77, but JD.com, wow, that's actually even worse than I thought it was to be under 30 bucks so rapidly when there's been stability in some of the other names.
Yeah, definitely. Something interesting I'm looking at here is that, we can see that JD's been coming down quite a bit since 2021 highs, right? Straight to the downside. But take a look at this volume right here, Neil. Going into kind of this breakdown here, this volume is definitely expanding into this sell-off. A lot of shares being exchanged hands as this thing sells off and breaks multi-month and I guess multi-year lows as well, kind of pushing into some of these levels we haven't seen since 2019, right? 2020 was when we got back above this $30 level. Now I don't know if this name has had any splits, but this chart is split adjusted for sure, and we haven't seen these prices since the end of 2019 on JD. So it kind of makes sense as we kind of negate those prices that the volume is definitely increasing as we have come down quite a bit there.
Fed's Harker is supposed to be speaking here at 9 o'clock. Just hearing there's going to be a printed release that comes with this. So just be aware here at 9 o'clock. There could be some comments. Both JP Morgan and Citigroup's earnings call on right now. Let's get going. Sharif's going to kick things off, as always, with a look at the market.
Yeah, 43.81. That's where we closed off yesterday after that big sell-off at 1 o'clock from the underwhelming auction for the 30-year bond, Brendo. We were doing real well there until that 1 o'clock time slot hit. Look, 43.81 was where we closed out yesterday. We're a smidge below 4,400 right now. 43.95 is the high, the morning high. Look for support at yesterday's close. If we make it back down, 43.80, 43.81, look for resistance at 4,400. If we claim 4,400 decisively and stay above it, look for a move possibly into 44.25.
Not seeing much of a reaction off of this, but Fed's Harker saying Fed, quote unquote, Fed likely to be done with hikes. Seems a little dovish, but not much of a reaction to that. Absent a stark turn in data, the Fed can hold on rates. Again, Fed's Harker with a release just coming through. Let's get into everything else that you need to know here as we head towards the open on Friday the 13th. If you haven't done so yet, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, use that QR code, enter your email, and you get that for free every single day. Just keep my eye out here for anything else. There's a few more coming through, but not seeing, I mean, the market kind of shrugging that off so far. Banks, top of the list today. We'll touch on a few here that reported. I will do that right now, Fabian. Just give me 2 seconds. There we go. Now it's good. JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo come through today. We get BAC next week. We get Goldman next week. Heck, we get Tesla next week. It should be a bank too.
The headline should be Big Banks Beat. The triple B right there. No, in all seriousness, interest income keeping these guys afloat. They're able to make more money because of the elevated rates. However, that curbs mortgage demand and other demand for other loans. In addition to that, because yields are higher, their bond portfolios, a lot of these guys, what they do is they take the money that you deposit into their accounts and they buy longer dated bonds. Those longer dated bonds have taken a hit. So if they have to liquidate them right now, they would take them at huge losses. That's never a good situation. In addition to that, we're looking at possible losses or less demand for commercial real estate. We've heard a lot about the commercial real estate having high vacancies. And so these kind of products, they're going to have to increase their loan loss provisions for. So it's a mixed bag. They beat on the top and bottom line, all three, but not out of the woods.
Yeah, day highs right now for all three as well with this uptick in the overall market. A few other things here from Fed's Harker. The Fed is likely to be done with rate hikes is the one I mentioned. I see steady disinflation with it falling to below 3% by the end of this year. I expect rates will need to stay high, quote unquote, for a while. So pretty dovish here from Harker, guys.
Yeah, pretty dovish, especially with the way that rent costs have been going up and shelter costs are not really moving. But that's great. We already knew in the minutes, by the way, that you had half the members that thought you could still be doing further raises, and that obviously means the other half didn't think that. So it's not news that one of the members actually is going the other direction. Even the Fed Funds prediction tool is going to tell you that. So JP Morgan, it is breaking now. I don't think you'll want to necessarily trade these during calls. That's just my 2 cents. But above this 50 period, you're finally getting outside of this range. I just don't think I would want to be fighting this, trying to short even like the 150 level. If it's above 148 and we're above the 50 period, I'd rather be just joining long somewhere after the open. I want those calls to be done. But when these trend to the upside, buy high, sell higher is often a decent thing to do. But we'll wait for that one to open up. Wells Fargo was the other one I was looking at. I wasn't really... I mean, like you can look at all of them if you want to, but it was just these two that kind of caught my interest in terms of the levels. It's the 40 to 40 level that I do like. Bit of a seller at 42 already that I can see on the book, which is the 200 period moving average. I think this has room to run into 42. That's where the obvious area of resistance will be, the 50 and the 2 at about the same time. Oddly enough, hey, look, it just did a death cross, and it's about to bounce into it. That doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, Wells Fargo, above that 40, if it were to dip at the open, either at the conclusion of some of these earnings calls or something along those lines, that's a trade I would get interested in. But this is not a 9:30 play for me on bank earnings. I just don't want to do it. Never had that kind of success. I always look for like a couple of big cap tech names or some of the more comfortable names like a Palantir. I like a Firm. We'll get to that, but not the banks till about 9:45, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you there. Let the chop kind of deal with itself out the open, and then if we can get some of these prices going forward into the day, then I think it's definitely worth interacting with. I'm watching that 150 on JPM as well. I like that off the earnings reaction. We kind of held this support. You kind of have this strong sell-off down into this 144s, and you can see, sure, you violated down here by about 2 points, but you can see that there is support off of this level right here, 144s, and a little bit of, I guess, a failure to follow through, if you want to call it, off of this 143.50-ish, these wicks right there. You kind of get down, but you can't even get to the 140, and then you pop up back through towards that 150 recent resistance on JPM there. So definitely headed towards that in terms of direction. We can see a little bit of volume pushing into it as well. So let's see if there's continuation going into the day, and maybe we can take some interesting or look for some interesting action here at that 150. That's what I'm saying.
All right, I put oil pops up there on the board, which it did, I guess, but a huge move down right now on relatively high volume as well. We just gave back almost a full % on that last 5-minute candle. This is a 5-minute chart. Back to 85 right now. We were up at 85.75 there. So, I mean, yields are down, dollar, bit of a tick to the downside here as well. But some of these energy stocks, worth a note here today, up 2+% across the board.
Yeah, so essentially this was an interesting look here. The G7, the EU, and Australia, they put a cap of $60 per barrel on Russian oil. And they discovered 2 companies, one from the UAE, one from Turkey, who were carrying Russian oil for more than that price. One was carrying it for 80, the other for 75. So in response to that, the Department of Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets and Control now is imposing sanctions on those 2 companies. And what that does, that takes more supply offline. More supply offline equals elevated prices. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
It's been a volatile couple of days here. I mean, a little bit of consolidation since the beginning of this week, but if you go back to last week, remember the huge move down to below 60 once again, trying to take out 64.5 here, breaking to the upside, in fact, for OXY, guys, just one to the upside.
Yeah, that's just one. Another one is XOM. Like maybe it would be up more if it wasn't for the acquisition, the Pioneer acquisition. But it double bottomed off 105, so that was step one. You sell off when you make a big acquisition or when it gets announced. That's just par for the course. Higher low again. I just look for the stair step to continue. Keep your eye on the oil futures. Obviously, like that kind of a pullback didn't really affect XOM here that you just mentioned, Brendan. So we closed at 106.5. I think if you get under 107, like look for that higher low to come into play. 105 takes you to 106. I think you'd be patient if there's some catch up in that little bit of a pullback that we had, like allow XOM to come down to you. But yeah, that was quite an interesting drop there that you just saw. But really, still at that 85 level on oil futures. Like the trend has been recently to the upside. Obviously, everyone has an understanding of the things that are at play. We're just here to trade the price action and try to keep that out of our heads. But XOM, I do like it at these even dollars above the 105 now that it's made the double bottom and settled down after they announced that deal.
Yeah, I literally just pulled up XOM, and the first thing I saw, Neil, was that 105 double bottom. And then if you look further left, this is not just a 105 double bottom. This price has been kind of interacted with. It was the core of this kind of consolidation from before, and we kind of step up and push back up. Just looking left right there real quick, that 112 definitely interesting as well. I don't know if we're going to get all the way back up there today, but definitely we are holding this 105 and looking for that continuation. I think that 110 might be something to be interested in as well. Kind of that 109. Look at this gap that we've kind of had from both sides, right? Gap down and then gap back up. So price kind of just quadrunked right through that a couple days ago. So maybe this 108, 109 potential area for that reversion on the oil news.
All right, let's talk about Netflix here. It's been pretty negative all week. Downside 3 days in a row here. Wolf Research with a downgrade today. The ever-exciting ARPU metric gets mentioned here in this note, suggesting that full year 24 it's already priced in as far as what they are suggesting is to come. Remember last week we had that, I think it was an analyst that came out and said the signups for the ad-supported tier were well below what was expected.
Yeah, look, this company is trading at a 50% PE premium to the S&P. You got to justify that somehow, and that's in future valuation. And this is what Rosenblatt is saying. In addition to Wolf Research, Rosenblatt coming out today, reducing its rating on Netflix to neutral with a $400 price target, and saying that there's not enough password sharing crackdown that's leading to new accounts. And what Brenda was alluding to was the new accounts they were hoping were going to be the ad tier accounts, because they're going to be able to generate more revenue by showing ads, not just one-off monthly payments. So it's not working out like it was supposed to here for Netflix. We'll have to see how they do.
I was just trying to zoom out here. If you go all the way back to the beginning of the year, I'm going to find the exact date here, but we're close to negative once again on the year here for Netflix, guys.
Well, if you look at the weekly on Netflix, it paints a bit of it's a great looking chart. I mean, from the bottoms, obviously, it's still making higher lows, but on the weekly, you are pretty much like you're busting this 200 period moving average to the downside potentially here. And obviously, a lot can change. Like this was at 53. Oddly enough, this was at a very big and key level on the daily. Like this 50 to 53 area was a pretty good bounce zone. We've already bounced off of that, so it's kind of a pain in the butt. Sometimes I give more credence to levels when it's in the open, because light volume in the pre-market, like on a few thousand shares trading, do I really want to put stock in a level that's going back like weeks, months? Not necessarily, but it ends up holding out 353. So look, that's support on the daily chart. If it gets to try to go green based on the trend, I would look at that previous close and say, if you're looking for a short on Netflix, there's probably only two places, and one of them would be at the previous close. That's like a $2 or $3 area, and then the 370. It's already made the 353 bounce. This was one where, in my note this morning, I was like, yeah, 353 is like the bounce zone. But when the move has already happened, if it comes back down there, that's a little bit more bearish than it was 15, 20 minutes ago. I would never trade Netflix in the pre-market, so it's not like I would ever have that. Only because I don't see any other way to pivot to AMC. This is my way of going from streaming to somehow entertainment. And I just want to get this out of the way. Like AMC is creeping back up to 11. Everybody knows the catalyst here. And my first thought was sell the news would affect Monday. Right, so going into the release, it's like everyone gets hyped. The numbers will be ridiculous. I'm talking about the Taylor Swift thing. The numbers be ridiculous, and then on Monday comes the disappointment, and then that's when the stock probably sells off. But we've already filled in this gap into $11. So reverse split. Oh, look at that again. Reverse split, find the bottom, breakout, fill the gap. So it's trying to fill this gap into $11. I was in this long at 1085 yesterday, and it really had trouble punching through, even though it was continually going up. If we cannot take out this high, I can see this selling at the open in the face of now the catalyst is hit, you run up going into it. This could be the pullback. If it breaks 1120, I get out and just sort of move on to the next. But Netflix, I feel like my 353 is come and gone. I'm not as enthused about it if we go all the way back down there in 15 minutes.
Yeah, no. So just pulling up the larger time frame right here. I think Netflix is testing an interesting area off of this sell-off that we've been having for the past couple of weeks, since the beginning of September, actually. This strong selling. We got that exhaustion off that 500. Can't even get to that 500 there, Neil. But yeah, sellers have stepped in at these prices before. I guess it's been a couple of years, or it's been since 1 year, right? 2022 we had that strong sell-off. But something interesting to note here, Neil. I was looking at the weekly, and the weekly looks pretty weak there, as it seems like there's the real supports in and around just underneath this 300 as well. Taking a look at the monthly, I feel like we do have some definitely some room to the downside, as take a look at this monthly support right here at that 317, kind of strong wick, strong buyers kind of coming off of that. So if we're going to sell off, I think the next place to look for potential buyers is definitely down here, as they've kind of shown themselves before, 320s.
Ozempic? Just looking at this NVO, big spike here. Worth mentioning Eli Lilly moving on this as well. NVO raising their sales and operating profit outlook for the remainder of 2023. So big pop there for NVO. It's worth noting this is an ADR. The primary listings over in Europe for NVO, but Eli Lilly, as I mentioned, also moving on that note. Let's talk JD. Downside in a big way. Not a good looking note here this morning on JD.com. Obviously a e-commerce company. There was a huge move down yesterday. We get another gap to the downside this morning on forecasts that are looking weaker than expected. So analysts jumping on the bandwagon here, pushing this thing lower today.
Yeah, Citi and Benchmark both in consensus that the Chinese consumer is going to continue to suffer, and so they're cutting their price forecasts and their guidance on the e-commerce business. Look, we got new numbers today from China with respect to imports and exports. They're both down again month over month. Chinese consumers still not spending where it was in the past. Keep your eye out. October 18th, we get Chinese retail data. That'll shed more light on the business models of JD.com and the like.
This is typically, we talk about these obviously as a group, but this is obviously an individual note. The rest of Chinese ADR is not really affected by this, but just bringing some more on NVO, Novo Nordisk raising their outlook for full year sales operating profit, pointing to Ozempic and Wegovy sales surging still into the end of the year. So again, Eli Lilly and NVO ones to watch on that.
Sorry, that Lilly came in. I was just explaining to Obi something like Eli Lilly. It's going up again, and I sold some, but it is what it is. And I was just sort of explaining the rationale behind it. Flat bottom break, JD.com. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. The problem with Chinese ADRs is when you get a really good flat bottom break, it's going to do it overnight. So thank you very much. This is exactly what Pinduo Duo did. However, not Pinduo Duo. You know what I mean? I mean Li Auto. Sorry, Sharif. I wanted to be able to rag on Li Auto. But Li Auto had a flat bottom break. You had to sort of look for the trade underneath it. So we had one at 28 bucks already. It broke that level. You're actually gapping well below it now. I still want to favor short until it's back above. I just think if it takes out these highs, you got to be a little bit patient. The market is pretty strong right now. And into strength, if you have a stock which is trending down, I think you want to just let it come to you, right? And if that's going to be the case, like, let's see what it can do. If it can bust 27 somehow, maybe we actually get something in the 27.5, 28 range, which is kind of the golden zone. If the market continues to go and this never even breaks the top, well, then all the better. Then maybe it's just a consolidation short right here. But I'm not looking for the dip buy in JD. I almost feel as if there's going to be some kind of a rally in these, it would feel safer in BABA, which is a little bit stronger, has a decent consolidation down at these levels, 83, 83.5. So, you know, I'm really only looking short JD.com. So into strength, they got to be patient into that flat bottom break on the daily.
Yeah, definitely. I got the weekly chart here as well. Kind of a similar story there. We are breaking multi-year lows right there, right? We talked about this a little bit earlier. We haven't seen these prices since 2019, and we're about to hit almost all-time lows as well. All-time lows kind of coming in at that $20 mark right there on JD, and we're raging to the downside there on the larger time frame. So definitely keeping that in mind, I definitely would be wanting to short the pops on a bigger picture move there. We can see that strong selling coming off of yesterday, a bit of a gap down as well, testing new lows. Sure, we can get a bit of a pop because this might be a little too hard too fast. And if we are expecting that, I think that 28 is a decent area of interest. And even yesterday's close just underneath that underneath that 27.50, maybe a little bit of a reversion into some of these interesting prices before we kind of continue. Definitely doing a significant amount of R-vol as well yesterday after this multi-day, multi-month, and multi-year breakdown on JD.
All right, let's talk about this. EHang, which has this. It's eVTOL, obviously. It's actually really cool, but looks like they've secured this passenger carry license over in China for this. Is a Chinese company, obviously, but we've been touching on this for, I want to say, better part of 2 years now, kind of following this story with this thing in development. And then the first flight, I remember. And here we are now with them getting a license to actually carry people, which is really cool.
Where do I sign up, Brendo? I love eVTOLs, but as a business, obviously, we still have our challenges. Brendo and I talking off camera this morning about the range of these things. Can it go, 2-3 hours? Can it take you 200-300 kilometers? And especially the battery weight that has to be applied or has to be put on these eVTOLs. So we'll have to wait and see how the technology develops, but I am a huge fan.
You can park it on your balcony.
That'd be great.
We need
Roof,
a parking
balcony.
spot on the roof here. You can get here in 5 minutes.
Fantastic.
Pretty sick. That would be really cool.
See, everyone's like, oh, that'd be sick, that'd be cool. I'll let other people be the first to be
Yeah.
there. Don't get me
Let other
wrong.
people pay for information first.
Yeah, like it looks pretty cool. I don't necessarily disagree with the notion that it looks cool. But look, if other fast movers are a little too sassy for you and you want something that's gonna fly high, okay, that's a really bad pun.
I saw what you did there.
Whatever. That sucked. That was a terrible pun. E-Hang could be for you. No, just kidding. The pre-market has been ridiculous on E-Hang. This is completely insane what's going on in the pre-market. There's been a lot of wild action. Like, yes, this has been back and forth, 10, 15 bucks. I think when you're trading a $20 stock, like if I'm trading a firm, like you're thinking you can risk 15, 20 cents to make $1 in a move. That's not happening with E-Hang. With E-Hang, it's like Cassava Sciences. Like you're risking a couple bucks if you're making a trade in this because you think if I'm buying 25s, you're shooting 30. You know what I mean? Like that's what you're looking for in E-Hang. The float, actually, I don't have float data on this, which is sometimes that happens on an ADR. I guess it doesn't really matter all that much, but it's breaking out on the daily. So I guess anything above 23 looks pretty solid. It's a decent candidate to halt, I would say. Just be cautious with this. And we'll probably talk about Sava next, but be cautious here. The 23 level looks like the obvious spot, previous resistance turning into potential support, but you've got to be able to see the ridiculous volatility it has. It's bounced off 23 once. If it can hold that at the open, that's not too bad. I only want to play this from these levels if it's going up. I think the short's going to be really tricky here unless it does something stupid. So yeah, good luck. I will not be the first person to hop in one of those things ever, but it looks cool. The stock is going to be very dangerous today. It already has a very wild range. Just because I already said it, I did mention this bad boy, so it's not on our watch, but it is on mine, and that's going to be a firm, a $20 stock where you can actually find levels and trade off of them. 23, 20, just rejected 20, so the stair step down that we're looking for into 15 has been continuing. There's going to be bumps along the road. It did manage to bounce and consolidate and do a triple top and roll back over, with 19 being your new big level. So in strength in the market, only one way I want to short this thing, and that's if it can't hold above 19 at the open. So pretty patient with a firm, but if it doesn't hold that open, I think you look for the short. If it busts 19, this is a stock that can get to, like it can be at 1960 at 935. That's how it moves. Like when this moves at the open, it doesn't move 10 to 15 cents. If it's going to break, it broke 20, it was at 19. It broke 19, it was at 20. This is what it does at 930. So it's very critical, this trading off of that level, that you don't fight it. You either go long, hold, give it a decent stop, short it only when it looks weak, and hold on to it for the inevitable ride to the downside. I shouldn't say inevitable because the stock does go up from time to time.
Yeah, that crazy move on E-Hang definitely has it flying a little bit there. So that 24, 23 area right there, kind of double top looking left. That's kind of the level I see as of recent, kind of a pre-earnings level right there. And take a look at this consolidation that's happening off of the gap up on this news. We are consolidating right above that those previous highs right there. And this is another level I'm looking at right here at the 21, kind of that the base of when this news kind of comes out and we gap up off of that. So yeah, that 23, 22 for sure going to be interesting going forward on E-Hang. 28 kind of just 29 above this consolidation high there. I don't know about all the way up here. 38, definitely a bit of an overreaction. I don't know if we're going to get all the way there. Definitely a name which can do those things here if it's I guess manipulated enough.
Which is exactly what happens.
All right, we'll throw in one more here to talk about and keep an eye on throughout the day. I'm sure everyone's seen it by now, but Cassava Science is down here huge. Was actually a lot more than where it is right now. We've had quite the recovery already, but Similar story for Cassava Science. This is not the first time that they've been discovered that they've been fibbing a little bit on their Alzheimer's research. So here we go again.
November 2021, Brendo. Just check your charts and look for the price action around then. That was the issue, and it was investigated by the SEC at the time. It caused a big move down. Let's talk about what happened here. The American Association for Advancement of Science, one of the co-developer for Cassava's potential Alzheimer's drug, is being accused of scientific misconduct. The report says an investigation by the committee into one of the scientists, Huao Yan Wang, with fabrication into research papers that supported the drug called Simuflam. They're accusing him, Brendo, of image manipulation of the molecules. We'll have to see how this does, but it's down big this morning.
Regardless of whether it continues or bounces back, it's going to be volatile. Obviously, there's a ton of volume already here in the pre-market. We're already at basically an average volume in the pre-market from what it's done over the past couple of weeks. So want to watch your guys' SAVA.
Yeah, it's busting down pretty big. And look, this is not the greatest catalyst in the world. I will at least note it. This is a 36% short float, so there's quite a lot of people that are probably celebrating this move to the downside, and you're busting through this level on the weekly, which is 13.5. You're already through it, and that was a big, big level. It broke out from here. You got all the way back to 2021, and then you had a bottom here last year. So 13.50, it seems, if it gets back above that price, I'm kind of thinking, like, if it gets back above 13.50, that's where I would sense that it could start squeezing on you, and that's kind of breaking this local high. So if it breaks out the pre-market high, this one is a potential SSR bouncer. Every single dollar level to the downside, I think, is a potential like SSR bounce. That kind of starts with 12, which you might be doing right now, and then you get down to 11. But wow, just do not fight this thing. It's just absolutely nasty. There's a couple of big. I'll let you talk this, and then there's at least one big cap name we'll get to as well.
Yeah, no, definitely. I thought it was kind of funny. They're they're kind of fudging their molecular imaging there off of on that research, and you do that, and you might get a little slapped around there because that's not the best practice to have. But definitely, Cassava Sciences is a repeat offender in my books for sure. Definitely a lot of volatility and a lot of squeeze potential as well. Kind of a decent range off that initial, off that reaction off the news. I like this $10 area, kind of a hold. Let's take a look at this $8.20 as well. But yeah, Neil is definitely right. If people are definitely piling into this short in the pre-market, we've made quite distinct levels here at that $13.50. And if we kind of violate that price, you have all the room to kind of go back up here and as if nothing happened, kind of retest that 18. I think Sava definitely has that kind of potential, Cassava Sciences.
There we go. We're done the rundown. I wanted to get to a couple of things. One, just looking at some chip names, AMD is actually flat on the day, but it's exactly what the market is doing. Pop the daily up. You'll see it held the 200-period moving average. You got the 50 here at 106. You've been stair-stepping up. There was a rejection at 111 yesterday, but what didn't reject yesterday? Let's be real. Hey, I drew a line at 107 and it's gone. Doesn't matter. You guys can see. 107 here. The dip we had midweek, you had a breakout from 107. It also works out to being, hey, Monday's close price. Why do we like that? Like Monday's close ends up being support. And if you think that's a bit of a theme, well, I'm going to show you to it again. So that's 107 on AMD. Palantir is the other one I wanted to get to. Whoops, Palantir's on the New York. Palantir, $17.50. There we go. You had a line here too. Monday's close. Right there at 17.5, support all week long. So I see that on AMD at that 107. I see that on Palantir at that 107. It's support till it breaks. So both of these I like to the long side above those levels. And again, you don't see that kind of a pattern often, but when you do, I think you want to pay a little bit of attention to it. And for anybody asking about TTOO, double barrel action here. Reverse split, 1 to 100 or 100 to 1. And the reported numbers as well. So if you see like a gap in the chart like this and the stock is % down, you know what reverse split. Typically that is a sell-off event. It's already down some. If it goes even further, like if it breaks underneath 950, I think you follow the trend and then come back in 2 weeks when it does one of those stupid runs because it has a lower float. So TTOO, that's the news. It is a reverse split there. 40 seconds to the open. It's Friday. Obi's filling in. What are you looking at right off the bat?
Probably going to be watching a little bit of Amazon, and I have Sava up there as well. I think we had this conversation before. I have traded Sava in the past, so I'm going to be looking for potential opportunities to come in on Sava.
Cassava, that's going to be a wild one. There's a heck of a lot moving. Obviously, that SASI going to be on watch. We got Adara on the bell. We have a great morning for you. I mean, Michael Noss came with some fire, but let's get this party started. Can the markets rip the faces off shorts once again? We're going to find out. 5, 4, 3, 2, and just like that, we're off. I'm thinking, okay, here. AMD started to the downside, but now it's already starting to bounce. I like that 107. We'll be patient with it. Gonna have right off the bat my eyes on AMC here. Is it even going to give an entry off of $11? It might just start falling almost immediately here. Looking for a pop into that 11 area to play the fade. Don't think that's necessarily going to fall the market. I'm going to get something out in the 90s or just get an order out in the 90s. JD.com is already starting to fall. Wow. So much for short the pops. Eh? Like JD's already starting to get to the downside. Nasty, nasty, nasty move here for JD.
Yeah, so right there, right off the bat, I saw that 133 hold. So I took a quick scalp off that 133 hold, pushed into the 133.30s, and just sold it off right there. Kind of some interesting levels from yesterday coming in on Amazon there. That opening scalp was very, very nice. Kind of continuing that pre-market move there. You can see that nice trend off the pre-market. That 133 holds. Pops about 30 pennies, and that's all we take right off the open, and definitely some reasons to sell kind of coming in off of that bit of a rejection off of yesterday's support resistance in and above that 133 right there. So quick scalp out the open. Amazon, I like it. Let's see what's next. I'm looking for the next trade there. Maybe those reasons to sell are definitely reasons to sell some more on the short side potentially.
Wow, AMC starting to dump, and I almost said AM, but AMD's at 108, AMC's at 10.5. Sava has a chance. I mean, it's getting up to that 13 area. You want to see it bust that 13.5 if it can go. Saucy? I don't know. I don't know what we're calling that one today. I can just call it Sigma because it's Sigma something is the name of the company. So Sigma, that's holding higher lows. The float on this is 600,000. So this is going to probably halt a few times today. If it can bounce off of the 6, maybe it's got a shot there. Let's see it settle down some. Okay, maybe we get a pop here in JD. JD's making a bit of a base, so if there's going to be a chance to short off the highs, I'm going to get it here. I wanted to get into this one, so we're going to go for some JD.com on this move to the upside. Not a lot that I love on the fade, but this was definitely going to be in the pocket.
Yeah, take a look at Cassava right there. So we held that 12 base there, pushing up into some of these pre-market levels, 13.6. 14 on watch. Like I said, I'm going to let this thing cook and kind of make a range, establish some structure, and then maybe we can potentially take some trades off of that structure. I don't necessarily like to get involved right away. Wow, take a look at that Amazon sell-off right there, Neil. Definitely reasons to sell came in above that 133, and we're getting some decent sell-off there. I didn't punch that short right there. A bit of a hesitation, real quick. I gotta kind of reprogram some of the keys on this PC, Neil. Back at my desk, I got some Insta keys, which have definitely been helping me be quick with the fingers there for sure on some of these quick scalps. So
I'm not gonna lie, I'm old school. I'm old school. I want to have to hit 2 keys a lot of times to put a trade on. Oh, there it goes. Might have got wicked out on JD. I'm gonna get to the annoyance that is a firm in a quick second, but JD just blew that top. And I say if it breaks this high, I should be waiting for that 28 level. So either it's this short in the same area, or I wait for the 28 level to the upside. You can probably guess on frustration what just happened on a firm. It's just, sometimes you have to be in a firm when it starts to go. So once again, it's an easy short off the open. Wow. And I'm looking over at AMC thinking I'm going to grab that one. Wow. Here comes AMD though. Okay, so AMD, big rejection. It's now coming into that 107 area. I'm very likely to take another shot at JD.com. I just want to be patient with it and got to get into a firm at some point. It's just that simple. But 107 is starting to come into play for JD. Let's check on Palantir. Palantir still nowhere near that 17.5, which has been support all week. JPM, Prashant, I always want to be patient with this. It's like I told myself I wouldn't chase these. I thought this was a trade for after 9:45. Well, 148 broke and 150 broke. So, congratulations! For the record, I got burned live on this show trading during bank earnings one time. It's just I was in the money and everything felt good, and then something got said during a conference call. It ran a stop. I did not get filled. My stop triggered. My limit order hit the market, it did not get filled, and it literally was triple the loss because there was no liquidity during the earnings call. So I've kind of been staying away from those after learning that lesson. Today, if you do it, I mean, there's your 48 break off the open, there's your 50 break, now you're screaming through 151. Absolute moonshot to the upside on those.
Yep. So kind of comes into that just above that 132, and definitely some strong reasons to buy kind of show up right there on Amazon. So we take a quick scalp on the long side, piece off when it gets in about 20 cents into the money right there, kind of holding that base as support. I was like strong bidding in the pre-market here. Comes back into those areas. Let's see if bidders are definitely there. We took the short off the open. Let's see whether this can continue back into that 133 area. Quick scalps, quick scalps. Definitely missed the short, but not getting caught up with the mindset of missing that last trade. Next trade, next trade. Definitely going to be preserving that mental as best as possible. We talked about trading off of some structure, and let's see if that 133 can come right back in on Amazon here as we scalp it both. Short and long right there. Okay, I like that. Boom. Next trade.
That's what you got to do. It's all about that. Speaking of next trade, you can forget about 19 on a firm. It's actually almost at $18 to set downside. I still like what JD is rolling into. I don't know if you've looked at Sava, but Sava just busted this. Wow. Okay, Sava just busted this 13.5 and is really starting to scream in here. So it could be this big SSR kind of squeeze play. I am in AMD. It's down to that 107. Feel like we're a little patient and maybe not even patient enough. I thought Palantir would maybe come in first, but you're now into the bottom end of this week's range on AMD. This 107 has been the support area. I'm in here just above the quarters. It just did a wick bottom. So basically breaking 107, holding at about 85. So let's see if it can hold on to that 3/4 mark. This is that first key level to come in. Maybe Palantir is going to do the same thing. I just got to double check that because got the order out in Palantir. That's about to come in as well off of 17.5. So waited for the dip buy zones. We've got them. And now I'm going to go back to JD.com because there goes AMC already through. JD's now breaking out. So it's a good thing we stayed away from that. I'm looking for 27.5 into 28. That's the next level into the upside. AMC still falling. I did want to get to that Sasa, whatever it's called. It is now bouncing off of $6. So if you're watching this one, it's looking pretty solid in here. But my fixation is now going to be on the key support levels on the dips on Palantir. Whether or not I can get into a firm, we'll have to see about that. I'm not chasing that move to the downside. So we're into Palantir. Good level. But AMD, I always feel like when this stock is tanking, if it runs your stop, that means I got in on the front end. I like the level. But I'm not going to try it again until it shows me strength down here. I've not seen that strength. I don't mind taking a couple of shots at it to try to get that bottom, but I do not want to have to fight it the entire morning. So here comes 107 again. Probably going to add to some Palantir as it's looking okay. But AMD 107, I think it's worthy of 2 shots. You're at 15.3 on the NASDAQ. So I'm going to get myself in here. I'm going to wet the beak, actually, because the bottom is now 106.5-ish. So you're now giving it more room. You're easily giving it more room, which means I think you got to be more careful getting into it. So that one, Palantir is bouncing off that 106 or 17.6. Going to take something out if it gets to that 3/4 mark. Still nothing for AMC. That's a disappointment. I really thought AMC was going to, off of some of that hype, come back to the upside, give us an entry to the downside, and there's no short for me in this one. I'm just going to cancel that order. Don't need it out there.
Yeah, pretty crazy here. As Amazon just sticks in within its opening range, we played kind of that both sides of that opening range, but doesn't necessarily break that opening range. So I'm not really looking to get involved. But something interesting, we saw some strong reasons to sell coming in underneath that 133. So we got out of the long, and right after that, we kind of come right back into that 132 and take a look at the NQs. The NQs also kind of slapped down into that 15.3 and that 15.3 kind of catching a little bit of a bid there as well. Watching Sava, if you're chasing this breakout right here, this 13.8, oh boy, you got to give it some more room there as that initial break kind of does a little bit of a lick grab and pops right back in. So let's see. Definitely going to be a little bit more patient and let others pay for this information before we kind of interact with some of these levels on Cassava Cassava Sciences right there. I still like that $12 kind of a base here. I want to see whether or not we can make consolidations and kind of hold some of these prices here. But if we consolidate near pre-market highs and chop and churn and catch a little bit of liquidity before moving forward, that's fine as well. Gonna let this name do its thing and be volatile like it is, and then when and if some structure shows me that people can potentially be offside, we can take some trades there. Take a look at Amazon, some strong reasons to sell, like I was just saying, and we're right back down into that 132. So that 133 and 132 kind of knocking around, a bit of a disconnect on the futures there. ES blasting to the upside as the NQ. I guess it's catching a bid right there as well. We got that nice pull back down to that 15.3 and rips right back up into kind of this opening range right here, as well as Amazon comes down to the downside. And you know what? I think I'm chilling for now. I'm going to be looking across the board for some other names as well. If Amazon kind of shows up another opportunity, we'll take there. So before we do that, pass it off to Brendo.
JP Morgan, guys, still just absolutely straight to the upside. The call started at 8:30. The last comment I see was about 10 minutes ago. Again, record interest income being touted by the CFO in the earnings call. So straight to the upside here through 152 now for JPM.
To the freaking moon that thing was. Whether it was 48 or 50 doesn't really matter. That thing is absolutely gonzo. And oddly enough, like if you did punch long when the call was ended, congratulations to you. As I said, AMD, it finally made a bounce. Sometimes you get in way too early. Sometimes you should just let it wick that bottom. Get back in on the other side. Pay yourself out. We just talked about this with Michael Noss. It is a downtrend, obviously, early on when the market was showing signs of strength. We're green on the market. AMD is red. So going to be happy if this can take VWAP at this point. Palantir makes a nice bounce as well. Going to make sure you ring the register on anything that dipped like this, because other names look a lot stronger, but you got the good dip by price. It held on to that support level all week long. We'll look for VWAP. This one I'm probably a little bit feeling better about reloading down at these same prices, so I'll get out there on the bid, reload this one if we can catch it. Not sure I'm even there yet with AMD. Speaking of things that begin with A, AMC starting to come back to the upside. I like it underneath 11. It did a little bit of a dip. Now it's trying to do that whole thing where it rips. Still believe that this is a sell the news event that applies to today, potentially, and certainly on Monday as well. But first things first, let's try it here. Really, like you just tried to grab some in the 70s, couldn't get it. A firm bounced as well, so patience is a virtue. Could not get past that 1870. Now could be rolling back over here. Okay, let's wet the beak if I can get something in the 50s here. Don't want to get too far out in front of that one. Sassy, I'm going to put on the back burner a bit here because AMD, Palantir, and still working with both AMC and a firm to the short side. That's enough for me.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a little bit of lack of my my insta punch keys. Definitely, that 132 came in real nice on that initial test. Fails to follow through to the downside on the initial break of that 132. I go to punch the long, and it just rips up like 20 pennies right away off of it. I tried to hit 132.04s, and instantly it slaps up to 132.20s, and I'm like, all right, well that's the trade done for sure. Definitely was just looking to scalp that failed follow through of that dollar break right there on that initial test. So that was pretty decent. Holding that 132 area still right now. Let's see where we go from here. Kind of a strong sell-off there. Again, we talked about this. Strong reasons to sell above that 133, and then strong reasons to sell underneath the 133. But we only had longs, and we used that trigger to get out of our longs. Now, that same trigger, you can flip that script and be like, oh, reasons to sell short, reasons to sell underneath 33, oh, short, and now you're breaking below 132. So Got to get good, man. Got to get good. Definitely strong reasons. You have to respect them. And if they're there, they're there. Just got to keep it simple. Reasons to buy, reasons to sell, and can execute around those levels regardless of whether you were long or short. I definitely am starting to strongly believe in that type of I guess belief or opinion or thesis or whatever you want to call it.
Trade the key levels.
Yeah, trade the levels and look for reasons to execute. That's all it is, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to get better at for sure. The NQ not really getting anywhere as some of these names chopping and churning around. Let's take a look at some of the large caps real quick. If I can just pull up my charts here. Let's see what our friends are doing right here. Okay, so Apple looking very similar to the NQs, just chilling in and around its opening range right there, kind of wicks on both sides. Hasn't really made a decision as of yet. So let's see Softy looking very, very similar. We were kind of talking about this, Neil. Softy holding that 329 over 328, 329, kind of this over the past week, this level, and then we are kind of in this range, just going into that just above 333s right there as well, kind of holding well within. That's very interesting. Let's take a look at Google as well. Google looking a little bit different, kind of pushing up towards its highs, 140, an interesting level.
Well, watch out, this market's rejecting.
Base on Google. What's rejecting there?
No, this market's rejecting that top again. When I say this market, I'm looking at the NASDAQ when I'm saying all of this. Like, we just got back up and retested like this pre-market high, and we just rejected it on some decent, I'd say some sell pressure. So I'm not reloading AMD, sort of already mentioned that. You know what, I'm not even gonna give it to the absolute bottom here. Just feel like if we get there, if we get halfway there, or almost all the way there, we're going to go all the way. So I'm not going to give it that much past that 109 or 106.90. Affirm, though, that's the short we got. I didn't get AMC, just looking over. Affirm's starting to roll over that 18 halves. We didn't get 19s, we got 18 halves. Now we're looking to see if we can take this down into 18 even. So this one's still in that trend to the downside. Palantir, that is the other long we grabbed. It's right back into that support zone. Let me just zoom it out for you guys. Right back into that support zone on the week. So this is a potential flat bottom break. No disagreement there. Like, if it gets through 17.5, it could be really nasty to the downside. But until it breaks, I still like it for a support level. So I'm going to be on Palantir off that level. For the time being, Sassy rejected 7 for any of those that are trading it. Again, this is why you take profits where you get a chance, because if you were long 6 and you actually take profit 10, 15%, then when it does this, you can be in the money, and it maybe hasn't run your stop yet, and even if it does, you can still be up on the stock. But that's just a dangerous play there. Can I look at Alibaba? Oddly enough, I was about to go to JD, so that's perfectly fine. I'm in the 3 positions. I kind of want to be in here, so I'm not really looking for anything new. I'm just going back to the other names. See, this is probably why JD's an issue. Like, Baba's holding this 85 zone. And Baba looks a little bit strong off this support on the daily. We said 85 was a big level. That looks pretty strong. Above 85 looks pretty good. JD.com was the one that I was in the short and lost, and now I'm waiting for it to get up closer to this 28 level for the short. I said I tried off the pre-market highs. That's the first one. I want the short, so I tried off the pre-market highs. Now I'm going to wait for it to get up to this level. I suppose you could always say you could go long the stock, but again, you set something up. You don't have to reverse every single trade. As a matter of fact, I don't always believe in it. I feel that can lead to a lot of revenge trading if you auto-reverse at any key level.
Yeah, Neil. So we got that quadunk in the market. Amazon comes all the way right into that 131.50. A little bit of a failure to follow through once again. So I got long right there on top of that $0.50 right there. Let me just get out of that real quick. And yeah, it kind of has a crazy bounce all the way back into 132. So we just piece off the whole position just underneath that 132. Again, strong reasons to sell, kind of showing up underneath every dollar after kind of doing some fugazi, kind of shake and bake fake outs at $0.50 and the dollars right there. So we're taking those quick scalps right there, 50 pennies right away. Well, not right away, but within the single candle here. Yeah, we just piece off as that 132 kind of looks a little heavy as well, right? So we get long 50s and then get a little longer in the 60s. And when we rip right up into the 132s, a little too hard, too fast, and then suddenly stop and can't really break that dollar, yeah, I want to piece off most of that position. Now, if this is the right side of the V, we can be potentially interacting with this area a little bit more going forward. But what I'm seeing right now is that 15.3 holding well. Sava hasn't really gone anywhere, kind of chopping and consolidating right near these pre-market highs. Definitely a lot of players in anticipation of that, so I don't necessarily want to be involved right now. Again,
You don't want
like
to be
I
a
said,
player no more?
No. I'm not on this battlefield as of right now. I wanna see players actually get stuck offside to interact with this name. But wow, take a look at this, Neil. Definitely a little bit of the right side of the V action there, and I don't have much of my long left. But you know what? That's fine. If that 132 breaks through again, we will know that we definitely need to be holding a little piece of some of these longs that do come in and do have some distinct confluence with the rest of the market as well. So, but yeah, it's fine. Next trade, right?
Yeah, you're not a player.
We miss good trades, we miss bad trades, and that's fine. So it's like next trade is what I'm trying to do.
I threw it at you, but you're not a player. You just crush a lot. But okay, fine. It's fine. See, I get used to this. Sean would get it.
I feel like oh, there goes the Sava break.
Some of you guys get it. It's fine. It's just, it is what it is, man. It's instinctual because I know Sean would be all over Big Pun, who's a legend. We'll power it up here. Not a player. Big Pun. Okay, no, that's fine. I mean, look, I'm old. You're young. It's that simple. Palantir made the bounce off 17.5, so we sometimes you get lucky. I don't like even round number stops. So sometimes I pick 5 cents underneath a lot of times. My stop was literally at 45 underneath 17.5. It holds on to it. That allows me to not get wicked out and then still be able to add back through when it gets to like 51, 52. It just popped back in, so we got 58s, we got 62s. Now we're looking to see if it can get back into VWAP. AMD's trying to go. I reloaded this because I like that level a little bit more, and it did not reload AMD. That was a mistake. I should have reloaded both of them. Okay, it is what it is. You got to be able to move on. So AMD's starting to fly to the upside. AMC, I am now into the short. This gave a great wick entry. I was just kind of focusing on the same names from the open, like these same four. It wicked that 1070. Now I'm looking to add. This looks like it's relatively weak. The market's going up. It's rejecting as the market is bouncing. So I'm going to try to add to this at VWAP, give it to the local high at 75, and see if we can't get to the bottom. So AMC starting to work. We'll see if that continuation will hold on what I'm kind of calling a sell the news-ish event. Sell the news-ish. And Sassy, Tisha saying it's making money moves. I don't have a line for that because I don't know that song well enough. Can't really.
I make money moves.
Yeah, you know what? It's, my buddies and I, like some of my friends from university, had a contest where it's like we were sending each other like songs, and it's like, okay, well, this is a song. I bet you can't listen to the whole thing. Money Moves was one of those, and I was like, I lost. Like 20 seconds in, I can't listen to this crap. Which is fine. Like I am who I am. I don't like this Cardi B stuff that I think is fine, just not that song. So Sassy it's nuts, but look at the battle at 7 even here. Like this is not, when you hold 6 like this and you retake the high of the day, like where are the shorts that are crying right now? This should be blasting. It should be a little stronger off of 7. I'm contemplating what I want to do here, which usually means I should sit it out. I said it time and time again, I strongly prefer dip buys on parabolic movers than breaking highs. Because the break of the highs gets a lot of bamboozlement. So you know what, I'm just going to sit it out. It doesn't make any sense. You don't have to do it. Already in a bunch of positions. It looks strong. Don't have to trade it. Brendo, what up?
Just reading this note on ACHR Archer Aviation back to the upside right now. It was initially a downside move though. Kathy Wood stepping into this one to the tune of about 210,000 yesterday. Another one of those eVTOL companies.
Really had alerts for both of those levels.
What's hilarious is like everyone's like, why aren't you guys trading the banks? Again, like I always say, if you break your rules and it works, it's just going to encourage you to do it again. So I try not to break. Like if I have a hard rule, which I do have one around bank earnings, just earnings in general, but like the FOMO trade of the day. Yeah, it's going to be 148, 150, whichever one you like. It really doesn't matter. All roads lead to the upside. There's a great breakout trade. I'll get to Tesla in a quick second. Got to deal with some of the market move upside. The 2 shorts that I'm in are going to come under pressure. A bigger picture on Palantir. So if you're talking 17.5 to 18, halfway is when you get to 75. I want to hold the rest of this past that 75 level. So if it breaks the 3/4, I'm looking for this to get back into the 18, get some orders out there. But Affirm just bounced. So I have to be a little bit concerned with that. The bigger picture here is that Affirm is a gong show. And when it does make a bounce on those really bad down days, there's some places to get in, but it's not usually like that first one. It's now held pre-market lows, and this is not an insignificant price at 18.25. When it bounces there, I'm very hesitant to be aggressive adding back into it, especially with the market holding green at this point. Tisha's saying, don't short stock, Sassy. 600,000 share float. My definition of what it would take to short Sassy, and I'm on the off chance that this happens, like I'd probably say, what? Like it would have to break $10. Like start doing like stupid things like 15, 20, then pay for locates looking to hit a home run, because your risk of shorting this, like it just gets big enough that you need the return to be really big. So it's not really even at a level that I think makes sense to pay for locates, let alone actually take a short. Like that's just a different story. Plug Power is making some power moves as well, but I promised myself, and some people in the chat are asking about Tesla. It's still an inside move for Tesla. I have a 261 level drawn from the last little bit on Tesla, show on the 15-minute. That was the previous support that got broken yesterday. I feel like the stock could fly if it takes that out today, but you're still $2.50 away from there, and you are $5 away from what I have as like the weak support area. So Tesla's in a no-fly zone for me. That's why no trade. And it doesn't mean it's not worthy of a trade today. It's just that it didn't set up for me and was not in my plans. But yeah, that's 61. That's possible. I mean, I could see that today, especially given the fact the market's doing a decent job holding up here.
Yeah, I was just looking at E-Hang kind of just to see where it's hanging. But yeah, some nice fade continuation out the open. We saw that crazy move. Thanks, Sharif. We saw the crazy move off of that news, right? Straight squeeze up to like 40s off the news. I think I was talking to Mark in the back there. Like, yeah, definitely going to be difficult to be in on this move on the front side of the move, but definitely if you saw it pop and you saw the exhaustion kind of happen, the short is definitely on this name. And take a look, it definitely gifts those shorts. If you are short from the pre-market 35s, maybe if you're lucky enough, 30 consolidation underneath seems like a much better place to kind of piece into this. And you had a lot of action in the morning, kind of showing you that this is kind of a little exhaustive at these prices, and you get that strong continuation sell-off out the open, coming back into that 20. We talked about that 24 kind of being a key area of interest, and take a look at what happens. We can go down to the 1-minute chart. As soon as we break that 24, sure, you get strong selling out the open, but as soon as you break that 24, it is lights out for this name right here, straight to the downside, breaking 20. Let's look left and see what the next bus stop can be on the way. We said that 20 was right there, but we've already hit those levels. And if that support is no longer support, looking left, that next level is just going to be that 19 right there, a top from what date is this right here? On the Monday, October 2nd. So Monday, October 2nd, we had a top at 19, and then we're just about a point away from that on a strong sell, break of pre-market consolidation on some potential news, bringing in volume and liquidity into this name today.
You got to be careful sometimes, because when you're pulling that chart back, if you look too far to the left, you might find everything you own in a box. That's actually, it's true. It's you got to watch out for that. It can be dangerous.
Yeah, I did get that one.
Yeah, like that you get.
Yeah.
That you get. I mean, come on.
Everything in the box.
I got nothing against Beyonce at all, but I mean, we're talking. I throw Big Pun, and I'm like, you gotta love Big Pun. Beyonce's fine. That's fine too. So AMC's holding the line at 1070. A little bit of an add there, and I'm looking for maybe to add into some firm, but we'll hold steady. AMD is right back in 107. Like Palantir is at VWAP again, where it rejected. I've already taken off at VWAP, so I don't feel the need that I got to get some out. We've already wet the beak by doing that. So let's be a little bit patient here. I see Plug Power is making some moves of interest. I don't think it's anything egregious to the upside yet, but
this is 2 minutes.
Goodness. No, it's just not going to load. 15 minutes going to load. There we go. If we get through 775, just remember what happened at $8 on this stock. I was of the mind that if we had taken out $8 in the open market, that was a long I wanted, and it rejected it in the pre-market and then right at the open. There was no chance for an 8 break. So I still like the 8 break on plug. I think locally you're looking 775 before that. In just about 1 minute, we're going to get a number. I tend to not want to add to positions at that point, so we're still just playing off the same 4 names at the same 4 levels that we were before and not trying to do anything else. And you're right, like AMD's boring. I agree. You haven't really seen me do much with, I haven't done anything with it. I got in, it stopped out, I got back in on the wick at 7s, it got to like 35 or so, actually got a little higher than that. And I have not, you see me, I'm not reloading it, I'm not doing anything. I've reloaded Palantir because that's giving you some moves. I've gotten an AMC, that's giving you some moves, a firm's giving you moves. So I stick to the plan, but I'm not really forcing the action on the one that's not doing anything. I have my stop, I tighten it up, and I'll just get out if it continues to fade. Berendo, what up, bud?
Before we get this Michigan consumer sentiment number for October, this is the final, or prelim, I should say, not the final, for October. 68.1 was the previous, 67.2 expected here is the consensus forecast 68. There is this 5-year and 1-year inflation expectation numbers that can move the market from time to time as well. So 3.2 expected on the 1-year, 2.8 on the 5-year. Inflation expectation number here. So 68, the forecast here. 63, so downside in a pretty big way there. 63, consensus 67.2. 3% is higher than the 2.8% prior there for the 5-year inflation expectation. 3.8 as well on the 1-year expectation for inflation. 3.1 was the forecast. So inflation still the sticking point here across the board according to that data. Anyways, if you're with us in the pre-market, we touched on a number of things, including this downside move for JD.com 2 days in a row continuing. Netflix on a downgrade, and JP Morgan beating top and bottom line record interest income. Good look for Viasat this morning. There was an issue yesterday with one of their satellite dishes. They said they're not going to replace it. So back to the upside we go in a big way. There is JP Morgan trying to bounce right now off 152. First 30 minutes. Brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV for 10% off.
In 3 defense.
So you got to stick to the plan. So I'm glad that we were just talking about this. I'm like, AMD's not doing what I want. I'm just going to have the tighter stop. It's wasn't giving me reasons to necessarily be super aggressive. Now the numbers come out. Maybe you can actually hold 107 and do a little bit more. That's a potential. Slap the fail on that one. We're able to, as that reverse happened, I'll get to what's working in a second, but Palantir came right back in, trailed some of it out underneath 17.6. I want to preserve profit. I'm not out of it completely, but I wanted to respect that move to the downside and not hold the whole thing and let it go into the red. So I did trim. This is still holding 17.5, so that's a good sign. While that was going on, AMC dipped underneath VWAP, was able to get a fill down there in the 1050 range, still holding that one off the 1075 level. Affirm as well, because the market did that. It dipped down, giving the pre-market low, so we're able to ring the register. So the same shorts have still been able to pay. And see, I'm just really glad I'm sitting out this Sigma, I think it's called. Right back into 6. It's just, there's something about the way it was trading at 7, and I couldn't quantify it. It was something about the amount of buying and the speed and the tape or whatever it was that just did not feel strong enough, or as strong as I was expecting after it held 6 so well. So maybe you can do it again. It's possible that it trailed a bunch of people out there, and then you have a lot less pressure if it were to go up again, maybe even trapping some shorts underneath 7 even. Might not be done, but I'm glad we stayed away from that one. The market with a decent reverse there. If you shorted it, I said I did not want to short the stock. I felt like it had to do something crazy, and I haven't paid for locates anyway, so even if I wanted to, I couldn't short that stock. I'll probably go ahead and do that. Palantir just took out the bottom. So as usual, when it gets to 10 o'clock, I always feel the same way. Like, you can have ideas in both directions, but at some point, you should be holding on to the winners of the ones that are working if you're in 2 directions, and you should be out of the ones that are breaking those stops and not fighting them. So you'll see me resolve to the short side now. We did just wick 15.3 on the NASDAQ. So it is possible that this is still going to hold out, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. The key is to make sure that you're taking profits on the way up. We'll get to the loser first because I like to do it that way. You make sure you're taking profits on the way up, so when it eventually stops you out, you can have a downward trend that you played a decent bounce off of, and then you can still be up on the stock without making a complete mess of it. Because Palantir, I like the support level, but it's a downward trend. Like, this market is headed to the downside currently, and if it flushes out, you don't want to get flush with it, even if you like long ideas. So, we just got a firm low of the day. Markets continue to head lower. AMC just tagged 1050 even, so that's continuing to roll back over. Looking a little bit nasty if we don't hold on to 15.3, but a 50 handle range, that's not that crazy. You got to be trading the right names at the right levels. It's still a pretty small range in the overall market. Don't get too carried away. I'm not trying to trade anything away from my original levels until it tells me to, and it's the market.
Yeah, that really sucked there. So I did get short on Amazon there, and it drops down into 131.70s, and I posted a little bit there. It rips right back through that 132, missing out on about 40 pennies right there. But it's definitely some strong reasons to sell, kind of coming in off of that number, kind of a pop. And that pop is not really sustainable, so yeah, I think there might be some reasons to get a little short there on Amazon and across the board as well. Let's see that 15.3 kind of coming in, knocking on that door. That 15.3 is definitely a little interesting to me. Let's see how well this kind of this sell, whether or not it's in, whether this kind of comes into fruition there through that 132 on Amazon there. Take a look at JPM, man. JPM, I was like, oh, maybe we're curling to the downside, but it's holding that 152 quite well as we speak. Kind of a very, very strong ticker today. We saw that 148 and that 150 break, and now we are consolidating underneath this 153. Let's see where JPM is going to go today. Definitely some strong interest off of those earnings there, Neil.
Yeah, actually, let me get to this question right away. Hal just asked, do you set physical stops? I was under the impression that machines hunt for stops. What do you think? The answer is yes. Machines absolutely hunt for stops. That's twofolded. One of the reasons why a lot of times you look at an obvious level, like this is the pre-market low on AMC. I just happen to be on AMC, so I'm going to use it as an example. This is your pre-market low at 1060. A lot of times if people are shorting underneath, they're just going to set a stop like right around like an even number, like a 1065, like right here, like 1065. That's an obvious place. If you're shorting down there, you want to stop out at the previous pre-market low. So if they're hunting for stops, and I like to short the pop situation, I want to be taking fills as people are getting out, and I still like the short underneath the top. So I'm looking for those fills, assuming that people are going to get their stops hunted. But I would not trade multiple names without hard stops. I don't care. Like that's just not how I roll. Like on AMD, the only difference is I'm not using 107. I'm using 107 as an area. I'm not usually putting it at 99. There are certain circumstances where I will put a stop at an even dollar. Maybe a stock's at 100, and I think it's really gimmicky, or like NEO's at $10, I'll put it at like $9.95 or something really obvious. But you are sometimes getting those stops hunted. You can use it to your advantage. But like that's an example of you give it the extra room because I don't want to put it at 107, and all you do is lose a little bit of extra money. But if they had hunted stops, which they did, and I held on to it, let's say I had a stop at 50s, yeah, it would have worked out, but then it only goes 50 cents in the money, so that's not even a good trade. Market is resolving to said downside. Where do you have your stop on Palantir? Well, I'm already at a Palantir. I set mine at, I told you guys after the fact, I don't use even dollar stop, but mine was at 45. You know, it is what it is. Sometimes if you're not at the even, I'm at a really obvious level underneath it. I did not want to set a level. When the level is this big for me, and on the 15-minute, you know, it's all week long. It was Monday's close. All week long, it's holding support. I want to give it a chance. I'm not going to stop out at 49 on a level like that. It's just no way. I'm going to give it a couple of extra pennies there to give it a chance to go. But you know, once again, you've got to take the out. If you don't, a stock that gave you what you're looking for, like into a weak move, it bounced where I wanted it to. So you got to make sure you pay yourself out because it's just going to burn you in the other direction if you don't. Speaking of which, I can't hit the ape key because it's, yeah, what are you going to do, man? AMC, there was a really good conversation in the chat. I'm just going to get on the bid. There we go. This one's flushing. We just got 35s on AMC there. There was a great conversation in the chat saying AMC is a great trading stock. It's not necessarily the best one to own. I think the daily chart tells you that example as well. Look at the easy consolidation breakout. Look at it fill the gap in. Look at it reject that same level on the news. When things are obeying simple rules like that, it's a great trading stock. But when it's trending down the way that it is, that's a really difficult stock to invest in. I understand the standpoint of a lot of people. Okay, fine. I don't actually understand it. I know where they're coming from, but I don't necessarily understand the whole I will just never sell it thing. But to each their own. I think it's a great trading vehicle, but that's pretty much it. Hampton's Trader. I don't know if you've looked at Meta today.
No, I haven't.
I know I liked 326, 325, 326 on Meta.
Wow.
And I look back at this, and as I was trading the 4 names that I'm seeing this wick and saying, oops, whoops, that really did tag 325 on a dime and reversed. Okay. I'd be mad if you have no good shorts that are paying you, I'd be really mad that I missed that trade, but you can't. I'm not going to trade 6 names at the open. I usually have if I'm in 5 or 6, I'm never in more than 3 or 4 at the same time, and it's always off key price level. So you know exactly what you're doing. You're not jumping from price area to price area. Plug's still trying to go. We'll get there, get to that one if it continues to move. But this market just reclaimed 15.3. It's not over yet.
Yeah, that 15.3 kind of pops in and breaks right back above. Very, very interesting right there. But yeah, no, I think you're definitely right. When the ticker kind of gives you what you were looking for, I definitely have to piece off. And yeah, I guess what I was looking for was a little bit of a lower high right there, and I did not necessarily, I guess, respect that right away when it did come in. On Amazon right there. So let's see. Okay, so we got a super chat here from Willis. Let's go Sassy in at $5.99. Netflix swing puts from $3.76. Yeah, man, that Sassy is definitely moving today. Yeah, take a look at that. Straight to the upside. Very nice. $5.99 entries, just at that $6 hold out the open. I like that. Nice trade there. Also talking about Netflix swing puts. Hope you didn't get them today because this thing's been selling off for quite a while there, for sure. So yeah, no, definitely a nice sell-off there on Netflix that we've been seeing over the past couple of weeks, for sure. So just going back to the market here, that 15.3 kind of looking a little bit weak there. I know I'm still a little short here. I don't want to fight it too much, but definitely when that level looks a little weak and we are making relatively lower highs, I do want to get a little bit involved in the trade to see if whether or not it can come into fruition right there. So that 15.3 looking a little weak. Let's see if we crack below it. How much time is left on to print this 15-minute candle? I got about 3 minutes left, and we're knocking on the door of that 15.3. So I think we're well poised for a potential short here. If it wants to give it to us, if Amazon wants to break that 132, I think we'll be good to go here. If the NQs are looking hella weak there, take a look at the ES as well, coming right back into this pre-market consolidation area range, and that 132 coming in as well. Apple looking weak, Softy pushing towards its highs, Google coming down towards its lows as well, broke day lows, kind of coming into that pre-market consolidation area. So a little bit of weakness there on the market there, Neil.
Little bit of weakness, but I want to shout out Willis Addison there with the super chat. Let's go. What did I say this is? Sassy Sigma Additive Solutions? What the heck? Okay, whatever. Sassy with a strong power move up there. Let's go Sassy. In at $5.99. Netflix swing puts from $3.76. Whoa. Wow. Congratulations. $5.99 is a fantastic price. Obviously, when the stock is trading at $7. That's the thing. Like you could pay yourself, like you could be in the money. You could have already made your nice like 20% or whatever it is, and you can be holding for the home run. Like maybe this 600,000 share float stock goes to $10. Like that's not crazy, but it is crazy if you're all in, assuming that that's going to happen. Like that's where it never makes sense to me that you can bet that much on an exact perfect outcome. It doesn't make it's just like why? Like just basically you're going to be right. Don't let yourself be right about something, but not get paid to do it unless you're perfectly right. That doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of ways you can be right about a stock direction. But if you're like, it has to go from $7 to $10, then if it goes to $9.75, like you're really going to not win? That doesn't make it never makes any sense to me. Like shout out to Michael Noss when he took that, oh goodness, now I forget the stock. It was Smith & Wesson, and it gave him the move and way faster than he expected. And he got out, I don't know, for 9% instead of 10%, but he didn't have to swing it for a week. He just took it out in like 1 hour. So Netflix, the other part of that super chat there, obviously, it's at 355. This is still under pressure, but it's an inside move for Netflix. Like this is in a $4.50 range. Like Netflix is not a $4.50 range type of stock. So I never want to get chopped up in that. It is obviously in a nice little downward trend. 353 is big support on the daily. For now, it's holding, but that's basically for now. AMC just continues to get clobbered here today. Trade it. Do not try to I don't know. I shouldn't be telling people not to hold it, but it's going to get to, I think it gets to $10 in here. I actually thought underneath 10 could be a buy support area, so I'll probably out of this thing when it gets to $10. I don't know if it's free fall Friday, but we're beneath 15.3, and the short's starting to look a little bit better there. Tesla flat bottom break 256, potentially.
Wow, look at that teleportation. Bit of I looked over to the NQ and the ES, and we just slammed down a few points right there. So definitely some strong selling. JPM also breaking that 152, kind of a curl there. I was looking for a potential short. I was like, Neil, this strong Momo out the open is starting to curl, and we've made that 153 top, and we're coming right back into that 150. So let's see where JPM kind of goes. Missed that 152. I think that 152 was a decent price to interact with. But let us know in the chat what you guys are trading today. Some nice moves there. That Michigan sentiment number giving us a bit of a sell-off right there. And can't really get through, can't really hold that 15.3, but let's see how well we kind of interact with it here. We haven't really broken through it distinctly, but let's see if we get that consolidation breakdown as well on the NQs. That's all I'm looking for here. We saw that we're below this consolidation range from the pre-market as well, and we did kind of reject this attempt at pushing this 15,360s. We kind of talked about strong sellers kind of being in and around underneath that 15.4, and it seems like that struggle is still a little there. Kind of steps off yesterday, lets it pull in past that 15.4, and then straight quadunk right into the end of the day, as you guys saw. So strong selling definitely on the board this week.
Did you say quadunk?
Quadunk.
Well, that's a famous saying around here, and it was not made up by me, despite the fact that I try to claim absolutely everything. You know what it is who it was made up by? The same guy that covered the banks for us, and if you got the banks, congratulations. He'll be telling you to do this.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
And the heart of the market, at least for strength, is the banks. Maybe a little bit of plug power. But the banks have been super strong. You're getting the first real pullback here. So maybe this 150 level. I just want to shout at everybody, and it's been, sort of throwing out the names that are out there that are moving that maybe we can't cover. You cannot trade everything. That's what the community is about. The reason we say hit the like, hit the subscribe, grow the community is because I think we have the only trading community out there. There's other shows, I understand that, but I think we have the only true trading community where people are here to help each other. We're not looking to ask anything from you. We just want to learn from each other and all get better. That's what it's all about here. So congratulations to everybody that grabbed this. I gave you my reasons for not trading it during the earnings call. Clearly that was it wasn't the right decision. If you base things on results, which ultimately I think in the long run you do, in the short run you want to avoid that. You want to make sure you're doing the play that makes sense 9 times out of 10, so I don't like trading earnings. If it can hold on to 150, I'm talking about JP Morgan here. 2 levels I like. If it can hold on to 150, give a consolidation off this level, and the futures don't crap on themselves anymore, that's not a bad zone. But I want to see a consolidation. Give me a reason to get into that long, or it's just back to the 148 that I like from the daily. Those are the 2 big levels, so you trade the key prices. That happens to be a local breakout in the 50 period. You can see on the daily, that is a huge wall at 150 if it can hold. So I do like me some JP Morgan. AMC, I'm almost out of all of it because it's pretty darn close to $10. That should be obvious. It's bouncing off of 10.15. I'm going to give it a chance to hold lower. I don't see a reload zone that's obvious to me. And Affirm, the other short that we were in, This is not breaking pre-market low. So this is a bit of a cautionary move because I didn't get the short at the high. I didn't add to it on the rollover, probably should have. Now it's a questionable add here at VWAP because it's pretty tight to this bottom and it could not break the low of the day. So it's probably a situation where I do not want to fight this stock and I'll probably just have to tighten the stop up. But look no further than a 256 on Tesla really wants to go. And that just makes me think of Rivian. Like Rivian is, okay, so Tesla's at the low of the day. Market's off the lows. Rivian, which just rejected 20, is trying to break back out. And this is dancing in the middle of nowhere. Rivian doesn't even set up that well. Hampton's Trader, I like Obi short at 132.50 on Amazon. Hey, man. Damn sure Obi likes it too.
Yeah, little bit of a hold there, but yeah, I do like the idea. We're trading below that 15.3, definitely looking distinctly weak. We saw strong reasons to sell, kind of step down, so kind of going to be holding on to a little bit of that conviction for a bit, right? Yeah, definitely that 32.50 could be decent, but I'm watching the futures a little bit more. Apple softy kind of curling as well, very strong to the downside. Softy and Alpha as well, and Apple kind of pushing as well. So Amazon still holding in underneath this 133. We saw strong reasons to sell up here, and take a look at the NQs there, Neil. We're kind of looking like we're teetering more further to the downside below that 15.3. So I'm curious to know where we're going to go from here. But the ES also looking distinctly weak as well. Let's see if we can get that retest of that 132. On the day. Yeah, I was just looking at some of these volume leaders on the day as well. Today, Tesla definitely. I know we were talking about Tesla won for the books there. Kind of that 260 coming into play again. Can't really get back above that 260 on Tesla, and we're fading back down in towards that 255 as well. So that's definitely an interesting look. I know Palantir has been nice and interesting as well. But before we speak to that, passing it over to Brenda.
I was trying to.
Trading news provided today by Benzinga
yeah,
Pro, the
sorry.
official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale early now by clicking the link in the description and using coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. We have a lot of small caps moving right now, including EHang, which has won a type certificate from China's Civil Aviation Administration for its passenger-carrying UAV system. This one's definitely of note. We also have, this one's been talked about earlier as well, SASI. Sigma Additive Solutions has announced the signing of an agreement for the Nextrip acquisition. It's been valued at around $50 million. This one is definitely named to watch today if you look at this candle here. Last but not least, we have Biopath Holdings, BPTH. As you can see, this is its second day running. No significant news on this one yet, guys.
Sorry about that, Adara, not Brendo, but yeah.
I've made that mistake so many times, and thankfully Adara is really sweet about it. Like what'll happen is like we'll get the call in the ear for the segment, and I'm like I look at the desk and I'm like I can't tell who's going to be doing it, and then Ramin did say it, and that was my bad. I didn't get a chance to tell you. EHang, so this one is okay. I shouldn't use crashing and burning when something that crashes. It could have people in it, but not exactly a good open for EHang. So it comes all the way back. Actually bouncing off $20. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. It never held on to 23, but if you were to look at the daily chart, which is the thing we do around here, $20, kind of the next level, 20 and 19. If there's going to be a bounce, then 20 makes some sense, and then 19 is kind of where this thing was back on Monday. So there's probably a level in there somewhere. I don't think I trade EHang today. I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't think I trade that stock. Affirm, okay, here's a bit of a rollover. You try and grab that. I also wanted to get into AMD. Too late. Oh, what are you going to do? A lot of times, I wouldn't say automatically reverse things or automatically flip from long to short. But if I like a 107 level and it's really weak and the market goes under support, sometimes you can do that at the 107. But wow, it moved pretty fast. A lot of times I'm always thinking the overfills, like on AMC, like break VWAP, get some fills above 107 instead of getting filled underneath 107. But it doesn't matter. This one heads to the downside. I want to get to plug power here. It's at that high from the recent high, the local high. And that's this top. It's trying to punch through, having a little bit of trouble, but maybe worthy of a dip buy to join this trend. There's not many things that are strong, so when you find something strong and the market's a short, sometimes you psychologically you like going long. I think most people are kind of like that. I always want to find something strong that's maybe a trade. Plug looks like it. I've seen Enphase in the chat. I mean, yeah, it's kind of strong. But I see the move on Plug. I think it's a little bit easier to play trend on a $7 to $8 name making that move to the upside as opposed to Enphase, which is a much trickier buy on its light volume up at the highs. It's 700,000 shares, and it's usually a pretty decent spread on Enphase. So if I'm choosing between the two, I just find it's, whoops, I just typed in Plug on VCN, which is the Canadian markets. But yeah, Plug, maybe a bit of a dip buy into VWAP could make some sense here. Still in the same two shorts. I think I take a shot at AMD if I can get a little bit better off that 107 area.
Yeah, so just I guess going back to that Palantir we were talking about just now. Palantir, definitely decent on the day. We were looking at some of the support a little earlier there, that 1760, but a bit of a shelf on the week, and we did break below that. Now consolidating below that that level there on Palantir. The third volume gainer on my list here on U.S. equities for sure. Definitely doing some volume here. Definitely doing, I guess not really significant R-vol, but definitely a technical breakdown underneath this level right there. Take a look at the markets, Neil. Coming in real hot.
Oh my goodness!
We might be pushing that in. I think I forget who it was. That 132.50 short was nice. I got a little too aggressive too early there, and yeah, I kind of hesitated punching into the 60s and 70s. A bit of a lick grab off of this previous top potentially there. Let's see how far we can get down down into that 132. The NQs definitely showing signs of weakness through that 15.3. We saw strong reasons to sell right out the open. We saw strong reasons to sell move down or step down as well. And yeah, no, I think that some of the confluence is definitely lining up there on
Hang on a second.
on the market. Okay, all right, I'll take that. Thank you.
I was looking for an excuse to hit the word of the day, and I don't think you'd said confluence yet, but there's a perfect.
I might have.
The 132.50 level, we're just talking about running stops and like over-under fills.
Yeah.
So you look at the lower high,
saw what happened.
it's an
I saw
even
what was
dollar area,
happening. Yeah.
right? Like it gets to the upside, the market's relatively weak. So what happens? It breaks this, runs a bunch of stops. Like if you were short this name at VWAP or anywhere around there, like it's such an easy thing to say, oh, I'll put my stop at 132.5. It's like if it was in this range, you put your stop at 133. So it breaks the half, doesn't really get past 75, and then rolls over. So if you're looking for an entry, I call, another trader, another trader here called them the money fills, and I just co-opted it, but I like that. It's like when everyone else's stops are running, if you like the stair-step short, you're entering here. Like that, you're looking for that trade. By the way, I'm now trailing this bad boy. Bye-bye. Gates of hell to you. This was maybe, I don't necessarily like entries this shallow on a stock, so I might have missed an opportunity, but I'm now trailing this just above the $10 level on AMC. So I was unable to get a reload on AMC. I feel like that's, when the stock is falling like this, it's usually the case that it's not easy to get a reload because the one that's available to you is one you don't necessarily love. So I don't know where the bottom's gonna be here, but I did think it was $9.80 to 10. $9.80 to $10 if you look at the week. So that's here, that's $9.80, this is $10, so somewhere in the $9.80 range I'm looking for target out. I was able to get some more of a firm, so that continues to rock to the downside. Still won't break the low, like I'm getting back into it at lower highs, but it's not making the breakdown at 825 to give me 18s. Gonna give it that chance. If it only wants to give the 1% move, that's not the end of the world, but I mean, if this market gets anywhere near to the bottom, like I don't see any reason why we can't get a shot at a firm going even lower. So the NASDAQ not there yet. I'm now back into AMD, but in the other direction. And yes, Jesse, plug. Oh yeah, wow, it didn't even hold VWAP, did it? It's at VWAP, okay, maybe. The market's kind of weak, but if it can hold on to VWAP, you have the pre-market high, it broke out at 755, I'd give it a chance. Like maybe this can be a bit of a long here. We'll see. I want to see a consolidation. I'm not just going to jump into any long willy-nilly when the shorts have been much better.
Yeah, we're still teetering in and around underneath that 15.3 there, and that 132 as well. I guess I was watching some of these banks as well. Banks starting to look weak. We saw that JPM knocking on the door of 150, cracks right through it as we speak. Wow, I'm like, I literally was about to pull over to my level 2 there, and we cracked that 150 quite distinctly on JPM. Good reasons to sell up here, 153s, 152s, and I guess 150 now as well, looking a little heavy. Let's see if we can come back in, Neil, to that 148. I know that 148 was an interesting level in the morning. Definitely strong longs coming up off of that level, and then that 149 as well. So we're kind of straight quadunking back down towards some of these interesting prices on JPM. So definitely missed trades from me. I didn't have it on my sticky note. I am just kind of observing. We said we would kind of interact with some of these prices if and when they do come in later on in the day, and it seems like I'm not as focused as I should be, as we are missing some of these prices. But yeah, next trade is definitely the mindset that I'm trying to have, Neil. As of late, I've kind of been having a bit of an emotional struggle where I'm like, okay, well, you know, I miss a good trade, and I'm thinking about it like, oh, kind of like, oh, now I have to make up for it somehow. But I'm trying to catch myself because I understand and I know in theory that that's a very bad habit to fall into. It's very, very dangerous for sure. But yeah, no, something that I've found is like kind of like repeating to yourself and knowing and realizing that you are in that state is the first step. But after that, I'm still trying to figure out how I can kind of quell those thoughts. So I don't know.
So this is a very unscripted show. So like, you know, as we're going through, you think of things that are like fun and witty and smart to say. And I actually had a teaching thing I was going to tell you, and you literally just said it. So there's no point me even expanding. That was actually perfect, Obi. Let's go to the desk, and Adair is going to tell us what's going on in the crypto market.
Another update from the Sam Bankman-Fried trial going on right now. So yesterday it was reviewed, there was actually a recording played of Caroline Ellison as we were hearing testimony from some of the other members of FTX, basically showing that they were aware that FTX was basically, there was some borrowing with Alameda. So this was definitely of note and should have a major impact on the trial. We'll have to see how that goes. In terms of actual crypto movement, we are seeing a green candle up in Bitcoin right now anyway, after several candles to the downside. So we'll have to see how this goes. Generally, there isn't much happening in terms of the cryptocurrencies right now. Nothing is really moving more than 1%. We're seeing slight positivity on Bitcoin up about 0.35% right now. Ethereum is just below, just negative, and we are under that 1600, guys.
You think about missing it, and then, you know.
So yeah, Obi and I obviously, I think that was a great point there. Sometimes we just talked about missing trades. Okay, so that's number one. I've liked the short in Coinbase for a minute now. And by say a minute, I mean a really, really long-ish minute. I don't know why my daily chart's doing, but hey, look at it this week. You know how many executions we used to show our trades. You know, you'd be able to see the entry points and the exit points for like days going back. But I can tell you, I have not really benefited from this move down in Coinbase. And there's a lot of FOMO to be had because the same trade that I missed at the open yesterday was like right there at 77 when everything was falling at 11 o'clock. Like that, or sort of 1 o'clock. Like that's frustrating. And then again today. But the shorts have paid off. So you can't get too angry with yourself because you will never get every single trade out there. You just pick and choose. You know, I picked a firm. A firm is working, but it's not breaking down. Like you see what coin is doing, like breaking those lows, like lower lows all red, like what AMC is doing. Like that's nice, but the short that I picked, like one of them, while good, could be a heck of a lot better. But you got to live with the decisions that you make and then sort of move on from it. I might tighten this up. So this is now, I actually had my bid, never bid 985. If I'm going to bid 985, you should bid like 987. It's just those obvious 5-cent levels, especially on a stock like this, are kind of stupid. So the stop's already relatively tight. I'm just going to move my bid like a smidge. I'm saying smidge more because of Adara. That's her fault. when I say stuff like that, you can blame it on Adair. Oh, that's you? Sharif's saying he says smidge.
Damn, that was a very aggressive claim there. He's like, that's mine.
I gotta be honest, I don't know if I would be that aggressively claiming smidge, but that's up to you if you want to do that. I'm just saying. I keep hearing it, so now I'm saying it more. VFS is on the move. Spoiler alert, VFS up 5 cents is not a lot, or 5% is not a lot. That said, it is absolutely on the move. So it's just breaking 8 1/4. My daily chart hates me, so whatever. I'm gonna use my trade ideas chart to show you the higher time frame here on VFS because for some reason that's not loading. And again, you want to have a perspective in mind with these names. Like look at the daily chart. That is no movement whatsoever. None. But it's 5%. If it gets above $20, this goes nuts. If it gets to $10, it has a chance. Now, I'm not saying you can't win on it. Just remember that this stock has been a heck of a lot crazier than what you're seeing right here. My attention is going to go back over to AMD, which I reverse position, and now the market's making an attempt at a bounce here on AMD. So I got the short underneath VWAP. It wouldn't quite go halfway. Bit of a dip, but it's been steadily trending back to the upside. Could just have AMD wrong here, but I wanted to give it this chance off of VWAP to let the rest of these shorts continue to work. The market is bouncing, though. You read my mind, Cena. Cena 9714. Good name, by the way. 150. I thought maybe 148, but it's looking like 150 potentially on JPM. If the trend is your friend, well, this one's at least to the upside. Yeah, there goes AMD. AMD's not going to be the one today. Like, that's going to be my losing stock, and it'll happen. I traded the one level, tried a couple times long, lost. Well, won, then lost, and then on the short, just only lost. But let's stick to JPM here. I'm not jumping around to too many names. JPM was on the list for after the call, and after the call, it made the move up. It's now supporting the 150 level with the market finding some areas of support. So stick to the strongest names if you want that long.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of so I covered a piece there with a few reasons that showed up, but nothing too strong as we're still kind of building into this level here. But the concern is this 15.3, right? That 15.3 area, kind of a chop and a churn on the NQs, looking a little heavy. We did well, not really distinctly break, but we did break below it. After a couple of tests, after a little bit of testing around that level, and then now we're kind of pushing back into it. So the interesting thing now I want to observe to see is whether or not that 15.3 is now going to act as a little bit of resistance. We saw this kind of opening range low just being right above that 15.3 as well, and we kind of rejected that in the past 15-minute candle and broke below, and now we're kind of doing a bit of a reclaim and seeing if whether or not we can push back through that 15.3. So if that 15.3 stays as resistance, then I think we have a little bit of direction there, maybe some potential probability increase there as we pass it off to the desk.
Just seeing some comments here, guys, from UAW president saying Ford, General Motors, shares pair losses. UAW president saying not announcing any new expansion of strike, but I predict there are going to be a lot more strikes on the horizon. For some reason, that is a positive here. A little bit of a pop there for Ford.
Okay, I guess it doesn't take much when you've been beaten up this badly, right? Like it's still working off that 12 level. Yeah, this is a nothing burger on Ford. Like Ford needs to break away from 12 or break down to 11. Like one of those two things. Oh, there we go. We got target on AMC. So that trade is now, and now your failure is complete. I'm a nerd. Welcome. I am a nerd. The other thing about this, I forgot to mention this. So you just saw, there's another obvious reason. It just hit 10% to the downside, so it's SSR. Closed at $11. Obviously, that means it needs to break $10 to go SSR. I'm not saying it's going to bounce. When a stock gets short sell restricted, it's not as easy for people to drive the stock further down by aggressively selling it. Sometimes you can get a little bit of a bounce. These nuts, is Neil actually a nerd? Seriously? I'm the only person that drops Star Wars and Star Trek references. All the time I'm dropping 80s movie references, which is also telling you how old I am. It is what it is. Like, I proudly admit it. I have no issues. I was in the chess club in high school.
Ooh,
Deal
nice.
with that.
Same.
Oh,
I wasn't really good at it, but I was like, yeah, this is an opportunity to learn some chess. So I was part of the chess club at one point. And wait, no, not actually elementary school.
You gotta talk trash when you're playing chess.
Yeah.
I was also like, okay, I was a bit of a jock too. So I was the dude in chess club who was talking smack, which is I guess it wasn't really a thing. It was a thing to me, but I guess it wasn't really a thing. Some people didn't really like that. Yeah, I ran track as well. Like, I played sports. Like, I'm not saying whatever, man. Like, it's my preference, the things that I like. I did play a lot of sports too. Like, I was kind of on both sides of everything. What was I? It was something I was gonna say now, and now I completely forget. It'll come to me in a second. Oh yeah, Tesla. I knew I was gonna get to it eventually. So Tesla broke 256. Now I'm still thinking, oops, went the wrong direction in my chart. Let's just zoom it out here. I still think 253 is my Alamo. So 250, maybe 52, 53. Sometimes I draw an ugly line. I'm trying to remember why I like 53 instead of 52. I think it was because of the breakout last week, and then it held general support at that level. So this is like $2, $3 away from a support level that I like. And on a Friday, if it hunts that, it might just see 250. It might just be 250 on a dime. So let's be patient. Don't throw away that good money at bad. And that was another example. Someone said, I think your AMD out is a reload. I don't know. I don't want the stock that I'm the most aggressive on to be the one that I'm reading the most. The stock I'm reading the worst, right? So it's trading at the right level. Like 107 clearly has something going on with it, but I'm trading at 107 instead of away from 107, which means I don't have the best read on the stock. So I don't want this to be the most aggressive one. What I would say is it does appear that if it's a short, the fills are over, like we've been saying. Like, get the over fills into VWAP and don't be the one playing off the even level, which is what I've been doing. So the short's probably over here, which, oddly enough, as now someone said that to me, and the more I look at it, yeah, it's pretty plain to see. Like, the fills are, it's running stops over 107, and you want to short above 107, and then work that trade. Sometimes you have to take the hit a couple of times and then be called out for it to really reassess your read on the stock. And yeah, the short's probably in the quarter to 50 range on AMD when I'm shorting it at 107. Something was said in my ear, and I'm like 95% sure that it's go to the desk for sector watch with Adara. Wow, like we've been talking about that.
Pretty mixed board, but still pretty positive on the day so far here. Positive sectors include consumer non-durables, really strong right now. Health services, UNH leading the way after its earnings this morning. Utilities, industrial services, communications, also energy minerals as crude oil prices rise. Finance is another one, really strong after earnings from JPM, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, and Progressive here in that dark green. We have a bit more weakness in health technology, which is pretty mixed. Electronic tech and technology services are especially weak. Some weakness in these big tech names as well. Especially notable is Netflix, which has been bouncing down around that 1.5% area after receiving some negative analyst outlook, guys.
Ew, Netflix is approaching a small flat bottom break. It's not, I like flat bottom breaks on bigger levels. By the way, I'm taking the overfill on AMD. Sometimes you're just like, okay, fine, it hasn't been working, but take a second, reassess it, make a better judgment call. If a setup is there, still take the trade, regardless of what you've been doing on the stock. So it's there. Netflix, it's sort of a flat bottom break at 354. I prefer them when they're on bigger time frames. Like, I love a flat bottom break where it's taking out one of these types of levels on a daily, and then you also see it on the 15-minute over the course of a couple of weeks, and then it takes out the bottom. This is just a triple bottom. Overall. So I don't necessarily love that trade. As I mentioned, kind of taking a step back and saying if we're consolidating here for another move down, short the top end of the range so that you're not getting stopped out at 107 every single time. So I'm back into AMD. Red is buying Tesla at 251. I might go 250 if we see it today. I like it somewhere underneath that 53 level. It's just a matter of where. And Obi, you can't be hating that short the way the market is going here because the NASDAQ...
I'm hating myself a little bit.
Why?
On myself. Just the execution is like mediocre, right? You have an idea that's great, but the execution is shout out to Brankles. The execution is the edge, right?
True.
So it's like you can have all the ideas, it doesn't matter. Can you execute effectively? That's something I'm kind of I guess, again, work in progress, but like you said, a little too aggressive, a little too early, and that was a similar problem that I had yesterday. So as I have been having this problem quite more often, guess what one of the main focuses for this weekend is going to be? How to kind of quell that aggression a little bit.
I think that makes sense. I think, actually, I had a conversation with Brinkles, and we were saying, one of the things that you want to avoid, I'm just looking at Tesla here when I should have kept it on your chart. Can we throw, is that okay if we throw your chart back up?
The Tesla one?
No, literally the Amazon
Yeah,
one.
I just got out of everything. The 132 kind of failed to follow through to the downside. I was waiting at 70s. Doesn't really come in. Holds the 80s, rebids the 90s, and then 132 reclaim as the NQs and the SPYs, and the ES kind of catch a little bit of a bid. I saw how struggling this was on top of the 132, and I was like, okay, fine. If you want to struggle like that, I'm going to start piecing off of this.
Fair.
Best prices, yes. 132.50s, but I was getting aggressive down here in the 20s on top of the dollar. I got aggressive in here. This is where the position kind of started. And then, yeah, you kind of grab that top from before, because if you're going to sell off, and if you have a lot to sell, you might want to grab some liquidity before you do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I was sort of, all I was going to say, there was a line that I had from like a trader who, was kind of like an indirect mentor of mine. We didn't even cross paths trading on the floor that often. We had our own floor when he was at head office at this time. And I remember one thing he used to say, and then another trader used to say this as well that I really respect. And it was you never want to be getting aggressive into entry points when it's looking really bad. Sometimes you are taking it against you. That's just how it works.
Yep.
But you certainly don't want to be aggressively getting out just as it's starting to work.
Yeah.
Because what that'll mean is your best trade, you will have already taken all of it out, the majority of it out, just as it was starting to give you the win.
Yeah.
It's that's the point that when you're starting to feel confident about it. If you're confident about the trade, why are you getting out of it too aggressively early? Now, if it doesn't feel good, that makes a lot of sense. And like you were just saying, it doesn't necessarily feel good. I felt that way about Amazon from time to time today. Amazon. I said Amazon because you're in Amazon. AMD. But hey, you know what? At least this time, I'm short above VWAP, so if it just kind of hangs out in here and then rolls down, I'm in a better spot. And if it takes out the top here and starts running, at least I've given it a chance inside of this range to work. Just a quick update. A firm is making another slight bounce here. You know what? This is not nearly as weak as I would like. So yes, it has worked with some patience on this name, but it is not dropping the way that it has been the last couple of days. I'm not getting a firm is the worst stock in the universe feels today, like it was doing yesterday. Yesterday, it's worst stock in the world, worst stock in the world. It wasn't, but it felt that way at times. I'm not seeing that today, so I'm going to take some more out there. Make sure you ring the register if you can. Bao saying blood market, let's go, dump it by 2%. Well, that's a long way from here. I wouldn't necessarily complain because I don't have any long trades. And if you're wondering if AMC can continue to go to the downside, the answer would be a resounding yes. It may be SSR, and I may be thinking of an SSR bounce, but that doesn't mean I have to go long at every single level. I'm thinking $9.50 and then $9. It gets down to those prices, I might look for a little bit of a bounce play in AMD. Pretty crazy that you're finding big movers in a day where the market, overall, look what we've done.
Nothing.
The trades are out there. You can find a couple percentage points in a bunch of stocks. And sometimes, obviously AMC is going to move more than the average stock, but there's stocks out there giving you 1-2% easily. But the NASDAQ, come on, 15.35 up top. We haven't even tested overnight or yesterday's lows yet. So as bad as you might think the morning has been, if you're bullish, it's not doing anything yet. If we don't hang on to 15.2, this gets really nasty. Then you can start saying free fall Friday. I don't want to hear it till we break 15.2. How about I do this?
No, I think.
I don't know why.
Did you change that earlier? Because I didn't see that.
Well, I didn't think
earlier.
where the market was at. It made sense to be double bear. Not when we were kind of pushing to the upside. I think it was unresolved enough. And I was long and short. I had ideas I liked to the long side. I had ideas I liked to the short side. But 10 o'clock, when a trend emerged, only been short since until something sort of happens. So we'll do that bear thing, which probably means just punch long or something. I don't know.
I like that the dual combo, the bull and the bear, because I don't know, that's what I like. I'm not sure I can have a bigger picture idea, but like I'm more than willing to go long, go short on the same names, flip biases, use brand new information that's coming in to really kind of assess the movement on the trade. As you guys can see, we were long, we were short, we were long, and then we were short again. And it seems like the short is working out. I think Neil is 100% right about me aggressively getting out of this position as it finally starts to work. Yeah, definitely a lot more things I got to work on in my trading as, yeah, this level kind of comes back in. I got to make sure I don't still have that order sitting there. Okay, good. Imagine you just have a cover, have an order for a cover and cover your whole position. It comes right into it and then it buys you into the position. As we see the NQs, Neil, rejecting that 15-3. Oh my God. All right, next trade. Let's see what's up there. So some strong selling right there. The consolidation I see right here before we did open and got this push up into this opening range. The consolidation here on the NQs right before that was right here at that 15,250. So that's an interesting price I see right away. Let's see what we do in and around that 15,250. Whether we blast right through it, whether we show up, whether we show some trouble there for the sellers. Let's see what happens right there. Is that quick little consolidation where buyers did accelerate into the opening range in the pre-market right there on the NQ, so that's interesting to me. Yeah, sure. I did want to cover most of this in the 70s, 131.70s, and lo and behold, we come down into the 131.70s. But I have already covered most of my position on the 132. So, GG's.
Huh?
GG's. Good game. Good game. It's a gamer terminology. So it's just like, okay, well that's fine. You know what? Next trade is what I'll be looking for there. This is, let's see. If
I did know that.
Okay.
I don't want people like, it's like actually I kind of, it just for a second it slipped my mind there.
But here's my thing. A lot of people get disappointed when I like, I guess I treat the market like gaming. But the thing is, not just any type of game. You got to be like it's like ranked. It's beyond ranked. Like you're playing competitive gaming, and all of the same type of structure and mindset that comes with competitive gaming will also carry over into the market. So definitely GG's. So.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like I know a lot of people that have that gaming mentality, quick decision making, confidence. Obviously, quick decision making is definitely vital. But before I rag on, because I'm about to thank somebody, I'm about to thank you guys in the chat for something when we come back from Adara at the desk. It is time for Money Talks.
A lot of interesting movement with the USD here. We have the 15-minute chart showing how it's been reacting to economic data within the last 2 days. So we had this giant push up after we got the CPI data yesterday. And then when the bonds auction occurred, when we saw that drop in the stocks, we saw this other rise in the USD. Over here, this area here, we had when we had the import-export data. And then this now push up is after the Michigan consumer sentiment was a bit lower. So really interesting to see how this movement reacts directly to data we're getting. We also have the USD CAD is actually a bit lower because of the oil prices. So even though the USD has been stronger, the oil rally has been giving the CAD a little bit of an edge. As you can see, we saw some growth yesterday on the USD, but now we are lagging a bit to the CAD, guys.
There you go.
Minimum, right?
Thank you very much, Adara. You have to keep your eyes. Regardless of what you use, if you're momentum trading, it could be the futures, it could be treasuries, it could be, it certainly could be the dollar. You know, you should. A lot of traders have something. You could be looking at a specific ETF, right? Like you could be maybe you're looking at SOXL because you trade only the chips. Right? Like that could be your jam. I tend to have it up if I'm trading multiple chip names myself. But I said I was going to thank you guys in the chat, so I'm going to do that. My Hamptons trader, I already hit a couple of them. Okay, I haven't had the best read on AMD, so I'm going to be a little bit conservative with the outs. I took some out at VWAP. I took some out at that previous stop zone that I was using, like about 106.80. I took some out there as well. But there was a holler in the chat saying, hey, man, like, go back and look at AMD. Like, your exit looks like an entry point. Okay, so I was long off 107, and that was dead wrong. The long was actually better underneath 107 to be able to play that top. The trend was to the downside. And the actual good entries on the short, look at this. It was clearly above 107. I shorted the lower high anyways and stopped out. However, I was told, you know what, Neil, you might be dead wrong about that, and it might be a good entry off of those overfills. So take overfills and win. And the weird thing about it, and this is what's actually really weird about this, is we were just talking about that. Like on AMC, it's like the money fills are above VWAP and above this support level if you like the short. There's an SSR bounce at 950 that I might have just missed doing this analysis. But sometimes you've got to go back and say, well, if I like the overfills and I liked it here to be adding, then why was I not doing that on AMD? And my answer was, I don't have a good reason as to why I was not doing that. So just do it, right? Despite the fact that AMD was the worst stock, if you can take a step back and say, this is what I was doing wrong, this is what I should be doing on it, then just flip that script. And then once you've done that, just make the next trade. As much as Obi was saying it, just make the next trade. Good decisions will lead to you ringing the bank or the register, or whatever you want to call it. But you got to start by making good decisions. Sometimes it's recognizing bad ones. That's what this is all about. This is why when the market's flushing, we can take advantage of it, because everyone's helping everybody. You guys in the chat were yelling at me for being an idiot on AMD. So you flip the script up a little bit and get yourself a better entry point. Apple is plunging to the downside. Apple 180 just broke. 170, okay, we're not going to get to 177. I got a fancy line drawn at 77, but 178 looks a little bit interesting if it can get to that price for a bit of a dip on that name. It's Friday the 13th and the market's going down, despite the fact that somebody told us that it's not usually a thing. Apparently it is today. I'm not calling anybody out. They may have just walked past me. I don't know. I'm just saying. Friday the 13th, the market doesn't go down.
Damn.
We're falling now. We're falling now. We got 5 minutes, and we're going to throw it over to the midday. Should be an absolute blast. Adair's been kicking butt. We'll have Sharif as well. But 5 minutes to go. I don't know. You like the long on AMD or Amazon?
Yeah, a little bit. Again, we talked about being a little patient. I see some things on the tape. I'm like, okay, yeah, I want to get long here, and it goes about 20 pennies out of the money. But like, yeah. That was, I guess, looking for a quick bounce there. That 15-2 comes in as well. A little bit of a failure to follow through of day low as well. Guys who are punching in to the low. I know there are other, not only other traders trading that, but definitely algos playing false breaks for sure. And yeah, so let's see how well this low a day does on the initial breakdown. And that 15-2 hold is looking pretty decent as well. So yeah, I did get a little bit long here on top of the 131 on the Amazon, and also a little bit of a confluence with a key level from before. So yeah, I do like the long.
Is that even what it is in French?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think it is. Confluence?
No, I just said it like that.
It can't be. I just feel like if you just say it, but if you just say it in a French way, like maybe that's what it is. I'm gonna get back over to. Cool. Look, I actually saw someone just say like, hollered and look at Intel. Intel down 2% already, so that is clearly weaker than the overall market. I don't know, like what gave us this hint that it's weaker than the overall market? I can't really put my finger on it. It's plunging like sometimes Intel does, but 36, every even dollar is pretty respectable on this stock. For bounces, just because it's a cheaper stock. Usually when it gets to an even dollar, it's pretty good. So if it can get down there, I might look for a bounce. I don't think it's an automatic bounce. I am still short AMD. I want to give this every chance to get and break the low of the day. I'll respect the fact that it has had trouble breaking the low of the day, the same way I'll respect the fact that a firm was having trouble breaking the low of the day, but you know what? That's actually wicked the 18 level. This felt like it was going to fall over with everything else. Suddenly, life ain't so easy to me on the short and Affirm. No one's gonna get that one, so it's an old R&B song. But Affirm bouncing off that 18. I think I need to figure out where I want to trail this one. We got 3 minutes to go. The short's been paying off, but it is that time of day where you're looking for potential bounces. Yeah. Not for sure, but potential ones. And shout out to Python Programming. Thanks for the show. OBLG to the upside. Thoughts? Any insight appreciated. Hey man, that's all we're here for. We can look at a chart and we can tell you what we think. I don't know oblong, the stock. I know what the shape is. Okay, so pardon my my making a face. This doesn't look very good. I don't know, was this a reverse split or is it just, no, it can't be a reverse split because it would be down. So this just gapped up broke $1, failed $1, and came all the way back to its close price. That doesn't look great. All right, like what's the possible... I don't know the story here, but obviously, like something obviously happened in the stock that I don't know. And it's already failed $1. It's already failed 50 cents on the way back in. It's trying to consolidate at the previous close. I guess that's, if I'm going to give you an answer, it's holding on to its weak support. So if you're not in it, maybe you can bounce off that. That's a really large rejection that I would usually not play a bounce on that day one. I think if it comes all the way back in and can hold it for a few days, then it's got the same support from before, and then you look for a move back to the upside that's a fraction of the move before. I used to trade penny stocks, and I would never want that long. Like I might like this long on a penny stock because you're dipping down into a previous resistance level. It's fallen too far too fast. You get a quick little bounce play. That's your 40 to 50, bag your 20%, and then walk away from it. But that's way too bearish. It needs to settle down for a couple of days. That's nasty. I don't know what that is. You guys tell me. Good luck with that, Python, but that's not a very good looking chart if you're thinking about a long trade. Sassy is starting to come back in here. I'm going to end off with this. I'll throw it to you in a second, Obi, but Sassy just does not seem to have the juice above 7, yet it's not falling apart. Higher lows, that's a good sign. I'm expecting this is going to make a dollar move at some point. Maybe this is a lunch money special if it can hold on to the trend line here. But be patient with this. It's going to make a move today. This is not going to hang out in the 50-cent range. I promise you that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so we did get that little bit of a bounce there. Nothing too crazy, it would seem. But yeah, so just trying to get in as much as possible on into the right side of this move here. And it seems like we're getting a little bit of a bid there as that 15-2 holds quite well, straight quadrunk to the downside, right? And yeah, okay, so we've pieced out of most of that. Like I said, I just wanted to take that quick failure to follow through trade. But yeah, if this is the bottom, who knows? I'm still holding on to a small piece right there just to see if that comes into fruition. We know that 132 has been kind of a level of interest. And if we are going to continue to the downside in a healthy manner, I am looking for kind of, you know, drops and pops, kind of like a churn to the downside, a trend range, if you want to call it, to the downside as well. So a little bit of a healthy price action happening here on the Amazon as the NQs looks for a little bit of direction off of this 15-2 at the same time. So yeah, just gonna continue staying scalping some of these moves, and yeah, a little bit of a tilt there off missing this trade. But like I said, like I keep reiterating to myself, and more for myself than you guys. But yeah, next trade. Gotta keep that mental as iced as possible.
And speaking of next trade, before we send you out to midday, I know it's past 11 o'clock, but I'm just going to throw out ARM is almost at $50. ARM, since the IPO, 50 is the low. I mean, the IPO issue was 51 and the open price was 56, but the bottom has been the $50 level on ARM. It's about to test that monster level. We'll see if there's a big defense of that one. But for now, we'll be back. I'll be back for a little bit of lunch money at 12 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. The after show recap will happen with a special guest as well. And but for now, you're heading right on over to the midday. We've got the professor. We've got Adara. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the midday show. That's your girl Adara. I am Sharif, and we're brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the good folks there at Search Trader. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm here. We're trying to trade some banks. We're going to see what happens, yeah.
Cool. You were telling me some stuff this morning about AMC. You want to take us through it?
Yeah, I mean, we'll talk about AMC. I'm not currently in AMC because AMC is making me a little scared, a skosh nervous.
Okay.
I think it seems like a bit of a short, but I'll pull it up for everyone. It's down 11% right now. So it's down 11% right now. We're seeing, you know, a little bit of momentum upwards here. It looks like this did end up being a sell the news event as much as I kept telling myself it was going to be a buy the news event. You know what? It is what it is, though. I will talk about a trade that I am in right now, although I do think I got into it a little bit early in retrospect. Although maybe not, I don't know. Wells Fargo, I was getting in because we were seeing that earnings strength. Even as the rest of the market was kind of going down, we did see this immediate rebound. We're still seeing a lot of strength from all these bank names. I also have JP Morgan on my side chart. I'll get to that one in a minute. But Wells Fargo I liked because we were seeing, you know, these slightly higher highs here. This is the 10-day. I'll get to the 10-day, 5 minute, 10 minutes. Sorry, here's the 5 minute. Once I got in, I was like, oh, maybe I should have waited for it to go below the VWAP. But it's showing a bit of support here, which is kind of why I got in when I did. I did watch the book for a little bit longer. 1 cent spread on, like, you know, the smaller part of this here. I mean, yeah, we'll keep it in it for now. We're going to keep an eye out. I don't dislike the movement that we're seeing. I also have JPM, which I mentioned too, which is having, as we're approaching VWAP, that's when I'm really got my eye on it here. It's literally on the side chart. The second it edges a little bit higher, maybe even now. I think maybe we'll hop in this one now. But yeah, the point I'm trying to make is I like these bank names. We have Catalyst. We have market strength or recovery. I guess JPM was hit a little bit harder than Wells Fargo when the rest of the market went down. But I'm still looking at JP Morgan. We're going to trade some banks, and we're going to see if the Swifties can make AMC rally back.
Yeah, I didn't actually watch a game yesterday, but I saw little tidbits of Taylor Swift at the game. But yeah, good game. Looks like the Chiefs dominated that division series with the Broncos. They're now 1-5. Tough look there. All right, let's talk about the 8 side charts here. Most of them, the small cap gappers du jour, saving except for one. That is by the name of JPM. That's in the middle chart right here. So EH, the Chinese eVTOL company, kind of giving up the ghost after making a big boy move at that 7 a.m., getting the certification from the Chinese regulator, moving up all the way into $39. And then there you go, the retracement. Now, just a little bit above yesterday's close. We closed yesterday 17 and change, about 17 and teens, 13, 14, can't really quite tell from there. $20, an interesting level holding for now, but definitely not looking to jump into this as the volume is dropping off markedly, and we're continuing to make lower lows and lower highs, so don't want to involve myself in the long position on this bad boy. BPTH, another big mover, triple digits. We talked about this. These guys come in waves, and the triple digits have been starting ever since TPST made a 4-digit move a couple of days ago. BPTH, though, no slouch either, definitely doing its dance with $1. $1 has been a very clear resistance level for the stock this morning. It opened up a little bit higher than that at 4 a.m. at $1.07 or so, gapped up into 126. But you know, when the more liquid part of the day came in, it's really been having a lot of trouble breaking and holding above $1. You know, these perfunctory breaks, quick wicks, and retracements in back down. The other one I mentioned, JPM, we'll get to that in a sec. TPST, look, you know, it's off its $11.50 high that we made on October 11th. Had a bit of a volatile day yesterday too. Volume definitely dropping off, but giving you opportunities. No, unquestionably though, lower highs and lower lows, but you were able to get something today off that 350. It's been 3 times recycled level. Dips into 350 have been paying the bills if you're able to get that. MNTS, the one that I traded yesterday very successfully and that I'm in again right now. Looks like I think I probably may have taken a profit taker. Did we get a? No, I was waiting at 54s and it looks like we just got to 54. So that's why it's not reflected on the board there. But looking to make higher highs and higher lows. MNTS looking for day number 2 after had a really nice day yesterday, topping out at that 4 1/3. But as you can see here, you know, just it's a V-shaped, a Christmas tree retracement, as Randy likes to say, where we get a big move up and a big move down. V-shape retracement on that. Sassy, Neil mentioning this one earlier. This is another triple-digit name, if I'm not, yeah, I am correct. 160% to the high side is Sassy, but it is below VWAP, so it is on my S list for trading to the north side. It's got to get above that 6 3/4, but that 6 1/4 level, very interesting. You've got a trough here initially at 10 a.m., held that level, and now it's holding it again at 6 1/4, 6 1/3. Keep your eye on Sassy, but you know, it may be done for the day. All these lower highs really don't have me too enthusiastic about it. And then, yeah, the position board now reflecting my out there on MNTS. We're long 42s. We just got a beak wetter there at 56. But this one, as soon as it makes highs, it retraces. This is kind of something, part of its modus operandi, hence why I have an area to re-add here in front of VWAP to take advantage of these dips. So MNTS makes highs and then aggressively retraces, and you can see that on every time it's made a new high, whether it was what we were trading yesterday or this morning's price action. Look over here. We make a new high, aggressive retracement into VWAP. We test highs, aggressive retracement back into VWAP. So something you should kind of be able to characterize with this stock's price action. Be willing to take the risk, otherwise don't jump into this name.
I guess we should probably address my old friend Stressla. I guess we'll address the Wells Fargo first. Yeah, so like I said, I probably should have waited to get in below VWAP. I realized that immediately after I got into the position, which is definitely my bad. I don't know how long we're going to stay here. We're going to play it by ear. We're also in JP Morgan, which is here. This one again, yeah, I feel like we were seeing this rise up, and then the second I got into it, it fell a little bit. We're gonna stay in for now because I do think this one especially is just cycling towards VWAP, although we are getting closer to that 150. I find like every time I get into a trade around 11, I feel really good about it at first, and then the whole market kind of does sad things. I don't know, but we're also gonna look at Mr. Stressla because I saw some love would be a strong word, but I saw some mentions of Tesla in the chat. We know I like trading Tesla, so I'll pull it up. Okay. Now we're seeing a little bit of some movement upwards here. I was initially really interested in this one around like that 9:30 area. Just seeing that casual movement upwards here, and then at 10 a.m. when we got that Michigan consumer sentiment, everything kind of flushed to the downside because I was getting really excited about this name when I was noticing, this movement upward. Alas, it was not meant to be. We might be seeing some movement up here. It might be a baby dip play. In the meantime, not something that I'm going to get into. We're going to be good about this. I also want to look at NVIDIA, which is another mega cap name that I do trade sometimes. I started trading it this week. But you know what I mean? Like this one, I'm going to switch to a 3-minute here too, just to kind of compare. Yeah, so we're seeing, I guess, a bit of movement up here. I am going to wait and see. Again, I like VWAP as a key level. We're going to see what it does around VWAP. But in the meantime, yeah, I'm in Wells Fargo. I'm in JP Morgan. We're going to collect all the banks. No, I'm joking, but we'll see what happens with these bank names because they do have strong catalysts. With that in mind, I also want to look at Progressive because this was another one. This was up when I was doing the sector watch. This was up almost 8%, up almost 7% now. As we jump around VWAP and as it has strength, because this one also had an earnings report today, this morning, along with a lot of those other bank investment names, we are keeping an eye on PGR. I like the movement. I like that we're approaching VWAP. I think this has some potential for right now.
Cool. All right. We didn't look at the NQ Adara or the ES, so we'll have a look at the market conditions right now. Look, I mean, it's been a bad little, I guess, maybe almost 24 hours. At 1 o'clock, it'll be 24 hours. That's because 1 o'clock was the 30-year bond auction yesterday, which was met with underwhelming demand. As a result, here you can see the sell-off. This is when it says 12 o'clock. It's Central Time, so it's 1 o'clock Eastern. That big move down, and it did not stop. There is nary a green candle on the 5-minute chart. There's one here at 1:45. Otherwise, it is one symphony of red candles to the downside. But we were able to retrace a little bit, closing up above 300, 15,315, where we closed out yesterday. Hence this entry. And then this morning we get up into 15,3 2/3, but that is as good as we could do. That's the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons in the chat. But here we are at another 100-point level, and we're doing that dance with no pants at 15.2. But here's the thing. It looks like the sellers are in control. Why? Well, first of all, it's a downtrend. It's a very clear marked downtrend. And then the buys into 15.2 are all being met with high wicks with lower bodies, right? Look at this candle developing right now, albeit, sure, it hasn't closed. Goes up into 15.2, boom. Sellers overwhelming buyers and pushing it south. of that. So unless this one starts really curling and you see the opposite, where the wicks are to the bottom and the closing bodies are to the top north of 15.2, this market's going to continue to head south. Where, you ask? Good question. I mean, I have no idea, right? We're going to have to do a little bit of zoom in here to figure out where the next support level is. Well, we're at one right now. We're at October 9th's close, 15,187. We just blew below that. We got to 15,167, but that was a quick wick. We could find some support around there. Below that, we're looking at 15,000, really, because there's really not many closing prints or consolidation areas between 15,187 and 15,000. So it is going to be an interesting time here to see if we can actually find some support at the 200-point level, or whether we're just going to continue to downtrend. Now, obviously, goes without saying, the big move down in the ES and the NQ usually signals a big move down in the mega cap names. And here are the Mag 7. Let's have a look at them. Now, starting with the least weak of the bunch, I'm going to have to point out Mr. Softy, down only 0.5%. Got to about 333.83. That's the high. Now dancing with that 330 level, just a smidge below at 329.5. Second weakest of the bunch, AAPL. This stock has been strong lately after the big sell-off in August and September, but today definitely not able to break yesterday's highs. They're at 182 1/3, but definitely not breaking the lows that we made on the 30-year auction down when we got to about 179. So far, still on an inside day on AAPL. The weakest of the bunch. Let's point out here, a shout out our friend SPCE and Meta. Yes, SPCE looking a little bit more bullish than Meta at the moment, finding some support at that 254. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles on the 5-minute chart, whereas Meta, it doesn't look like it's finding any support, blowing through that 320 level that had been dancing with in the pre-market around 6 a.m. That was a low. Getting to that new low of day, 318.36. That takes us back into whatever day's close, hence the horizontal trend line there, which denotes a previous day's close. But yeah, all the Mag 7 looking eerily similar to one another, down and to the right today as the futures sell off decidedly. Back quickly to MNTS here before we send it back to Adara. Still got that one out at 55, waiting to see if this one is going to trend back down into VWAP so I can reload on the position, or whether we're going to break that level and we're going to have to get out of the trade.
Yeah, so because you mentioned SPCE, I mentioned I was also looking at SPCE, BOVESPA, Tesla, what have you. I would like to see what it does at 255, because we are seeing these candles upwards. I'm trying to make better trading plans. You know what I mean? So as we kind of get close-ish to VWAP, although now as I say that, we just flush down below 254.50. But I'm not doing anything till we see that 255, until we see what we do at 255. I'm going to say that now, and I'm going to hold to that. Hopefully, fingers crossed. In the meantime, my banks seem to be a skosh sad right now. We're going to look at WFC, which, again, I admit, this one I'm going to hold on to more so than the JPM trade, which I'll get to in a moment, just because at least with Wells Fargo, we're still near VWAP. I should have gotten in when we were below VWAP instead of, I was thinking on, I was kind of thinking at the time, it was like, oh, we're going to, go higher up again. I should have literally waited to see what we did at VWAP. That was absolutely my bad, but that's why I'm going to wait on this one, because I do still think, because we have those earnings and we have the pattern we have here, I do think we have potential to go back up on this one. So this one I'm going to be a skosh more patient with. But JPM, though, I got to say, I'm losing a little bit of hope. So we got in here because we were seeing, this kind of stutter step up towards the VWAP. We were seeing, some kind of play around VWAP here. We got kind of close, back down a little bit. I was thinking, and we were seeing also some support around that 150.50, which is why I got in where I did. But yeah, now we're kind of going low. We're about 50 cents out from where I got in. We're kind of cycling around that point, though. I will say, to JPM's credit, we're not really sticking below that 150. So there could still be some strength there. I am going to wait and see. Might take out part of the position. We shall see what we shall see. But yeah, I say of the two of these names, I think I have more faith in WFC right now. I want to look as well at Netflix, because we did have those analyst downgrades today. Okay, this one is doing some. We got actually like 5 green candles up on the 5-minute right now. But given all the analyst downgrades, there was also some concern with Nathan MoffettNathanson, just flipped the name there, sorry. They did, I guess, a survey that showed that there was not as much interest in the password sharing or people getting their own accounts who used to be sharing passwords. So we've kind of talked about this a couple days ago too here. But yeah, I guess people who are going to password share aren't necessarily going to be the same ones who are going to get the accounts of their own. So yeah, I mean, that's of note. That kind of was the vibe here. We're down almost 2% on Netflix, even though we do still have the green candles right now.
And the thing is, like, they did see a surge in new accounts after the password sharing crackdown, but they didn't get the accounts that they wanted, Adair. They wanted those advertising accounts so they could advertise to those bad boys. It depends on how much you watch. So, for example, if you're paying me $12 a month, do you think I'm just satisfied with that $12?
No, you won't.
Right? Because then if you watch a whole bunch of shows, which is what younger people do, I can keep showing you those ads and make more money off you than that $12. So they were really looking for those advertising to your accounts, and they didn't get them. Right, which is interesting. People opted for the non-one, so it makes you wonder, like, what their modus operandi is going to be in the future. Whether there's actually going to be non-advertising accounts, or whether they're all going to go into that advertising model. They really want to be an advertising company.
Yeah, well, I think because a lot of companies, you know, like Instacart kind of modeled itself as an ad company.
Exactly.
There are a lot of these companies that are kind of having that strategy, so it makes sense that they would want that, and it will be interesting, especially in light of these downgrades, to see what they kind of do in response to this.
I agree 100%. Yeah, good call with that Instacart. That's another one that kind of is, you know, deceptively looks like a shopping company or delivery company, but is really an advertising company. I wonder how much Pepsi shows up to pay when you search Coke or Coke Zero, because they do. That's what they do. That's their modus operandi. So we'll have to wait and see how that one works out. Keeping an eye on the future at that 15.2. There's a bit of a fight as expected between buyers and sellers at that 100-point level, but not manifesting into anything. If I had to choose, I'd say it looks more downside-ish at the moment, but you know, not going to really make a statement on that. All right, the next profit-taking level here is about to trigger. Should we cross on 54, showing 54s on the ask on MNTS, 53 on the bid. It's got to cross to get printed. It's opening up a little bit. Hampton's trader was asking, he's like, you know, can you explain what you're looking at on MNTS? Well, absolutely. I mean, we traded this bad boy yesterday to great success. Let's zoom back here and see if we're able to get, there it is. So we got in, we knew that that $0.50 level was an area of resistance. I'm talking about the $2.50 level, right? Because we saw it crest up, reject. It had another little bit of a test at 2.5, rejected, and then finally we got up to 2.5, broke it, you know, but old man hands can't hang, and we couldn't really, I didn't have the proper trigger on it at 2.5, so waited until it pulled back, got 56s, but that ended up being a good story because, well, look at the big move. We made about almost $1 on it, but then, you know, really lamented having gotten out everything too early as it made its way, you know, $1 north of there. So it's a multi-day runner, MNTS up another 25% today, but still within yesterday's range. And there you go. See, that's what happens when the spread opens up. You cross, but you don't get printed, which is fine. So we're still within yesterday's range. Why I like it though today, higher highs, higher lows above VWAP. It's got a catalyst from yesterday, and you know, it doesn't trade as erratically as some of these halters. Therefore, I can manage risk a little bit more on this name. The problem with this one, though, it has this, you know, habit of coming close to or making new highs and then immediately retracing off those levels. So you have to be prepared with profit takers or be watching it like a hawk and use, have quick outs. So MNTS continuing to give. I've got another dip trade set up should it come back into VWAP, but right now it is a little consolidative. But the good news about this is the higher lows are showing me that buyers are continuing to buy the dips more than the sellers are selling into that flat top. The flat top being, you know, it's essentially the $0.50, but you have wicks into the 60s and high 50s. So I like this one. It's continuing to go. Whether or not it does, an entirely different story. Yeah, no problem, Hampton's Trader. Shout out to you. I know that you are interested, like myself, in the small cap gappers, Adair.
Yeah. So I'm really happy. I made the right call on Wells Fargo, although I still didn't enter in the right place. We are swooshing above VWAP, swooping above VWAP, what have you. We're going to stay in the sky for a little bit because we're going to get above where I entered, and that will be good times. In retrospect, definitely should have waited until we get below that VWAP. But, you know, it worked out. The movement was still there. In the meantime, we didn't take anything out of JPM because we got a little bit of momentum. We caught some heat, and it worked. We're still pulsing above VWAP here. So the banks are printing money. Terrible pun. But we're gonna see what happens. I'm happy with these bank. Pardon?
I like that pun.
Thank you. I have a problem with puns. I see one, and I will use it.
Bigger.
Also, the Hayes Records, thank you so much for the super chat. McDonald's on low-key made me buy a burger. Genius ad. I guess the Disney show or the Marvel show on Disney. Yeah, I was not aware of that. That's interesting. I feel like like we were talking, right, with Instacart and Netflix, it feels like these ads are kind of permeating a lot of businesses that weren't originally ad businesses, right? So it's interesting. Also, Jameson Barnett, Adara, what is your dream car? I can't drive. But I like the look of a Jeep. Kind of a weird, I like the boxy cars.
Which Jeep though?
I like
Wrangler?
Yes, the Wrangler.
Yeah.
I also like the Nissan Cube. I like the Chevy HHR. I like a boxy looking car. But yeah, so both our trades are positive right now. We're in the case of Wells Fargo. We're just kind of swooshing up here then. But yeah, and so I accidentally full screen that. I also want to look at CART because when we were thinking about CART, I looked at CART, and CART is weirdly up on the day. We're approaching VWAP. It's not a trade that I would get into though because our volume is under 500,000 and we have a 3-cent spread. But I just thought, you know, I wanted to show this one a little bit of love because we were talking about it 2 seconds ago, and the movement here is actually interesting, and I'm shocked to say that it's up on the day. So I did want to give CART a little bit of love there. But yeah, we are in the banks right now. That's my big trade. I also want to give a shout out to Tesla, or I guess not a shout out, shout down, I don't know. I said I wasn't going to get in until I saw what it did at 255. Tesla said, nah, we're going to go to 253. So we're not getting in on this name for now. But yeah, I still wanted to look at it. Like, we're below 2% to the downside now. This name does not want to stay positive. We were like positive for 2 seconds here right before 10 a.m. and then it took that giant swoop to the downside. Yeah, definitely interesting. We are still having a lot of negativity in these names, but I want to look at Apple as well because I know that Apple was having, yeah, okay, Apple's like red candle after red candle after red candle in the 5-minute. This one also, I saw that there is a class action suit about how those Apple tags, is that what they're called? I need to look up the name of this, are being used for stalking. So that is, I think, of interest here. Yeah, they're Apple AirTags, that's what they're called. So yeah, so I mean, I highly doubt that's what's moving the market, but it's just, you know, interesting story I saw here. Looks like we were almost trying to go for VWAP just after 10, and then we just took a giant hit. But yeah, definitely one to watch. In the meantime, it looks like my banks are having a moment again, so I should probably cash out that ATM. I'm gonna throw it over to Sharif.
Yeah, wow. JP Morgan, it's below VWAP. VWAP is $1.50. 150, but it's really holding, 151, excuse me. But it's really holding that 150 level quite well. But, you know, the ES is really tanking, as with the NQ. Looks like 15.2 is not going to be an area of support that we're going to really be talking about too much longer here if we continue to trend in the direction that we are. But look at the 150 hold here. The dips into 150 are all being bought up for the moment on JP Morgan. My only concern is we crested out here and rejected VWAP at 151, so there's a lower high. Obviously, we had a flat top attempt here at 152.5, 153, which didn't materialize, largely probably due to the weakness in the overall market. I just wonder how long this 150 holds. Oh, and if it holds, whether it will be a nice dip buy area for a possible market move up. JP Morgan obviously had great report this morning. It is, you know, it's not without its concerns, right? A lot of interest income is being reported here, and interest income is great so long as the consumer stays a little bit strong. I mean, if the consumer has cash with which to deposit, right? We'll see. I think the issue with it, you're having a lot weaker mortgage demand. I think the mortgage demand was as weak as the weakest it's been since 2007. If you're not generating money off mortgages, if you're not generating money off other leveraged products, it's a tough look. In addition to that, you know, I mean, they're taking huge hits on their longer dated treasuries, the 30-year bonds that they're buying with consumer deposits are all probably underwater now, and they don't even have to market this stuff. Jamie Dimon taking a real stance against these new deposit requirements that the regulator wants these banks to have too. So we'll see if that affects their balance sheet, because if they're increasing their loan loss provisions for bad loans in addition to what they have to have capitalized to meet the new regulatory requirements, all this money can't be shown on the balance sheet as profit or net income. So we'll see. We'll have to wait and see how they do, but it's a very interesting look for some of these banks. They all did well, 3 for 3 this morning, all beating on the top and bottom line. All right, 15,150 coming in here on the NQ, and Huadunk goes a lot of these, bigger tech names. Now I'm going to have to really start looking for the short here, because I don't know if we're going to find any sort of support. Now, with respect to my MNTS, long, got another profit taker at 55s, but here we go right back down as we test that 55 area into my entry. So break even on it for the moment. Have some profit takers at 60 and 69. If it makes its way back up there, I wanna be able to take a little bit of profit off. Just looking up at my top scanner here, seeing a new stock by the name of TANH show up. Tantech Holdings made a big move up off that $1.50 close yesterday to 263, up 36 1/3, but retracing aggressively now right at that $2 area. Let me bring it in and show you guys real quick. Don't know what the headline on this bad boy is. It doesn't really matter, does it? Big move up, though, this morning. Did this have a move yesterday? It did.
I was going to say, I remember seeing that name yesterday.
Yeah, there you go. Had a big move up yesterday into about 3 1/4, so we're still very much an inside day between yesterday's lows and highs, but we got up to 2 2/3, so we'll keep an eye on this one and see if it continues to make a move, Adara.
Yeah. So I'm seeing some talks about a Meta short, Meta dropping, so I would like to pull up Mr. Meta or Ms. Meta, I don't know, down 2%. This looks honestly like I feel like the shorting seems to be the move for most of these NQ names, most of these big tech names, but I think, Meta is loop. Absolutely, Koduk, we're down. We're not having a good time. We're below that 320. We're below that 318 even now. Also, someone mentioned here in the chat, Eric, Adara, be careful with Tesla. Yeah, like I said, I'm not getting into Tesla. I have a specific point. If we get to 255, I'll consider Tesla. But like I said, we're being good today. We're going to be good traders. When I say we, I mean me. And we're not going to get into Tesla until I see that point that I want. Because I was hearing a lot today and yesterday too about just people say this in general, but I feel like after yesterday's trading day, I was kind of taking some notes, taking stock, and just being really prepared and thinking about specific levels before you get into a trade or before you consider what names you're looking at, I think is really important. So that's my big thing I'm taking into the day. And with that in mind, unless Tesla hits 255 and has some support there, that's a no for me. He's going to be stressless. I also want to look at AMC again, AMC. AMC does not have, the Swifties they did not do what I thought they'd do to the market. In retrospect, I guess that makes sense. We're down 14% on AMC today, especially given we had a lot of strength a couple days building up to this. I'm actually going to show the daily again, because I was looking at the daily yesterday on the live, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is insane. So we saw, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, with the exception of this one day here, we had almost days straight of growth here, and now we're having this giant flush. We were at over 11. We're at 950 almost for the day. It's been it looks like it was a sell the news event. So this has been a big lesson for me, just because something has a lot of hype or a lot of anticipation doesn't mean it's going to do what you think it's going to do. So this is really interesting. We're below 14% now. Yeah, in the meantime, so we got out of JPM, I think a little bit too early. I wanted to get out. I should have waited to see what we did at VWAP, but I wanted to get out the one day. I want to switch it here to my minute chart. 5 minute, here we go. Yeah, so I got out just because I was seeing we were having a little bit of trouble holding that 150. Now, of course, we're getting to VWAP, and we're probably going to cross VWAP. I am still in Wells Fargo, though, which is still seeming to go well here. And we made money off JPM. That's the thing. We didn't lose any money, so I can't complain. And we can always get in again in another dip. But yeah, Wells Fargo, WFC, we're still seeing some strength here. We're still up from where I got in. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. We're going to keep this one in for now. We might take out some of it while we're above like 10, 15 cents and then see what we do. But I am staying away from these larger caps for now because I don't like what they're doing. They do not like what the NQ is doing as a whole.
All right, RVLP making a big move up. Shout out to Manuel for bringing this to my attention. 50+%. Started the day off, where did it start off the day? At around 62 pennies. Yeah, around 2/3 of a penny there, or sorry, 2/3 of a dollar. No, it's actually 2/3 of a penny. No, what the hell? It started at 6 cents, guys. All right, I'll get my act together here. 6 cents, made its way up to 9 cents and change, almost that 10-cent area. I mean, this isn't my cup of tea, all right? I'd rather anything near $1. In fact, I used to filter everything sub $1 and just recently had that move up into 85 cents to kind of get the jump on those ones making move into $1. So anyway, this one, I'm not going to trade this, but yeah, this is really the definition of a penny stock. I don't see any headline to account for the move, but it's a pharmaceuticals company. It's focused on the commercialization of a couple of drugs here for the treatment of something with eyelids in adults, okay? So something eye-related with respect to the float, has an 83.7 million share float. Decent move, 50% plus. We'll have to keep an eye and see what this one does. All right, back to MNTS. Got the VWAP dip here. Got the fill at 28, pardon me. Let's see if we get the VWAP hold and a move back up. Still break even on the trade as it's we're long now 37s, but if this one starts giving up the ghost, gonna have to start really considering where I have to get out. The problem is there isn't really a definable level that shows me, okay, if it breaks this area, you're wrong, Sharif, because there's just so many higher lows here. It's kind of hard to chart this one with any degree of precision. So what I'm going to say to myself is the whole dollar area is going to be my out. So if this one breaks 3, you're going to have to give it about 30 pennies. Yesterday we made $1 off it, so it makes sense to me to give this one about 30 pennies worth of risk. Breaks $1 area, that'll be the end of the trade. But it is curling back down. It's making that sad face. Shout out to Michael Moss, right, who says buy happy faces and sell sad faces. But we have right? We have an interesting area at VWAP. Do we find support here? If we do, then it'll be an interesting dip trade, and we'll look to print off that. Not much else for me. Looking at the future, getting a little bit of a bounce right now. Likewise with Apple finding some support there at 179, 178.95. Now the low on that. That's given up the 180 level quite well. It didn't really hang out at the 180 level at all, to be honest with you. And the reason I'm looking at Apple as for a possible long, it looked like to be some of the strongest of the day. And now we are at that interesting level that we got to yesterday. This 179 area was the low, and we're right back down now. So does yesterday's support on Apple end up holding up today? I think somebody by the name of Jameson was asking me, I mean, could we really see like a 5% day negative on Apple? I don't know. I think that's a little bit overdoing it. Apple, it's not really one of those ones that's going to run 5-6% on a day unless it's earnings or a headline. So we'll have to wait and see. Bit of a bounce right now in the market. Apple really not participating though for the moment. MNTS as well at VWAP. So those are my 2 looks, and I've got really nothing else. Let's see here. Kyle Burdett, Sharif, can I get a pump it to keep the SPX short going? I can't say pump it for the short, but I can say dump it. Absolutely, my man.
Same sentiment, same idea.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's the same weird noise, but well, I hope you print on your short today. Shout out to you for taking that short. Good for you, man.
Yeah. I am looking at NVIDIA because I was seeing these beautiful little green candles, and we are seeing a bit of, a move forward in the market right now. If we got in NVIDIA, we would get in I would get in below 462.50 because we're seeing some support. I would say like 462.30 or lower. Now we're getting close to that 463. This one looks like a long. We're gonna set some stuff up here. I do like the concept of what is happening in NVDA. Right now, I'm gonna get that set up, and then we're going to look at JP Morgan. I have to address. I got out too early. I had the right idea with this one. I can admit I had the right idea. I had the wrong execution. And the sad thing is it's in the same 5-minute candle. I was getting a little bit stressed out because we were like taking a really long time to get to that VWAP. I thought maybe I read the pattern wrong. Maybe it wasn't going to work out. If I had stayed in, we'd be almost $1 in the money. So patience is a virtue, and that definitely is the case with our friend JPM right now. I mean, anyone who's still in JPM right now, props to you. Soaring over that VWAP, looking gorgeous with these nice 5-minute candles here.
He held, eh?
Pardon?
150 ended up holding.
Yeah, because I was worrying it wasn't, because it was down a little bit, and I also probably got in arguably a little too high, just a skosh. But yeah, so we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we are in NVIDIA. It looks like it's holding the level I got in at, which was that, if you see the position board here, 462.40. So yeah, we're gonna stay in this guy for now. We're gonna see what happens. In the meantime, I was chatting with Reliable Rudy in the comments about Meta, and he was saying Meta looks like it could be a decent long around that 317, 318. I kind of agree. I want to see, you know, at least one more 5-minute candle to the upside here. We might get in around 318.50, 319, depending on what the movement is. But yeah, I generally like what's happening. I always like an approach to VWAP, and I like that it's still kind of trying to run up. We're seeing, you know, a couple green candles here. It looks like once we got to that 317 area, we had a bit of strength. So yeah, I think Reliable Rudy was correct. I'm going to wait to see for myself before I get in this one, just because I like to see a little bit more movement. In the meantime, our NVIDIA trade is taking a little jog to the upside. So we're happy. We're happy as clams. Pleased as punch, whatever idiom you want to use. I try to stay away from those big caps, but they keep tempting me. Garden of Eden, I don't know. But we're in NVIDIA, and we're going to wait and see what happens with him.
All right, MLGO is making a big move here. Micro Algo, MLGO, making a 46% jump. Not seeing a headline for this yet. If you're able to account for this move, come to the chart, guys, if you're able to. Nothing to account for this move. Big move up through that 3.25. We were really dancing around it all morning. Then look at this 50-minute chart. Huge 1 million. It's still going. 1 million share candle there on the 15. Yeah, absolutely big move there.
No.
Up to 439. Big move on MLG. I have no idea why this is moving. Let's put in the ticker for everybody here. Small cap gapper. Small cap gapper de jour, another one to add to the list. Yesterday, this one closed out at 281, so it's almost $2 removed off that level. What's the deets? 1.995 million share float, so essentially 2 million share float, very small at the moment. Anything here in the chat? Anybody know why MLGO is moving? It's an AI stock, says John. Okay, well, I mean, it's not February or March anymore, but you know, if anybody understands that reference, it's because anything AI related was moving at the time. Micro Algo's holding company, the company through its subsidiary VIYI Algorithm is engaged in the development and application of bespoke central processing algorithms and provides comprehensive solutions to customers by integrating central processing algorithms with software and hardware, yada, yada, yada. In any event, it's moving big, and just as quickly as it was moving big, it is now moving down big. Wow, bamboozlement. Let's have a look at this one real quick. Here's a 1-minute chart, and we'll make that a little bit bigger. Gets up to 422. And right back down into 350, breaking VWAP, breaking all these levels. Does it go flat right here to 335? It certainly looks like it's on its way there. The volume really here, it has picked up. These are all 1-minute candles. If can you just make the screen a little bit small, thank you. These are the volume bars over here. And so you can see each 1-minute candle has about 350,000 shares or so. So it's doing volume, but the stability on this bad boy is not there. MLGO, let's just put that in real quick. And then we're also going to put in yesterday's close, which is at 282. So keep your eye on MLGO. Bit of a bamboozler at the moment. If you punched into this one anytime after 11:38, you're probably a little peeved. Any event, I'm going to look at here. MNTS, happy with my dip buy at VWAP, but I really want that print through 350. We're in the money on it, but not by much. Looking good that I got that VWAP dip. We really need to continue to test highs. But anybody following me on this trade, have some profit takers set up It doesn't hang out in the profit-taking territory for all that long. That's just a general rule for these small cap gappers. In this one, specifically, it has a tendency to make or touch highs and immediately retrace. Have your profit takers set up so that you can take profit.
Yeah, I mean, what else would they be for? I love that. We have them set up to take profit. NVIDIA is doing a skosh of a flush now. It had a little bit of a mental breakdown around 462, but then it recovered again, and now it's doing more things. I really don't know what. Okay, now we're like dying below 4K. We should probably take some stuff out here. Yeah, it saw 462 and then held it a little bit and then it ran. It looks like we're seeing general flushes on all these NQ names right now. This might be a moment to sell. Although now we're kind of cycling back up. I don't know. I think that's the thing with mega caps that I still need to get used to is they will move on a dime and they will reverse just as quickly. And you have to be ready here. So I think, maybe we will take out half here, I think. And then we'll see what happens from here. But yeah, I mean, I still think like the movement was generally positive. We did have those candles up before the market panicked a little bit. I would love for the NQ and these big cap names to decide what they want to do. That would make me very happy indeed. In the meantime, if you're in that JP Morgan long, you're still a winner. Oh, yeah. I'm going to pull that up in a second. Just give me a moment here. JPM.
I really wish you held that, because
I wish I held that
you
too.
had an excellent entry at 150 there. I got to tell you the truth, because zoom out there so we can show everybody the 150 hold. Right? Look at that. Look at that. And see, this is what I'm talking about when I talk about the wicks. Look what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The wicks being below that level. Yeah, so right there. See, all the wicks were bought up. So it shows you there the buyers overwhelming sellers at that level, because the bodies of the candle are all north of that 150. So it's showing you that the sellers are being met with more exuberant buyers.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's the opposite, right? Like when we were looking at 15.2 on the NQ, we saw that the wicks north of 15.2 were being met with more exuberant sellers because the bodies were all closing south of 15.2. This is the exact opposite. So I think you had a fantastic entry there.
Thank you. I just should have stayed in. Yeah. And that's a lesson for next time, like trusting because I did feel good about where I got in initially. And I think the issue too is I got in closer to the 150.50 than I did the 150. Do you know what I mean? Like I was a bit the half up. So I mean, still a decent point of entry. I still would have been $1 in the money. But next time I should just be patient, because you're right. Like the wicks were on my side. They were in my favor. So I appreciate that though. Thank you. I appreciate the validation there. That's because I did feel good about how I read it. In the meantime, we also got out of Wells Fargo perhaps too early, because that one's also continuing to print. This one I got out of because I was noticing we were having a bit of trouble above that 41.20. So when we got to that 41.25 area, I cut it out. In the meantime, though, it's still continuing to run. Both JP Morgan and Wells Fargo, if I continue to see some strength in the vicinity of the VWAP, and we're using the VWAP continuously as a point of resistance, I'm going to take a look at those again, though, because clearly they are still strong names, and I should have had more faith in them, like the faith I did when I got into them in the first place. Let's look at Sassy. Someone's saying Sassy back for more. Ian David in the chat. Okay, yeah. This name is wild. Yeah, it looks like we took a giant nosedive around VWAP. It looks like it's crawling up here. Let's see what happens. Could be a bounce. Definitely looks interesting. I mean, this one's also up again 150% in the daily. We were talking about this yesterday. Sharif was telling me once we have one of those big names like TPST up like almost 3,000%, it definitely kind of buoys some of these other names. They ride the high, they come along for the journey.
You want to hear something funny?
Yes, I do.
So buoy is only one way of saying it. Do you know that I think some people in England, they say boy?
You know it's buoy, yeah.
Yeah, so that I've always noted it as buoy, right? And I think
I didn't know they said boy in England. That's weird.
Yeah, North American parlance is buoy, but when you look it up on dictionary.com and you get the thing to sound it out for you, it's buoy or boy. Yeah. Yeah,
I'd be confused if someone said swim to the buoy instead of swim to the buoy. But
sounds a little predatory. Yeah.
It's definitely different, I'll say that. It's a different pronunciation, but that's interesting. I learned a new thing there. Thank you.
Any useless knowledge, you can come over here.
I'm like that. I feel like but you have like more interesting useless knowledge. I know a lot of random rap facts and like award show trivia. But anyways, I mean, we're seeing some nice 5-minute candles on Mr. Sassy. Yeah. And 3-cent spread, which for one of these small caps is not horrific. So Sassy could be a contender. Yeah, in the meantime, NVIDIA's kind of holding up just below that 462. Took out half my shares. Going to keep the rest in for now. We're going to keep an eye on that, see what's shaking. Thank you for the knowledge with the wicks, though. I appreciate that. I appreciate
no,
the
because
wick.
you had a good entry. So
yeah,
I just know. I wanted you to know why you had a good entry.
Thank you.
All right, let's see here. Kevin Johnson, the English way is the correct way as you speak English. Look, brother, I'm not trying to challenge you or anything, but I think the language is a living organism and it reflects the people that speak it. I don't think there's a proper way or a not so proper way, but thank you for your opinion on that. All right, MNTS, we're still doing the dance, 5 pennies in the money or whatever, 7 pennies in the money, but this is not what I want. Right, I want a decided 350 break with a closing print above the 350 level, not on the 1 minute, on the 15 or the 5, and a decided clearance of that level. We haven't been getting it. We've been getting, if anything, the best case scenario have been wicks into the high 50s that really haven't had a sustained move. So trying to exercise patience on this. Happy that I was able to adjust my cost base at VWAP. In any event. So we'll keep a look at that. What else we got here on the side chart? Let's have a look, see if there's anything oddly strong or weak that I can kind of single out. Weed is strong today for whatever reason. Marginally, though, you got Tilray up 2%. Canopy growth up 1.5%. Even MSOS, which is the ETF for the weed industry, is up 2 1/3 or so. We're getting some continued move up in weed. I'm looking at the side charts here. Really nothing tickling my fantasy, so to speak. Let's look at energy. Energy is an absolute rocket today. 4 1/5 already on the CL contract, and that's off its highs at 86.91. Again, I talked about this on the morning show. Had good strength today in the energy industry as a result of the Department of Treasury in the United States sanctioning 2 oil carriers, one from Turkey and the other one from the United Arab Emirates, for carrying Russian oil that is priced above the $60 per barrel cap that they instituted. It was Australia, the EU, and Canada, and G7 that had that cap on the barrel to curb Russian spending. That is, what they say is driving the war, their war chest, so to speak. And so if they remove those carriers offline, there's less supply, and less supply equals higher prices. So energy taking a step up today after a nice week and a bit to the downside. Let's look at the chat here, see what everybody's saying. Mr. Fife, Apple triple bottom, I hope. Haven't been looking at Apple in a minute. Possibly here, or could be a flat bottom break. I wouldn't be too quick to jump onto that, my friend, as you have lower lows and lower highs. Be careful with that. Racer Scene, Silver Sox, don't know what that is. Ryan, great call on MNTS. Thank you, my friend. Just got another print on that right now as it broke the $0.50. Nice. But again, not enough. I'm looking for a decided break and clear of the $0.50. It's not good enough for me yet. Or Alpha, fancy Cherie, fancy. I don't know what that means.
I guess when you said tickle your fantasy, I think some people were having a whole moment about that.
My fantasy. Did I say fantasy again?
You did.
I
think that's
hilarious.
I think that's why this is.
Yeah,
I believe that's what that's a reference to.
I know it's tickle my fancy, but I'm just at times. Dan McIsaac, your fancy. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to upset everybody.
You
Jeff Taylor again did it again. Tickle my fantasy. I love it. Roger, what's up, brother? Yeah, and then I'm just getting rinsed here in the chat for saying it wrong. How dare I? Bart says. All right, guys. I am sorry for misstating that saying. But in any event, we're doing well here on MNTS as we knock on the door of the $0.50 again, Adara. Definitely looking for the clear on that.
Yeah, so NVIDIA is like, can you make up your mind, please? So literally what we'll see is we see these crazy rushes like above 462, and then I get so happy, and then it'll flush back down. Now we're playing with the 461 level. I'm gonna hold on to this one a little bit longer because we have a half-hour position out, and it does seem to weirdly have some strength. Like 461 is showing just a bit of support here, and like I said, because we're seeing all this like crazy movement. I don't really want to take it out just yet because my fear there is I take it out and continues to not flush up, like flow up, because it's kind of been doing that. Although now we're below 460 or 461, sorry. So we're getting, a skosh nervous here, but just keeping an eye on that because I think that it does seem to be holding the 461 area quite nicely, at least for now. Although if it gets below 460, we're going to get real concerned. In the meantime, I would like to look at Mr. Stressla. So like I said, we're not at that 255. We're not getting into Stressla. It really does not look like Tesla wants to hold any kind of strength. Tesla is not having a moment for the longs right now. Like, honestly, it looks like it could be breaking 253. So we'll see what we do. If we have some solid green candles to the upside, it could be, a medium or like, the mini longs, as I kind of been saying. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep my eye on this one, though. I am still interested. In the meantime, it looks like both the bank names are dipping below VWAP again, so that might be a good moment of re-entry if I see the kind of wick situation we saw before, like what we have here with JPM, kind of dipping below here. If we do see 150, 40-ish area as some support again, we're going to hop in. In the meantime, NVIDIA is crashing and dying. I should probably deal with that in a moment. Thank you, appreciate that.
Guys, who was talking about Greg Moore, talking about SMCI, much better look for long than NVIDIA. I did my little bit of research on SMCI. What a company this company is. All right, so we know that they're kind of a provider of parts for microchip manufacturers. That's not all they do. They are a massive server company that puts together high quality, high efficiency servers for data centers and AI, 5G, other things as well. And not just the hardware side, but you know how these guys encapsulate you into their, their ecosystem. They provide the software as well, much like NVIDIA does with its H100. So they have a SaaS, software as a service look. They have the hardware look. They have the wholesale look where they're selling parts and designed and manufactured parts to the microchip makers. This company is an absolute beast. It is a multinational company. It has a station in Silicon Valley as well as Taiwan and one other place, I believe somewhere in the Middle East. It could be Abu Dhabi, it could be Qatar, I'm not sure. Somewhere there. But what a stock it is, what a year it's had, SMCI. It's down obviously 3.5% today, much like the overall market. We just broke 15,150 by the way on the NQ. SMCI up 244 and 2/3% on the year. It was up much higher, it was well over 300. SMCI super micro computer, that's what I'm talking about, guys. It's a hell of a stock. And the beautiful part about this is that even when the building of the infrastructure for AI and for these large data centers is largely done, they're going to continue to profit from the SaaS aspect of it, the software as a service, and the software that they give for the servers. Essentially, it's not just a one-off fee that you pay. It's you're paying for it on a recurring basis. So that's what I like about that. And then with that kind of model comes upselling and products that you can continue to add on, services that you add on to make it more frilly. That's how they do. You guys know exactly what, yeah.
I love that.
That's how these guys make money. I love the business model. It's not really a day trade stock. It's more of a buy and hold. I like it as much as I like ASML because of their photolithography machines and basically the monopoly, the world monopoly they have on that. We know that SMIC, the Chinese company, trying to rival them there, but I think they're years and years behind on that technology. But in any event, great look so far. For whatever reason, we have this dude with a bat or not a bat, a golf club. I think
golf club makes more sense. The bat was getting like a little violent there.
I wanted to mention ARM at that $50 level, Adara.
ARM day.
Neil was talking about that $50 level on ARM as being an interesting area of support. It had been the low on, since the IPO, and we are right there. So I set an alert on my side chart here, ARM, right at that $50 level. Look for possible support here. I mean, we can look at the daily to kind of justify the move. Ooh. ARM, let's have a look. Let's go to the daily and see exactly what Neil was talking about. And this is exactly what it's talking about. All these wicks into 50 have been bought up. Do we get bought up again? Interesting area here on ARM. Be careful though, because it is a counter trend move, and you could get wiped out pretty bad on it. So ARM, Neil, ARM's at $50. ARM at that $50 support level. Keep your eye out for that.
Yeah, ARM, I was just looking at the ARM chart here. We got back into JPM because we were noticing we did have a little swoop below the VWAP, but I was noticing a little bit of support at that 150 kind of 60 area. We're going a bit lower now. Maybe I should have waited a bit longer, but I still like the concept of the movement. And this one, it does seem to have some strength at VWAP, and we're seeing like slightly higher lows here. So we're going to stay in this one for now, for real, and kind of see what happens. In the meantime, we did get out of NVIDIA because we were struggling at, I'll just pull up the chart. We were struggling around 260. I was like, I don't want to break 260. We got out just above 260. Now we're going up a little bit again, but very slowly but surely. If I see a couple more, I still like where I get in this, honestly. We were up for a little bit. We did have a couple green candles on the 5 minute, you know what I mean? So we're gonna see if we get a couple more green candles. If we get again back to that 462, 461.50 area with support, then I would consider dipping my toe back into Mr. NVIDIA because I am still interested. In the meantime, Tesla's breaking 253 on my side chart there. So we're gonna look at that. Yeah, Tesla, just kind of, we're back up a little bit. Yeah, so the low of the day is about $1 below that, just above 252. It's gonna be really interesting to see what we do because we're seeing like a gradual lower highs, lower lows pattern here. But we'll see if it has a rebound because like I said, I like a Tesla long if I can get into it at a good level, and I don't, but we're not getting in yet. Like I said, 255 will be my area. Keeping an eye on that one, though. It does not look like it wants me to get into a long here. Meta is also continuing to swoop to the downside. I like the idea of a long at the 318 level for a minute here because we were having some strength upwards. Then we took a giant crash with the rest of the market. I guess, yeah, all these NQ names are kind of down, but I think Tesla and Meta especially interesting. Tesla was down 2.3%, Meta 2.5 almost now. So yeah, definitely of note, definitely interesting. I want to look up what's going on in the news with our friend Meta. I guess people are saying Threads might be picking up, but I guess there's some, let me see here. There was a bit of strength for Threads between Saturday and Wednesday. It climbed from number 40 to number 20 in the downloads chart. Have you used Threads? Are you a Threads person?
No,
I hadn't even heard of Threads till I started here, honestly.
No,
I was not aware of it.
Purposely didn't download it because I like Elon Musk and I want him to do well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was not aware of that. Okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I purposely didn't download it. I don't want to be bullied into Mark's side. I'm already bullied enough on Instagram. Like I spend way too much time on that thing.
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah.
Yeah, here we are, MNTS, still doing that dance south of 350, 3 pennies in the money. I got into ARM. All right, and this one's going to be a super tight stop, so it's going to be like 8 pennies worth of risk south of 50 bucks. If we hold 50, great, I'll print on it. I've already got a profit taker. If we break it and head south, I'll risk like 8 pennies south of the $50 area. It looks like we're fighting right now whether or not we hold it, whether or not some institutions have the buy program on at that $50 area. We shall find out. It's not going to cost me that much to find out, so we're going to give this one a try. On ARM at the $50 area, but very much a counter trend trade. No question about it. Make sure you size in accordingly and you've got some stops in place. There, absolutely dumping on the NQ. Now we're down 1 1/3 on the NQ, much weaker than the ES, which is only down 0.58, not even 2/3% right now on the ES. 15.1, very much in focus right now on the NQ, as we just made a 15.109 and a quarter low, very weak. Let's see if we can find some support in and around here. We've been saying that at like literally every level, but I know, to be honest with you, yeah, the big caps have really been taking it on the chin today. They're all down well over 1%, for the exception of Softy, which is at 1%. The microchip names taking it on the chin as well. We can keep an eye on that. People yelling, Palantir Ali Reza Akbari, saying PLTR. Let's have a look at what PLTR is doing on the day. This one, had a catalyst earlier in the week with yet another government contract, but today,
big shocker. Palantir
right?
government contract.
Yeah, that's kind of their modus operandi there. PLTR down on the day, closed out at 1794 or so, and now it's trading right at that 17.5 level. A bit of a compression pattern, if I had to guess. Probably this one resolves to the downside because it was a bit moved down. Looks like a bear flag. Look for possible 17 test today if we really continue heading south here. But there you go, 1816. That's the opening range high, and then it was Huadong City subsequent to that. So keeping my eye on MNTS Adara and keeping my eye on ARM.
I just noticed, I think you have a super chat before we go to
do we?
Damp It from a while ago. Yeah, sorry, I just
Yeah, I
noticed that.
mentioned it. Remember?
Oh,
that's
there's
a new
another one. Yeah.
Kyle Burdett Dampe. Absolutely. Look, man, you know, I don't typically like when the market moves down, but because of my long-term account. But today, because you're happy, I'm going to say Dampe for you. And I hope you print. But right now, we're going to send you up to the big desk with the big bully. It's time for lunch money.
Welcome to Lunch Money, where Sharif is a bully for constantly calling me a bully on this show. Look, it's going to be a lot of fun today because there's a lot moving. Sometimes you get into this time of day and there's just not a lot happening. The market's tanking. You got bodies to the left of them and to the right of them on the short side, and a couple of things making some decent bounces. This is where we find a few opportunities. What can you look at in terms of key levels? What's setting up for the afternoon? What can you dig into as you anticipate either bounces in the market? Where can you find continuations in plays? What's moving? How do we dig down? How do you look for a setup in the future? It's easy enough a lot of times in the aftermarket or you're trading at home or in your morning prep to lay things out while nothing is happening and say, I like this, I like that, glossing over charts. And it's another one to look at what is going on now, evaluate the chart, evaluate the market, evaluate an individual stock, and see what opportunity might lie there. Now, I'm going to start with something which obviously is in play, AMC. There's no avoiding it. Not today, not when it's SSR, not when it's down 12%, not when it was an obvious sell the news event. Of course, that news being the Taylor Swift thing, which is already out, and it ran up into it. In the grand scheme of things, let's be real. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't really that big of a run-up. When you split adjust here, it did bounce off 7. It filled in the gap since the split, rejected the $11 level yesterday. Let's be real about this. Yesterday's trade in the afternoon, if you were following along, you know, it tried to break out. 1085 was the entry point, and not really much of anything happening. It got to like, I think 1110. It wasn't a bad trade. It just couldn't fall through above 11 even. Today, well, you know, it just sold from the beginning, and it sold more and then more and more and more. You guys know all about it if you're watching the morning show or if you're just flat out watching the stock. But it did go more than 10% and is now SSR. So when you make this kind of a bounce, remember, short sell restricted is if a stock moves down 10% from its closing price, the uptick rule is in effect. That simply means you cannot enter a short position by removing liquidity from the bid unless the final or the last print on the tape was a buy order. So it's got to be green on your tape, assuming that's what you have your time in sales at, where up prints are green and down prints are red. If you do something else, I don't know what's wrong with you. That's just how I do it. But yeah, you need that uptick. It makes it a little bit easier for these things to bounce. Now, you don't know where it's going to bounce. You just kind of notice it when it happens. I look for the even dollar levels because that's the obvious support. This got down to 935. 950 was the initial one. That's the 950 bounce, so it did give you about a quarter. That's not that much. Usually you're looking for a bigger move than that, risk to reward. You've already gotten a good bounce. 935, higher low, right back into this level here, which is 942, 943. Then support that higher low and break it on out. So it's kind of done an SSR bounce already. Now what you look to see happen is, okay, well, where did it come from? Into 50, a bounce off that can give you another push to the upside. So if you're looking for a secondary play here, it's already done one exhaustion candle. You can certainly do another bounce off of the 43 to 50 area on AMC. Now remember, it's a bit of a gimmicky trade. You're only ever doing this in a stock which has obviously gotten beaten up. Sometimes it happens on day 2, which can be a bit better, but on day 1, you want to be careful. Have yourself an out. If I'm taking an SSR bounce play and I'm working off of this level here and I'm entering between 40 and 50, I'm out if it breaks 40. I'm not even giving it to that ultimate low. I want to make sure it's holding that higher low and you're getting that relief. And the reason why that trade can be explosive is because of shorts covering, right? It's a decently shorted name in terms of people holding it overnight. It's also obviously been shorted today. A lot of shorts would still be in the money on this and looking for places to get out. So when they see that bounce, they're like, oh, okay, it's reversing. AMC could always squeeze. It's already down so much. You get a little bit of volatility to the upside, and you're looking to capture that as some shorts cover. Just look for that bit of a bounce play. If it doesn't get all the way down to 50, I don't know if I'd like it. The risk to reward has to set up for you. Maybe it can get back to 10. That would be a reasonable place, I think, that it could run into some obvious resistance. Psychological level, I think anybody's going to know that. When a stock goes single digits or becomes a hat size, as I've heard said before, or becomes a penny stock, those are big psychological levels. So for it to get back above 10 could be a little bit of trouble today. From a high-quality name like AMC over to the highest quality bank that a lot of people will tell you, and that's JP Morgan. So shout out to Adara for sort of highlighting that 150 level. Obviously it was a bit of a fail this morning to have not traded it at the open while the call was ongoing because, like the levels that we liked, both Obi and myself, the levels that we liked were perfect. It's just, I don't like trading during earnings calls, especially at that open, but you did see a local break of 148, the 50 period right here, and then you had a 150 local on the daily. Pretty obvious in terms of finding the levels, waiting for it to break out, make new highs, get into a new fresh area when you have earnings. That's what you want to have happen. You don't want to, I don't like trading earnings at the same prices that it was at the week before. Like, what's the point? That's the same range. How is there going to be interest after earnings? You want it breaking out of that range where people are entering, people are running stops. So to me, that just means a back above that 150. And they've already pointed this out in the midday several times, that there seem to be buyers at that 150 level. It gets back into that previous resistance on the daily. Any dip under has been met with a lot of buying. So you've seen it time and time again. I don't think you make this complicated. We talk about over-under fills a lot of times here. This is a situation where for the most of the morning, and I understand the trend, and if you look at the trend, to take underfills at 150 could be a break of that trend. But a lot of times, if you zoom it on out and look where the support is and the buying action and what the algos are doing and what the bigger players are doing, it has been buying under 150. So my preference would be to take that trade first. Just if it gets down to 150, let it break. Be patient. If it breaks the 150 level and you start to see the same buy action before, then just start grabbing that trade and then give it to the local bottom, right? It might just be 149.5 and you could be buying 75s and 80s. That's quarter, 30 cents worth of risk. And if it gets to the high, you're talking, forget about 153. If it even just gets to the local high, that's 150, 150. Right? Like at that point, like you're breaking 1-to-1 if you get above that 150 level. There's a lot that works if you get those perfect fills. That's the thing about a trading setup. It doesn't have to mean, oh, I like JP Morgan long, I'm just going to start buying it on the first available dip. No, you want it to set up the way you like it, the way that it's going to give you the risk to reward. That has been the underfills at 150. So I agree with Sharif when he says that. So that's obviously JPM. Now a name that has not done that well, despite the fact that they have good content that seems to keep me watching random shows and telling me what random European crime drama to watch, Netflix. It's crazy. They have a lot of these like dubbed over like crime. I almost don't want, like, the word I was using was like, oh yeah, they're like these, they're like those same US like once a week where it's the same formula every single time. But with these, it's like the season is exactly the same formula. Somebody goes missing or there's a crime and you have a cop who has a lot of trouble, and then all of a sudden there's an interweaving story where like 3 or 4 characters that have nothing to do with each other become connected. They throw misdirection, so every episode has a different suspect, and by the end of your 6 episodes you finally miraculously wrap it up by finding the killer. And there's like a million of these things out there, and I watch them and I don't even know how much I pay for Netflix, so they're doing something right. Today they're not doing anything right. The only thing they're doing right is holding on to a key level on the daily chart. So if that doesn't hold any longer, I do fear for Netflix here, because this is the daily. The level I'm talking about is going all the way back. Just jump back into May, and you can see this dip into like 355. I'm calling it 350, like 350 to 353, because you have this 350 level. consolidation break, and then like a 355. So I'm kind of just throwing it in the middle of that range and saying this is generally your support area. It could be all the way down to 350. But if this gets taken out, Netflix is in trouble, man. Like, that is a big, big level. Look at the acceleration when it broke away from that price level. If it doesn't hold that today, it doesn't look very good for Netflix. So it's got a shot. It's been doing a decent job of holding it so far. You've got a higher low off of it, that 53. You wick down into 52. I think with Netflix, remember, if you're trading Netflix, this is not like trading Microsoft that's also around the same price. Like Microsoft, you can probably work yourself into some good lunchtime trades off consolidation levels, risking 50 cents or $1 on Microsoft. You get those trades. That's really tough to do on Netflix. If you're taking the long, I think you really want to be finding a place to give it a couple of bucks. So if you're long at that 52, if you can't stomach 350, then you shouldn't make that trade. If you're long at 353, I think you have to give it some wiggle room beneath 352 to know you're wrong. If it is going to bounce and we do have a relief rally, Netflix is very capable of giving you the 355 and above. That's just the way that it moves. So it depends on your risk appetite. I understand for a lot of traders, given the spread, given the liquidity, it's not always the go-to, especially when you have other names that are expensive in big cap tech that might give you tighter stops, a little bit easier to manage risk. But it's out there, and I can't ignore the level on Netflix. Want to talk a little Dollar General. All you have to do, apparently, is bring a retread CEO back, and then one of the worst performing stocks can be one of the best today. So Dollar General has not had a good year. Not telling anybody, well, maybe some people don't know that. I have no idea. A lot of people probably don't follow this stock, but it's not been a good year. There you go. Down about, I think it was like 60% on the year. Maybe it was like 55. Distinction without a difference. It's been getting its butt kicked. What's obvious, though, is it just bounced off 100. Double bottom is about 101 and change. That is a good psychological area. Everyone's always looking to grab the bottom on stocks. If something's falling, oh my goodness, it's value. If you liked it at 120, you're really going to like it at 100. But these round levels, sometimes when you get a bounce there, short sellers or people looking to enter positions, they're thinking the same way too. We're all human beings. So when you get a bounce off of 100, which had already happened, then you get a news catalyst, and you have money coming out of anything and everything today, well, where might it go into? There might be short covering on Dollar General. What I see is a very, very bullish bounce in the morning. How many times have we seen a pattern where something jumps right off the bat at the open the way this did, like $3 off the bat, pulls it back in there, and you're talking about like right away, you're retesting that pre-market jump zone, and you're holding and going higher? Like most times you fail that move. Like you're breaking out going into the open and you make a top like that, open and plunge right back into support. How many times just buying that dip on the way down, how many times does that work? A lot of times it's like, oh, there's your head and shoulders, you're breaking down, everyone's trapped long, the stock's gonna go back down. No, it held and continuously made higher lows. That is incredibly bullish. And I even see room on the chart to 116 on the daily. So this is one where, hey, the market's not doing that good, but at least this has a lot of room to the upside. Now I'm kind of targeting, if you look at where we were, like right at that open when it turned around, you have like this 111, it's in wicks above it, but you have this 111 that was holding, and that's looking really good holding out support, at least so far in the early afternoon. So Dollar General, if it can hold 111, I think it's got room to 116. It probably needs an assist from the futures, so you want to have some long ideas in your back burner, but if we can't reclaim some support levels, probably none of that even matters. But you got to have something that you like to the upside, I think. You're not looking and hunting for ideas by hoping only one thing happens in the market. You want to expose yourself to multiple opportunities. That way you can have a plan of action in either direction. At least that's the way that I think. We already talked about AMC. I wanted to get to, well, okay, I got to jump from my desk to do this, so thankfully, ARM hasn't actually broken this level. Look, ARM and $50, I don't think this is anything, like I talked about this in the morning show, but there's no way we're going to look at ARM and not mention this one. So recent IPO, not a lot to look at on the daily chart, but there is a bottom at 50. You can see this. 51 was the IPO issue price. 100, well, okay, more than 100 is the price to earnings on this stock. I think I don't remember seeing an analyst that was justifying the valuation of this. A lot of times you will have people paraded out talking about, okay, this is a good value, this is the bull case for it. It's a good company, great margins. It's just so ridiculously overpriced, especially relative to anything that you could call its peers. And that's the trouble with it. So there's a lot of selling going on. Obvi is double top there at 56, but this 50 level, if it really does go, and watch out the first time through, it could wick that bottom and rip faces off back up. But if it does that move where it gets under 50, rebounds even just a little bit, and then retakes it a second time. Yes, you just walked right through the camera, Brennan. It's all good. We're live, baby. But if it goes a second time, I'm looking for that second push where maybe you rinse out a few people and then the second time you get that dump. There's always a chance for a tiny little bit of a bounce, but this is a level that you want to be active around. If it breaks away from here, you could see $1 in either direction. I just want to make sure it's trending away from this 50 level on ARM. I got one more for you because Brendan's, oh my goodness, you stole one of those cookies, man. Yeah. I've already had 3 of those cookies. They're really, really good. They got M&Ms in them. Brankel's is amazing. Thank you for that. And now all I can think about is eating more food. That's why it's lunch money and I am hungry. So let's get to Coinbase here because I said I regretted a few things this morning. Shorts were great. AMC was great. Affirm was pretty good. But, I mean, Coinbase would have been great. 3% to the downside. Slight downward trend on the daily chart. Like, it's just been rejecting the 80 level. So Coinbase gets to 80. You kind of just, like, look short once it gets to the 80 level, and then it kind of makes its way back down to 70, which is where it's headed right now. So the trend is your friend, and when a stock is giving you a pattern like that, usually you just want to respect said pattern. Now, the thing that Coinbase tends to do in the afternoon, maybe I can zoom out and let's see if I can zoom to 3, or maybe I'll just change. Yeah, there we go. The thing that Coinbase tends to do when it catches a bid, now it hasn't happened yet, is when it does, it has a really decent tendency to go all the way back. So if it were to bounce off this 72, 73 where it is now, if it gets back above 74 and you're thinking, okay, well, let's double bottom from yesterday makes sense, that's like 74, 75. If I see that price, the first thing I'm going to think about in the afternoon is, okay, yes, 74, 75 looks like a loose level. Let it get to the even. In fact, maybe even let it break the even. Do not short a V-shaped move on, I'm telling myself this. Neil, do not short a V-shaped move on the upside on Coinbase unless it's already ran stops that are obvious. And in this case, you look at yesterday, double top, it's run stops up here, then again run higher off the open Huadunk at 77, made another push up and then reversed. Like, I want to make sure that it's like anybody that liked that short on the way up, like, they're gone. Like, they've stopped out already. Then you go for the curl on a V-shape on Coinbase. That's a big if. Obviously, that could happen at a lot of levels, but I want to be prepared for it because Coinbase has had a tendency to do it, and then when you get it, it's really, really good. So I'm hoping for a bounce that you can have an actionable trade. I never really like shorting Coinbase at the lows going into the weekend. Everyone knows you have a little bit of volatility over weekends when it comes to crypto, so coin's not always the best continuation play. I'd rather be getting it on a relief rally reversal. So there's a couple of names for you for lunch money. It is all about being patient, waiting for your actual setups, then engaging. If you have a price level that you really, really like, let it get there. Right? Be patient. No one ever went broke taking profit, I always said, and no one ever lost money on a trade that they didn't take. So if you don't take a setup that isn't perfect, you can't lose money on it. If you do find something that makes sense, then dig in. I'm going to dig into one of them cookies in about 2 seconds. And for now, that was lunch money. We're headed right back to the desk with Sharif and Adara.
I like how his head opens up.
Yeah, no, I literally was just saying R.I.P. Neil's head in the animation because it's
Absolutely,
like.
just.
But yeah, we're back. Hello.
Yeah, you are in the trade. Oh yes, you want to do the cookie.
Yeah.
So Adara has the much coveted treats. The viewers know about the treats.
Oh, they do. This is like an ongoing theme.
She's having it for the first time, and I told her she has to be super honest about whether she likes it or not. All right, go. You have to be honest.
I like it.
Be honest. Yeah? Mm-hmm. You said you like peanut butter.
I like peanut butter, and I'm like used to like protein snacks as well. So.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. There you go. And there's protein in that. There's honey. Oh. There's oats, lots of oats, cinnamon, and a swoosh or a skosh of what's it called? A salt. I don't want to get too much salt in there.
I was gonna say the seasoning of this is really nice. Like this is like beautiful.
All right, guys. store coming very soon. Online orders, by the way. Kidding, of course. All right, guys, we are in a couple of trades. Adara's in a trade as well. I'll let her cover that in 1 second. We got that ARM long, and we just took the first profit taker here on ARM through the break of 530, so it's about a 20 penny winner. Nothing really to celebrate, but we are finding some support at the moment at 15.1 on the NQ. The NQ December contract finding some support at 15.1, 15.109 and a quarter. The low at the moment. MNTS still break even on this one, but it's hanging out above VWAP. I got the print at the $0.50, waiting for, you know how I layer my outs on these bad boys, 55, 60, 65, and you guessed it, 70, looking for that big move up on MNTS, but you know, not really sure about this one. It's slowing down a little bit. I should tell you quickly before we send it to Adara, TANH really moving, number one on my gap scanner now. Adara up 75%, just hit that $2.85 area.
Wow. I mean, this is like the small cap Friday. You know what I mean? Like small caps are doing what I thought AMC would be doing. In the meantime, we're in Meta. We're in the Meta long. Shout out again. Thank you so much to Reliable Rudy for talking me through some of the levels on that. Really happy with where I got in. We're continuing to print. We're over $1 in the money right now, so I am pleased as punch. I also want to look at JPM, which again, another one I'm really happy with where I got in at. I was noticing the same patterns when I got in the first place, but we stayed in, and we're going to run over that VWAP in a less violent way than how I just worded that. We're not going to run over the VWAP. We're going to fly above the VWAP. There we go. Speaking of flying, I actually want to look at EH because that was the hang, the taxi, the flying taxi. What exactly? Define the exact
eVTOL.
wording. Yeah.
Electric.
I was looking at EHang.
Yeah, EH, right?
Yeah, EH.
So make something called eVTOL.
Oh, okay.
Electric vertical takeoff and landing. Hence the acronym eVTOL.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so they flew up pre-market. Now they're kind of, you know,
Pun intended there.
actually no pun intended.
That happened, a happy accident.
A happy accident, a very happy accident. But yeah, so now we're kind of flirting below VWAP here. We'll see if we actually get to VWAP. We're still up 25% in the day on this one. Spread is about 7 cents. So as far as small caps go, it's actually not that egregious. And volume is about 5 mil. I mentioned flying. I was like, let's actually look at the flying adjacent stock that's up today. But yeah, in the meantime, happy with my Meta long, happy with my JPM long, and I would love to take a look at AMC, actually, because I mentioned it earlier, and I mean, we've got an eye on this one. We're getting a skosh of recovery here around that 940 area. We're up about 30 cents. I would like to see what it does approaching VWAP. I also want to bring up another one that I had said earlier that I put very strict guidelines on for myself. Tesla is dancing around 254. So if we get to 255, if we keep seeing these nice green candles, I might be hitting up Mr. Stressla again for old time's sake. How are your trades going?
They're good. They're very good right now. Nothing to complain about. But as soon as this commercial is done, we're going to show what this EHang 216 AAV is all about. I love this kind of stuff, Adara. I got to tell you, super nerd when it comes to this kind of stuff. I mean, it's essentially a drone that you can fly. Same technology. They just got a bunch, way more propellers on there. Let's skip all this. There it goes, baby. And there is all the media, all masked up. Given that probably this was last year in China somehow during the zero COVID lockdown. There it is. This is my jam, man. This is how I would like to commute Adara. Okay? Now, I hate traffic. I don't like public transportation all that much. I want to be alone. I want to be listening to my podcast in my eVTOL. This is how I want to live my life. Find me a rooftop place where I can park this bad boy. But yeah, I mean, look, in all seriousness, we probably still have a lot to go before this is the main area. But it's nice to see that they are making strides. This is what it's all about, guys. This is what EHang is. This is what Joby is. I'm sure you heard of Joby.
Yeah, someone just mentioned Joby in the chat too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have heard of Joby.
Yeah, it's essentially what it is there. All right, ARM curling off 50. Excuse me. Got another. Beak wetter there at the $50.30 area. It's still down 3%. So this is very much a counter trend trade, but we are taking it off a key level.
It looks nice.
Yeah, not bad so far. And it is also coinciding with that 15-1 defend on the NQ. So we'll have to see how this one prints. MNTS, very consolidative, flat on this one as I'm seeing 337 here. On the ask, my entry is 337. So we're going to try to exercise some patience on this bad boy, and we're going to wet our beak a little bit here too.
Wet that beak.
Yeah, on ARM, Adara, as I'm weary of the longs on any big cap or mega cap name. ARM would just fit into that category. You can be long a small cap, a micro cap name, because it doesn't march to the beat of the drum of the index. It marches to its own beat. But these guys here, very much influenced by the index.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate that. I actually, speaking of mega cap names, I just saw this one on my side chart and was like, these 5-minute candles up are of note. Mr. Google, shout out to Obi, is we have like 5 green 5-minute candles on this one. Again, I'd like to see what it does at VWAP, but not a bad look at all. In the meantime, JPM is still, dancing, having a slow dance with VWAP here, literally and figuratively. But we're dancing around that 151. I want to stay in this for now because I still like where we got in, and I still think we do have some support here, some strength. Last time, we took us a minute to get over VWAP. Once we did, we soared. Meta is also still holding pretty strong right now. We're seeing, like a bit of a wick down, but we're still above that 317. And yeah, not a bad look at all for Meta. I'm going to stay in this one for now. I like where I got in, and I like the strength that it seems to have. I do think it seems to be bouncing. In the meantime, Tesla's still below 255, so we're not going to look at it. It doesn't exist to us. But yeah, we're still definitely, I want to get into a couple more of these big tech longs here, but I want to be getting into them using caution and precision, looking at my levels, waiting, biding my time, and being patient. I also want to look at Domino's Pizza, because that one, I think the earnings were yesterday. Let me justify this, explain why I'm looking at this one here. So we had earnings yesterday, and then also I believe there was an analyst note on this one. I want to pull that up to be sure. Yeah, so so we had BMO maintaining outperform and 455 target price. Piper Sandler maintained overweight and lowered the price target to 401. So we did have some analyst notes here. Not one I would trade. The spread is at least 20 cents, almost 30 cents. Not my vibe at all. But we have like if you did it on a baby dip, perhaps. I do not know if it would be for me right now. Also, that this is just the price of this one is like. I've heard Domino's is one of those ones that isn't considered a day trading stock, and I feel like, I kind of get that vibe. It seems like it moves a bit slowly. I just wanted to pull up the chart because I was interested. Like I had it on my whole list of upgrades and downgrades and notes in general. But yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one for sure, and it was part of yesterday's earnings. It does also seem to be moving up right now. We're just about to break even and positive on this one.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're moving aggressively here on the NQ on the way back up. I mean, we're still quite negative on the day, no question about it. We're down 0.85, but we're coming into that 15.2 area and just made a higher high off that 15.175. So we'll have a look at the 5-minute chart here. This is what I was looking at. We kind of crested out at 15.175 on that 3 candle retracement on the 5-minute chart on the NQ, and we just made another bigger move. So we're looking at that 15.187. 15.187 takes us back to which day's close here. Let's see, 15.187, October 9th close. So that 15.187 level, not from too long ago, earlier in the week, 15.187, we're there right now. Could we find resistance? Good question. I got another little profit taker there on ARM. Through the break of the 45 penny area, now sitting at the top of this crest, over here, through the break of 50. If we break into 55s, we shall see what happens. A little bit out of the money now, sadly, about 6, 7 pennies out of the money on MNTS as it makes its way down into VWAP. I put my out on this name. If it breaks my level, that's it. That's the end of that. I'm giving it some room though, because, well, we made like almost a buck on this one yesterday. So if you give it about 25 pennies, it's not the worst idea in the world, seeing as how it moved. But yeah, keeping my eyes open here. Let's talk a little bit about some other small. What is this one doing? I have to keep my eye on this. It just broke VWAP. So Keeping my eye on some other important movers as well. TANH, talked a little bit about this one. Tantech Holdings, this stock has got a 3.4 million share float. It's up big, guys, 88%, really moving here, just broke the $3 level. Can't really seem to stay above it. Dancing with that 3 level right now, 292 on the bid, 293 on the ask. Now opening up a little bit is the spread. It's done about 6.7 million shares, about 850,000 of those shares in the last 5 minutes or so. So the volume really picking up with this one. The other one, TPST, halted to the upside. This one's getting going again, 493 the halt level. Let me tell you the top in just 1 second. ST. Tell you the top here, 494, so it's halted at 493, so it's only a penny above the halt level, so not really that crazy. We were seeing like 50, 60 pennies last time around. Keep your eye on this one. And MNTS, I'm probably going to have to get out of here as it just really huadunked. Yes.
Oh, I just noticed that.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting area. I've gotten out some of the position, still holding some others. This was for the break of 3. Didn't break 3, so I'm going to be looking to see if I can add into this level. Negative on it now as a result of the move down. We got a couple of profit takers. We had 3 profit takers on this one, but still holding the majority of the position and outing about half the position here. For breaks 3, we'll take the other half out. Big move down on MNTS. Let's have a look at what ARM is doing. No, still about 30 pennies or so in the money on ARM, but we still have that high, that lower high. So that we crested out at that 560 area, and now we really haven't made a newer print above that, despite the fact that the market is coming into that 15.2 and making higher highs. So ARM not really coinciding all that much with the market, at least for the moment, unless it really picks up here. Getting it, in case you're wondering why I'm getting ARM long, it was off that $50 level, which was a low since the IPO. Hadn't really broken that level. So the idea was to take a clear support level and try to ride it, possibly with a market move. So a couple of positions here, MNTS and ARM, but definitely looking at TANH as it dances with 3. And TPST, it's back, baby, halted into that high 4s.
Yeah, TPST is a wild one. I had pulled that one up before you mentioned it because I noticed some mention of it in the chat. And it's really funny. When I first saw it mentioned in the chat, I was like, what? Like, I think my brain saw like Tesla. I was like, Tesla halted, like what? But yeah, anyways, just doing weird things. Anyways, Google, I want to get into Google. I'm trying to find a good level on Google because we have these gorgeous 5-minute candles. We're approaching VWAP. I really don't have anything to dislike about what's happening on this chart here. Also of interest to me in the mega caps, in terms of ones that I'm not in, but could be getting into, is my friend Microsoft. Another series of gorgeous 5-minute candles here. And also this one actually did have that catalyst with the Activision Blizzard deal. So the first catalyst on this was the UK had approved the Activision deal, and then a couple hours later, the Activision deal had actually closed. So we have lots of strength on this one. We're still down on the day, but like we're trading higher around where we opened, like that pre-market, and then right at 9:30 we swooped. When the whole market went down, it went down with the market. But we are seeing, I think, a lot of strength here. Seems to be trading a little bit in tandem with Google. I don't dislike the movement. In the meantime, we are still in Meta and JPM. Happy with both trades. JPM seems to be, I'm just going to show Meta first. Yeah, so Meta's doing nicely. Meta's like hanging out. I'm happy with Meta. We also have JPM, which this one I find is having a little bit of an issue with VWAP. It'll like we've got these wicks here, I'll zoom in, where you are kind of wicking above VWAP and then you're struggling a little bit. We are still like hanging on to that 150.80 area for dear life though. A lot of support here. 150.80, 150.90. So we're gonna see if it breaks that 151. I do think it'll take off like a rocket ship. That's what we had last time. TPST is apparently open again. TPST is like just a flat door open, door shut, door open, door shut. Yeah, oh my God, keeps halting to the upside. Now we're up almost 550 here. Volume on this one, 16 mil. Did we have any other catalyst on this one? Like let me look, after the day that we had that 1,000% up. No, I'm just saying that was halted to the upside. Yeah, but no, this one's interesting. Like it had been, I think it got to around $10 on Wednesday, I think was the day. Yeah, Wednesday was the day it was initially trending. Got it to like $10. This one does not want to quit. Like we're talking, we talk a lot because Sharif was, telling me as well. A lot of these ones will have one, like a lot of the small cappers run for one day only. TPST does not want to get off the stage. It wants to keep running. I think there was some weakness yesterday, but today we're soaring to the moon. Continued halting. Again, I get nervous with halts and small caps, but this one is like a, 1 to 3 cent spread. Don't dislike the movement. I would still be disinclined to join the trade.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Took a little, another profit taker here on ARM at 540. Concerned that this one is not making a higher high and is not able to break through that crest of the 555, 560 area. And also concerned that 15.2 may be a level here on the NQ off which we reject. And if that's the case, I'm probably looking for ARM to test $50 again, if not make a new low. So those are my concerns at the moment. TPST, look at this, it just gapped up all the way into 580 and change, 572 it says here, so this wick is wrong. Let's see if this one comes back down to 5, maybe it'll get a 5 hold. The halt level there we talked about was 490 something, so keeping an eye on TPST and MNTS. Added on this one at the 310, but looking for, my stop is right below 3 for the remaining amount here. We'll see if we get a move back into VWAP, but MNT has given up the ghost now at VWAP, which was, I'll tell you in 1 second, 328 or 327, still above the $3 level though. We'll keep an eye on those two. And the other one here, TANH, this one was rivaling TPST for number 1 on my scanner, 78% still. Broke through 3, but still really not able to hold above 3. I mean, you get the quick wicks above. To me, look, I haven't been watching this one all that much. If anything, I'd be looking maybe a dip off VWAP or that $50 level. I wouldn't be chasing this one. If it didn't give me the dip, I probably would stay away from it. In all honesty. So we'll see. It came back in close to that 250 area, just a smidge below that 260, I think in the high 250s, and then bounced back up. But it's also a little illiquid. Right now it's just 1 penny spread, but I've seen it as wide as 6 or 7. So keeping an eye on that, keeping an eye on the futures. It looks like we're getting a reject off 15.2 at the moment. It may be the day for the shorts, baby. Free Fall Friday. Maybe I should have worn
Free Fall Friday. I love that.
Yeah, it's not mine, but
okay.
yeah, it's okay. It's something that we all say around here. All right, let's see. In TPST now for that 5 defend, I probably won't stay long in this one. If it breaks 5, I'm going to definitely end it. Let's see how it does at that 490 area. That's the end of that trade. We'll take, it's a small loss, but let's see if it actually bounces up, because this 493 area was the halt level, yeah. And as I suspected, it looks like it is going to defend that level. Very interesting. Let's see what it does. If we get a breakthrough 5, maybe we'll get this on the back end. If it gives up the ghost, what did it cost me? It cost me about 10 pennies right there. Yeah, this one's going to print a new low, so I don't want any involvement in this one. TPST, the monster, the Widowmaker, looking to flush down. Yeah, now it is decisively breaking that level. So let's keep an eye on that. ARM coming back off the high. Has got to be concerned here with the move on ARM as it comes back near my entry. And MNTS is more concerning than ARM. I got to tell you why, because the volume is dropping off on this one. And then when the volume drops off, these small cap gappers, that's usually the end of the story. It looks like shorts are in control. We're going to definitely need a lot more volume for this one to reclaim VWAP and test some of these highs. So my position's in a little bit of trouble at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at AMC here, because AMC seems to be having like a sell the news event of MetaConnect level proportions here. We're down, like we had a bit of recovery, now we're flying back down. It's something I would be nervous to be getting involved in right now. It's funny, I was trying to like find any specific headlines, but yeah, I guess Benzinga, the funniest thing is the headline on this in Benzinga is, what in the world is going on with AMC stock? Yeah, they're saying it's probably just because there was so much hype about the AMC stock leading up to the Taylor Swift event. Everybody sold the news on that. Probably accurate, but yeah, just really interesting to watch this one. I kept waiting. Oh my God, October 13th, Taylor Swift's AMC stock day. Didn't pan out how I thought it would, but you live, you learn. I'm actually going to look at JPM as well, because this one was having a bit of trouble with the VWAP. We were dancing around VWAP right when I thought we would break. We went below. I'm gonna wait and see what we do with VWAP again, because we are still seeing that 150, 150.30 as an area of support. So I am, I'm keeping an eye on that. This one does seem to have some strength, but it's definitely fading out. Once I'm out this time, I do not think I'd be getting back in, but I'm still happy with where I got in on this one. The general momentum, is still pretty positive. I also want to look at Meta, which another trade I'm still very happy with. We're still up from $1 from where we got in. So my positions aren't on the board there, but I got in at Meta, 316.20. We're at about 317.30 right now. So definitely not upset about it. We are seeing some momentum upwards. I'm still liking Google. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still liking Google and Microsoft as a dip buy. And I say both of them because they're moving very similarly. The closer we get to VWAP, the more my heart pangs for Google. So we might plan an entry into Google. In the meantime, Tesla clearly does not want me to buy him because he's not reaching that 255. So I don't want no scrubs. We're not getting into Tesla. Unless it does reach that mark. But every time it gets to 254, it cycles back. We're planning our movement, and that includes knowing what level we don't want to get into Tesla at, if we're being honest. But yeah, no, I like what Meta's doing, and I'm going to hold out hope for Mr. JPM for now, although I'm getting a little bit hesitant.
All right, we are making another attempt at 15.2 here on the NQ, and you're seeing a nice curl back on a lot of these big caps. Apple looking to take 179.50, Amazon that 131 area, maybe even a 318 break here for Meta, and a 329 reclaim for Microsoft, which is a level off which we rejected. Google looking like it's the strongest of the bunch at the moment. At least that's how the chart is looking at right now. 138 test off that 136 3/4 bottom. Google looking uber strong, 0.75%, even though it's kind of equal with Microsoft and Apple in how much is down on the day. The chart definitely looking a little bit more bullish at the moment. NVIDIA, NVIDIA looking a little bit weaker, as are most microchips, to be quite honest. But the look here is how we do at 15.2 on the NQ. Wow. The look here is how we do at 15.2 on the NQ. That's a rhymer, if I've ever said one here on the show. 15.2 again, we're getting the wicks in there, but we're not getting any closing prints above it. I like these 100-point levels. I always keep my eye on them. So you said Microsoft wrong, Tony. Yeah, my bad. I gotta say it the correct way on the show, and that is Microsoft, not Microsoft. Get it together, Sharif. You should know better. But MNTS here, really making me sweat. It looks like it's going to be a flat bottom break. You had that move up into 317. Now we're looking to test $3. It looks like that's going to be a loser, at least for the moment. ARM, though, keeping me afloat, nicely in the money on this one, but looking for that higher low. So if we start curling here and don't test 50, that probably will have something to do with a 15.2 break, because I don't really see ARM really making a big move up into 51 where VWAP is at if we're going to, reject off 15.2 and come back down into 15.109 or 15.1 or whatever the level is going to end up being. So in the money on ARM at the moment, but the chart pattern still concerning me because of that lower high. But for now, we have a higher low, so maybe a bit of a compression pattern here. We shall see how this one pans out. All right, MNTS back to this one. It just touched 3, just a nice little bounce off 3. Are the buyers going to step up here, or are we going to get a big boy Huadum that $3 level? I will not give it much room below $3. There we go. Now we're at 3 again. So this one may be triggering me quite soon. Where exactly is my stop? I gave it a little bit of room. Let me just have a look here. 97s into 94, so about a 3-penny spread for breaks 97. I'll have a trigger between 97 to 94 in case there is an area of illiquidity. Anything else I need to mention here? Yeah, TANH broke 3 decisively, so it looks like TANH is the one to watch right now. Here we go, $3.50 break. You get that bull flag continuation. It definitely was doing a bit of a dance with 3. And now it looks like it's really reclaimed it. I have to change one of these side charts, TANH. There we go. Put that one on there. so that I can keep my eye on it. 350, the HOD at the moment. We'll see if we get that continuation, but TANH, pardon me, Tempest Therapeutics looking real strong. Remind you about this one, 12.898 million share float, essentially 12.9 million share float. As per usual, I don't have trade ideas loaded, so I won't be able to find out the short float. Give me a sec to do that here. Remind me later, remind me after one day. It wants me to update it, and I'm just too lazy. Let's minimize these bad boys as well as this one and check the short float on TANH. 0.58, so negligible. Nothing really to concern ourselves too much with, but the short float, the small float here, it will be the interesting part. TPST really rejecting here off that big move up into 5 3/4. Happy I only lost 10 cents on this name. Quick in, quick out, giving up the ghost, breaking through that halt level that I tried to use as an area of support, and now it looks like it's destined for that 5 1/4, 5 1/5, where you clearly have a resistance level here, 2 crests at that level. Let's see if we do get support off that level. I probably won't participate in it, but in any event, TPST, big move down, V-shaped retracement, Adara.
Yeah, it's definitely, someone was mentioning Monty G, small caps have been moving recently. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's been small cap season this whole week. And a lot of them too have been multi-day runners, which is interesting. Like, even on the small cap recap this morning as well, I was mentioning BPTH, which I can pull up here. But that one was another multi-day play. Like, a lot of these, it's, if you see it, it's good to maybe run for a couple days. Yeah, BPTH still up 67% right now. And if you look at the daily on this one, it's not its first day up. Admittedly, this is like the most, yesterday and today as well. Like, we're seeing some significance here, definitely some strength. You know what's not seeing some strength is JP Morgan at VWAP right now. Oh my gosh. We have completely quadunked, to borrow a common phrase here. This do not want the one day. That's the opposite of what I want. It's like we were holding that 150 so beautifully, and then it was like, nah, actually I changed my mind, which I don't love. We're gonna see if it can get above that 150. I'm gonna wait here for a little bit, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't getting a little bit nervous, just with the movement here. Like, we're seeing the lower highs. I thought it might make another VWAP play, and that seems to be looking less and less likely. Also, I got it on Google, which I will pull up. So Google, I like where I got it. I was seeing a lot of support at that 137.80, 137.80 area, and we're seeing that, that kind of gradual swoop up here towards VWAP. I waited to see a couple candles before we got in, didn't get in right away. Proud of my movement here. It does seem like it's going to continue to the upside. And we're also, we're still in Meta. Not much has changed in Meta. I might take out half my position at the dollar point in Meta as we get close to that 317 area. But yeah, I've got to say, I'm all smiles right now, except JPM is making me frown a little bit.
Yeah, well, that's, the way trading
is. That's how you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I still like that 150 level. I think you had multiple wicks into there.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see how that one does. We're also continuing to knock on the door of 15.2. Not able to break it, so we'll see if we get the rejection. There now looks like I'm almost back in break even here on MNTS, as it does hold $3. So we won't really celebrate too quickly on that, but not breaking down for the moment below 3, finding its footing here. ARM as well, in the money on it, but again, it's still not making that higher high. And that's because we're not getting a 15.2 break on the NQ. So I don't really have much else to speak about other than the ones that I'm already in. We're going to nurse these trades. We're at a lower or less liquid time of the day, pardon me. TANH, though, having no problem with liquidity, as now it just touched $4, $3.94 the high there, retracing now back down into $3.50. We'll see if this one comes back into 3 or is going to find some support there at $3.50 area, but really strong, up 130% off. I don't have a headline, quite frankly. Let's see here. So Tempest, here we had one from yesterday. This is the headline, guys. Something to do with liver cancer, so that's a very noble cause. I like to get behind these. TPST stock skyrocketed 2,879% after it announced positive new data from its global phase 1b2 first line liver cancer study evaluating the TPST 1120 in combination with the standard of care therapy. The phase 1b2 study evaluated Roche's standard of care combination therapy. Okay, you guys get it. There's a liver cancer headline, and it's run up a lot. Today is a second day continuation. Looks like it's going to move up very nicely here through that level. All right, I got to come back into my ARM trade because we did now reject off 15.2, at least for the moment, coming back down into 15.163, and now I'm back flat on my trade on ARM after, we've had multiple profit takers, so we've got about half the position out so far, so profitable on the name, but now the price action right back at my entry, which is 510. So we haven't made a newer low, but you got to be very aware here of the move down and the levels at which we're trading. MNTS, a couple of pennies out of the money now as we dance in front of that 3, but I like the fact that 3 held. Looking for a curl back, possibly into VWAP. We'll see how this one does. My stop, 3 pennies below that $3. We're not going to give it much room at all. Let's see what the chat is up to because I don't really have much to trade other than these two. John Reinhardt, got it. I trade small batches, no more than 100 shares on a 10K account. Yeah, man, it's nothing to sneeze at there. Maybe I'm doing this wrong, need to rethink wins and losses. I'm probably too greedy and losing out. I don't know about all that. I mean, I think everybody just has to, basically trade your book. I mean, Sean always says that, trade your own book. If you've got a 10K account, a lot of these small cap gappers will be so attractive to you because you can share size a lot into them and you can have, these outsized moves. We've seen that with TPST. We've seen that with a bunch today, TANH over here making that big boy move. But with some of these $10,000 accounts, I don't know how it works out the border. They give you 3-to-1 margin on the less risky names, and in their book the mega caps are less risky, so you're able to leverage. And I'm not telling you to use margin, by the way, but this is what a lot of people do. They use margin on the bigger cap names, number one, because they don't have to have 1-to-1, meaning that for example, if I come to trade TANH on my account right now, they won't give me any margin on TANH because they look at it as way too high volatility, and you're going to have to use your own money, essentially. But if I want to trade some of the big cappers, they're going to give me a 3-to-1 margin. I'm talking about IBKR, and a lot of these other platforms do as well. So you're able to essentially trade with about $30,000. Again, that's got to fit your risk profile, and I'm not giving you financial advice. Make sure that that's something that you're comfortable with and something you can handle financially. All right, ARM getting a bit of a bounce again off that $50 a day. We'll have to wait and see if this is going to make a new high. But with respect to MNTS, right back down to 3. If this doesn't hold 3, I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, the market kind of died a little bit. It's gaining a little bit of strength there, but we got out of JPM just because I didn't like what was happening. We're still in Meta because Meta actually held that 316.20 area really well. So we're still in. It still looks like it could be a long. I'm not going to stay in this much longer, though. I would love it to hit 317, and then I might get, a little bit nervous. We'll see what happens here. I also want to look at Google because we're in that one as well. That one we got in. It was making positive strides, and then we dipped with the rest of the market. But it's still holding steady, too. I think that these names hopefully are bouncing, so we're gonna keep an eye on that. It looks like though some of those bank names got hit really hard in that bounce down, and with that in mind, let's take a look at Wells Fargo, because that one we were in earlier. We did okay on that, but yeah, that one, these wicks down, swoop, straight swoop when the market went down. It seems like, and I mean, from what I can tell anyway, it seems like some of these NY names were hit a little bit harder than some of the NASDAQ stuff. Big tech, I mean, obviously still a bit to the downside, but it seems like it's holding on a little bit stronger than some of these bank names right now. I also update on Tesla. It's at 253 right now. This one has had a really hard time holding on to any kind of strength here. You'll go up, you'll swoop down. We're still waiting for 255 for me personally. But yeah, I mean, we're down like 2.25% on the day. I don't necessarily love the movement, other than where we seemed like we had that, that kind of movement upwards right at open, and that's why I would have been really interested in the long here. We were like, we broke even at 0% on the day, flushed down. I don't know. In the meantime, it looks like, Meta's still climbing up, Google's still climbing up. We're going to stick with those longs for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I appreciate that. Somebody asking you, Adara LePage, can you look at SASI?
I didn't
Zach
see that.
Frack.
Well, yeah, Zach.
I like that name.
I can. Yeah, it's a great name.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't see that one. But yeah, I can absolutely look at SASI. Yeah, SASI. This one was also, this was a small cap recap as well this morning. Sigma Additive Solutions. So this one acquired Next Trip for, it was a stock acquisition. I think it's valued at roughly $50 million. So very big acquisition. This is another one of those small cap runners a la TPST a couple days ago. What with, the massive 3 or 4 digit percentages up on the day. This one's up 136 almost % right now, but we are seeing, kind of lower highs. Spread on this one is 5 cents, which for a small capper is actually, now it's like 3 cents. It's not bad. It's not bad. We know I pay a lot of attention to spread. So yeah, not something I would feel super comfortable getting into. I think just because small caps make me a little nervous. What with the halting, I've told this story before, but the first day I traded, I think one of the first stocks I traded was a small capper. Shout out to Axla. And the second I got into it, it halted to the downside like $2. So yeah, we don't really mess with small caps for me personally. But as far as small caps go, definitely not a bad one to pick. And volume is like 28 million, so not a bad time at all. In the meantime, I'm noticing the NQ. These mega cap stocks are doing things, so I'm going to go check on my trades here.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, 15.2, we're still getting that rejection, guys. We just bounced nicely off 15.150, but the downtrend is still absolutely in effect. The only saving grace I can really see here is this move above 15.175, but you got to say that this crest over here is a small boy crest. I mean, like, look at that. You have 2 candles there, and then you essentially continue downward. So I'm going to say that the better level that we have to claim and stay above is 15.2. Otherwise, it's there's no longs for these mega caps. The only reason I'm long ARM, again, just for if you're just joining, is because it's defending that $50 level. It's the low off the IPO. Couple of nice outs on it, nicely back in the money on this one as it moves into 5 1/4. It's holding 50, but it's not really separating itself all that much from it. We're not really getting too away from it, but I do like the fact that we put in a higher low right now. Maybe this is foreshadowing something to come. MNTS about 2 pennies out of the money on this one as it's dancing here at 315. This could be a flat bottom break through 3, right? You get the big boy move down, a kind of a consolidative area, 10 to 15 pennies worth of range off 315. You get a little move up, a little move down, and then you get that continued move down through 3. I have to be cognizant of that, and hence why I've got my my stop through that area. What would really get my attention on MNTS is if we claim that VWAP area, which is around 3 1/4, a little bit above 3 1/4 here on my chart. So if we get that, that could really fundamentally change things for how I trade this and where I'll be looking. I'm going to leave my outs the exact way that they are right now, just in case we really get a big move up. But yeah, that's the look there. Ooh, ARM just made a nice move back in here, so we're going to take another profit.
It flexed, ARM flexed.
I like that. Yeah. Remember when we were trading this IPO, everybody kept saying, "Is today ARM day? Is today ARM day?" Like, okay. Well, no, today is leg day. No, but today is an upper body day, Dare. Okay. I don't have ARM day and leg day. It's upper body, lower body, and I alternate between the 3. So I was telling a story this morning. You probably overheard it.
Oh, I think I know where this is going. I did overhear this one.
So I went out with the boys yesterday, right? We had a little bit too much to eat, right? I don't drink during the week because then I just can't function. Right?
Yeah.
So drinking.
Like we get here early.
Yeah, man, we're
it's the
here
whole time.
super early. So I drink on the weekend. So no drinking yesterday, but there was definitely eating. Eating, oh, plenty. And then so guilt-ridden was I, Adara, when I got home that I hadn't worked out because I hadn't worked out yet. I literally got out of my bed at 10:15 and did a 2.5-hour workout.
I didn't realize it was that
midnight.
long.
Yeah.
That's the part I didn't realize.
I set a record for calories burned during a strength training workout last night. Yeah, kind of right? A little bit cuckoo, but that's the way I roll, baby. I guess I wouldn't be a day trader if I wasn't so cuckoo. In any event, I was very pleased with that because I would have been guilt-ridden this morning, waking up, having consumed so many calories without a workout, but all the calories that got put to use.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know,
No harm, no foul.
They've been used. So wait, so you woke up at 10:30 or you left at 10:30 to work out?
I got up out of my bed, Adara. I had already set up for bed, ready to go.
Okay.
And then I'm like, nope, didn't do the workout, got up. I have like a whole COVID workout set that I got during.
Me too.
So I'm like, okay, I'm doing it I didn't go to the gym or anything. I did it in my apartment, right?
That's
got up,
wild.
Did it. And yeah, I may be a little cuckoo, but that's just the way it is. Let's see what the chat is up to. Damn, Sharif, you may have a problem, says Monty G. You're probably right, man. CNBC final trade, Nike and ARM. Okay, we'll have a look at both those. Thanks for that. Nice work, Sharif. Hydration Nation, D's nuts. Shout out to you, my man. There we go. Haha, I know the training guild, says Jacob. Yes, Jacob or Jacob, however you want your name said. The guilt is real. Well, at least for me. I mean, I'm telling you genuinely what I felt inside. But let me move up here into profit land on ARM. It holds, Adara. It held that $50 area, and now we're looking to knock on the door of that 50.5 again. Whether or not we get that continuation for a higher high through the 50.5, 50, 60 area, we'll have to wait and see.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, we're still, Meta is holding that 316, 316.20, so we're holding on to Meta. Google is also kind of just chilling around here. To use a term used a lot here, it's not giving up the ghost. That 357.50 area, 357.60 seems to be a point of strength. I will admit it's really sad we got into this one right as the market had a big flush down. But yeah, I mean, gonna keep Google, gonna keep Meta. I'd be hesitant to get into anything else right now just because we're trying to manage these two positions in a semi-volatile market as it is. Also, shout out to Wall Street. Shout out to my boy Sharif and my girl Adara. Great job with the show. Thank you, Wall Street. Shout out to you, Wall Street. But yeah, no, this is yeah, the market is wild. We're just along for the ride, holding on to the edge of the train, what have you. Insert idiom here. Yeah,
like that.
Eric, Adara, what do you think of Tesla at 250, 250?
Oh.
So I love talking about Tesla. I will say for myself personally, my limit that I've kind of set was going to be 255. However, we're seeing a Scotia strength at 253. But you're right. Like I think I would like to see what it does kind of at a new level, at a new low. Yeah, we're gonna, because the low of the day is 250, 207. So we could theoretically see a 250, 250. I always like to wait and see once I see a couple of green candles at a level before I hop in. But yeah, I mean honestly, Tesla at any level where it's showing a modicum of strength and more than 2 green candles would maybe be of interest to me today. But yeah, I mean to answer your question, yeah, I think it could be an area of support. I want to look at the daily on this too, because you know I've learned a lot with Sharif as well, showing me like the daily. Looking at daily levels is really important. So let's see, where are we? 252. 50, kind of around here. Okay, yeah, so I mean like this is an area we haven't been at in a while. We were there on what, this was Monday? Yeah, Monday. So I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it does at that level. I think it will be, I don't know if it'll be a crucial level up or a crucial level down, but I think it will be a crucial level for this stock, if that answers the question.
Okay, we do have a special guest coming up. Oh. He will be on momentarily. Brendo will be interviewing him.
Nice.
We have the great, the well-known, and the very insightful Peter Schiff. And he will be talking macro with Brendo. Brendo's going to be asking him all sorts of questions, I'm sure, about the bond market and equities. He is a well-renowned bearer. So this is a perfect time for him. Getting set up for that interview now. Be patient, and that will be coming to you guys live. Make sure to take notes. This is a very insightful individual. And yeah, absorb what he has to say. And it's great to have him on. All right, MNTS. Adara, you know, I'm concerned about this, but I'm also optimistic. I'll tell you why, because we definitely have that 3 hold, but we're looking like that, you know, I used to have a pattern back in the winter, and it was basically a big move down, a consolidation, and then a bigger or an equal move down. We got the big move down already. Yeah. And now we're getting an area of consolidation between 3 and 15. My concern is we're going to get that big boy flush through 3. I've got my stop ready, but I don't want to take an L.
Yeah,
right?
no, it's interesting. It's an interesting pattern too.
It is, right? I mean, I wish I had some of the pictures that I took from January to about March. This was a pattern that I traded often. And it was basically taking shorts off the small cap gappers that had made their move. They break down below VWAP, they consolidate south of VWAP, and then they seem to break down a little bit more. I haven't seen it as of late, but it looks like this one might be a candidate for that. Whether or not it does, we'll have to wait and see. But obviously, I'm rooting for this one to pop back up. 317 my long, so flat on it at the moment. Look at what ARM did. ARM is moving with the NQ. There's no question about that because the NQ just gave up the ghost at 15,150.
Oh my God, I just died.
And we are coming back down happy. I took a couple of beak wetters through here to delever. But yeah, that $50 area, an area of concern. I'm getting the okay that we are ready to send it up, Adara. We are going to send you up to Brendo with Peter Schiff.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, it's been a wild couple of weeks of economic data that has, quite frankly, told us as of this morning that this inflation is still a problem and this inflation is not going anywhere. We're always happy to have the chief economist and global strategist and founder of Euro-Pacific Asset Management, Peter Schiff, on the show to help us shed a little more insight into what has transpired over the past couple of weeks. And we'll go back to last week where we got the last non-farm payrolls number. We'll touch on the 2 data points this week and even the number this morning that has been, still indicating the fact that not only is this inflation still around, but still indications that we're not only not going down, but we could possibly be going up. Peter Schiff back with us. Great to see you, first of all. We appreciate you taking the time this afternoon.
Oh, my pleasure.
It's, as I mentioned, been just a crazy couple of weeks as far as economic data and indications that this inflation battle is not only still underway, but might be going in the wrong direction. I want to start first off going back to last Friday and this non-farm payrolls number that we got. Give us your take here. I mean, way higher than expected, but specifically we saw full-time work actually down and most of these new jobs coming on the part-time side of things. Break this down. What does this mean here?
Well, first of all, we shouldn't be surprised that inflation isn't going away because the Federal Reserve spent over a decade deliberately pursuing a policy of creating inflation. Year after year, the Fed kept interest rates at zero and kept the monetary spigots open doing QE after QE because they claimed we didn't have enough inflation. And they were going to solve the problem by creating more. Well, they succeeded. They just succeeded to a much greater degree than they bargained for. So they didn't just get us up to 2%, they got us up to 10%. And if you measured it accurately, closer to 20%, it's come back a little bit since the peak. But we're going to be experiencing the consequences of years of 0% interest rates and quantitative easing for the rest of this decade, if not more. So get used to high inflation, double-digit inflation, for as far as the eye can see. This is the new reality for America. It's very unfortunate for average Americans whose living standards will be eviscerated through this inflation tax because the cost of living is going much, much higher than we've already experienced. But investors have to also understand how the landscape has changed and how they have to completely, redeploy their portfolios because everything that worked when the Fed was able to create all the inflation is not going to work as that inflation now manifests itself in consumer prices. And so we're going to be seeing higher nominal interest rates, higher inflation, and that means lower multiples for growth stocks, and it means you need to be invested in value, in dividends, internationally, in emerging markets, in commodities. Look at gold up today, up over $60 an ounce. Oil's up about $4 a barrel. Get used to that. That's what is going to be happening, on a much bigger scale. Commodities up, gold up, but you're going to see a lot of pressure on U.S. stocks. U.S. bonds, now this is going to be the third year in a row where bond prices have declined. Bond prices should be down again next year. It'll be 4 years in a row. I mean, that hasn't happened since the 1970s, but this is going to be worse than the 1970s. Those job numbers, despite the fact that the Biden administration and a lot of other people want to make a big deal out of all the jobs that were created, these are jobs that people don't want. These are second jobs. These are third jobs. These jobs exist because people can't survive on one job anymore. People need 2 or 3 jobs to pay the rent, to pay the grocery bills, to keep the lights on. And so that's what's happening. And if you look at the actual numbers for September, we lost about 800,000 full-time jobs. The reason we gained 300,000 jobs is because we replaced those full-time jobs with part-time jobs. So people need more part-time jobs to get the income of a full-time job. And that's what's happening. And these part-time jobs that were created in September, they went to people who already had jobs. It wasn't like people were unemployed and now they got a job. It's people that had 2 jobs now have 3. But why do they have a 3rd job? Because prices are going up. And so this is the reality, that these jobs don't reflect the strength of the economy, but the weakness.
When we zoom out then and have a look at what happened this week, and we'll touch on the CPI print, obviously, going along the lines of what you're saying here, this is something that has been not only in the works, but has been, I guess, basing is a good way to put it for the past couple of months, in that we haven't seen the follow-through coming off of 9% all the way down to a 3 handle now. But you're of the opinion that not only is this the bottom, but we should go right back up.
Yeah, if you look at it like a chart or something, inflation broke out in 2021, right? We went from having inflation, at least officially, a little below 2%, 1.5%, 2%, and it spiked up. And it got up, the high was, 9-ish. But we've now pulled back. And the low watermark, the trough of the pullback, was year-over-year inflation of a little north of 3%. And now we're headed back up. Now we're at about 3.6, 3.7. But by next year, we could be at 9 again, year-over-year. We could be higher. But I think that the disinflation, in that the year-over-year decline in the rate of inflation, that's over. And even core, if you look at the inflation numbers we got this week, core CPI was still up better than 4% year-over-year. That's still double the 2% so-called target. So we're not even close to that target. Because remember, when we were below it by just, a small amount, when we were at 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, the Fed was like, oh, this is terrible. We need all this stimulus to try to get the 1.7% inflation up to 2. Well, when you're at 4, you're much further away on the high side than we ever were on the low side. But what is the Fed doing? I mean, they're doing quantitative tightening, but it's not nearly as rapid as the QE was. I mean, the balance sheet is barely below $8 trillion. That's enormous. And the Fed is pretty much done hiking rates. They've almost said that they've stopped at 5.25, 5.5. Well, what if inflation keeps going up? What are they going to do? They don't have those bullets left in the chamber. It's empty, right? So if inflation now goes to 5, 6, 7, how are they going to fight that if they're done raising rates? What are they going to do?
And yet the market still seems to be in a spot here where, it's really unclear of what to do with this data. I want to touch on yields here. And you mentioned the bond market there at the beginning. 15, 16, 17-year highs across the board, depending on what day it is, it seems. What do you make of this narrative that we've heard a little bit more of this week, specifically when it comes to the longer term, the 30-year, and that being able to, in itself, control this mess in some way?
Well, the 30-year is going a lot lower in price and higher in yield. I mean, we're not even really at 5% yet. What are we, at 4.8 or something like that? I mean, we still have an inverted yield curve. And it makes no sense to buy a 30-year Treasury at 4.8 when you can get 5.5 on a 90-day T-bill. It only makes sense if you believe the Fed is going to be able to bring short-term rates all the way back down again. and that the yield on a 30-year is gonna go back down, to a 3-handle or a 2-handle. But that's not going to happen. Inflation is headed higher, and so yields are heading higher, and the yield curve is going to normalize. In fact, it's going to get very steep. So I think the yield on a 30-year Treasury, which now is below 5%, probably by the end of next year will be north of 7, maybe 8% on a 30-year. But that won't be the top. I mean, the rates are going much higher.
So when we touch on, leaning on that a little bit, when we touch on the shorter term numbers then, the 2 and the 10-year, the volatility that we've seen just in the past couple of weeks here necessarily pointing to that same narrative then, that not only is this not the bottom, but as you're saying, going higher.
Yeah, and I still believe that we're going to have a recession. I'm still in that camp. In fact, I think it's a depression. I think to call it a recession won't do it justice. It's going to be worse than the Great Recession that we had after the financial crisis of 08. But it's not going to solve the inflation problem. It's actually going to exacerbate it. See, that's what a lot of people don't get. They assume that, hey, if we just have a big recession, that's going to cool inflation. It's not. It's going to heat it up. Because as the economy weakens, the already horrific budget deficits are going to get even bigger. Right now, we're running budget deficits that exceed $2 trillion a year. Well, when we go into a recession, the budget deficits are going to be $4 trillion a year. That's enormous inflation. The Fed is going to have to go back to quantitative easing, even if it still has rates at 5%. In order to finance the deficit, it's going to go back to QE. Now, if the Fed doesn't do that, then the government has to default. It will be impossible for the U.S. government to service its debts unless the Fed cooperates, because it won't be able to find buyers in the private sector for those bonds at a yield that it can afford. I mean, right now, interest on the national debt is getting close to $1 trillion a year. It's already over $700 billion, or maybe $800 billion by now. It's the third biggest line item in the budget, behind Social Security and Medicare. But by the end of 2024, sometime in 2025, interest on the national debt will be over $2 trillion, which means it will be the biggest expense of the government. It'll be bigger than either Social Security and Medicare. And if you wait a couple more years, it'll be bigger than Social Security, Medicare, and national defense combined. That's how high rates are going, because of how much debt we have and how rapidly we've added almost $1 trillion to the national debt in the last 2-3 weeks. I mean, maybe 600 billion. I mean, the trillion before that was added in 3 months, but now they're racking up even faster. So we're going to be at 40 trillion in debt sometime by the end of next year. And then if we go into a recession, the number can hit 50 trillion pretty quickly. I mean, it is just spiraling out of control. But if we have a $50 trillion debt, what if we had to pay 10% interest on the debt? That's $5 trillion a year. I mean, the government only collects $4 trillion a year in taxes. So this is a completely unsustainable situation.
I want to get your take, Peter, on what happened.
Even at the current interest rate of 5%, in a few years, interest will consume 100% of tax revenue. That means the government won't have any money to pay Social Security, Medicare, national defense, anything it does, unless it borrows it. It won't have any tax revenue to pay for anything, because all the tax revenue will be earmarked to pay for prior expenses, to service the debt.
I want to get your take, Peter, on what happened yesterday in the market, because I've been sitting here 10, 11 years now watching the market on a full-time basis, and something happened yesterday that was very rare in the sense that I hadn't seen that in my time watching on a daily basis, and that was a 30-year bond auction that caused the reaction that it did to stocks. And it was simply, it seemed anyways, because they had to go so high in the price that the bond auction then went off at to find buyers, that we saw that steep sell-off into the close yesterday.
Well, the amazing thing is that there are still buyers. I mean, at some point, there will be no buyers. The Fed will be the only buyer. I mean, what idiot wants to buy a 30-year U.S. government bond with a yield below 4% or 5%? I wouldn't want to buy it. I mean, what's the odds that inflation is less than 5% a year for the next 30 years? I mean, almost insignificantly low. I mean, inflation is far more likely to average 10% a year over the next 30 years than 5%. So if you're going to loan money to the U.S. government for a 30-year time period, you're going to need at least 10% to break even, if not more. So at the with the 5% or rates that are available, it makes no sense for there to be any buyers. There should be all sellers. Anybody who owns a U.S. Treasury now should be trying to get rid of it. So I mean, the prices should be a lot lower, and they're going to be a lot lower. We're going to have a crash in the bond market and a crash in the dollar. I mean, this is what's coming. This is the consequence of all the monetary policy mistakes and fiscal policy mistakes we've been making, for more than a decade.
All right, I want to wrap things up here with a take on, you touched on both crude oil and gold to start things off here, but I'm sitting here looking at 5.25% on crude oil today to the upside on what seems to be this Russian headline of new sanctions, regardless of the reason. This is not helping as far as prices are concerned.
Well, no, oil prices are going to go up anyway. But wait till the dollar starts to fall. We've got, $85 oil headed to 100 with a strong dollar. Now, wait till the dollar weakens. Then you're going to see $150, $200 barrel oil. I mean, that could happen next year. I mean, we're very close to the moment where, the dollar tanks, because everything that's happening is negative for the dollar. So keep an eye on dollar, keep an eye on gold. I mean, today's action in gold is encouraging. I mean, if you're in gold, up about $60, but, we're still, well south of 2,000 an ounce in gold. But once gold really starts to break out in a big way, and I expect that at some point you're going to see gold moving up in $100, $500 clips. I mean, it's going to jump pretty big once, the momentum really comes in. And then the dollar can really collapse, because that is a loss of confidence in the dollar as a store of value, as a reserve currency. And when the dollar goes, the Treasury bond market goes with it, because that's all Treasury bonds are. They're future obligations to pay dollars. And if you don't want dollars today, you sure as hell don't want dollars 30 years from now. And so the Fed has to step in, unfortunately, and print even more of a currency that nobody wants. And it just creates a panic. It creates a potential hyperinflationary cycle.
And in a time of maximum uncertainty, or a lot of people that are watching have never experienced, obviously, these types of conditions. Great insight, as always. Chief economist and global strategist and founder of Euro-Pacific Asset Management, Peter Schiff. Check out his podcast. Very, very insightful podcast as well. Thank you, sir.
Sure thing.
Thank you very much for that, Brendo and Peter Schiff. Very insightful as always. And, it may sound like a very bearish outtake, but I think it is quite pragmatic and based on relevant facts that we have about the economy at the moment. I think I got to agree, government spending is just out of control. In any event, there has been some developments right now in the market. We're testing lows again today on the NQ.
Yeah, we're testing lows, and we're testing my patience for the big tech names. Kind of joking, kind of not. Google weirdly has been holding up around this 137.20, which is the only reason I'm still in it, because I keep thinking, oh, it's gonna go. No, I'm honestly, it's holding up pretty well. I don't have tons of faith in the name, but honestly, for its ability to hold that level very consistently since we've kind of taken that swoop down, I will hold on to Google for now. In the meantime, we had to have a breakup with Meta. It's not them, it's me. No, it's really the market. But it's sad because we were doing so well with Meta, and then the whole market swooped down. And we were holding, and part of why I stayed in as long as we did is because we were holding actually okay at around this level here, above where we got in. Then we just took that giant swoop. I had to get out at around that. I think I took a half out at 314.30, some of it at 314.50. We are out right now. You can always, if I see a bit more strength there, I can get back in. In the meantime, I want to mention a name that is finally having the power that I knew it was capable of, and that is AMC. Now, as the rest of the market goes down, the Swifties are shining. They're in their winning era here. Very poor Taylor Swift reference, but yeah, look at this. I not a fan of her as a singer, but the Swifties are moving the market right now. And yes, I know we're still extremely down on the day here, but the fact that the rest of the market is flying to the downside and AMC is finally up is interesting to me. I don't know. Maybe it's apocalyptic. Maybe it's just the stocks doing their thing. But I find it intriguing, and I just wanted to bring that up there. I found it to be of interest. Someone at Tater taught nobody playing DG today. I was looking at Dollar General earlier. I haven't gotten in yet, but that one was it's on the watch list this morning. It was on my personal watch list because we did have that CEO change. So the old CEO, I'm trying to find it, Todd Vanos. Let me get the right name here.
Right, the company.
Todd Vasos. Yeah. So yeah, he rejoined the company. Okay, yeah, DG is like beautiful around this VWAP here. I'm going to wait and see what it does. I cannot say that I'd be disinclined to join. I think I would join. Unfortunately, the dark pool wick is making it a little, obscuring the chart a little bit. But yeah, no, I am interested in what happens at DWAP. VWAP, I got DG and VWAP confused there. VWAP. But yeah, we're up almost 9% in the day. Definitely interesting. We have a strong catalyst in this one. It's still strong on a day when the market is having not the best time. Also, we have some analyst stuff on this one too. So we had Piper Sandler maintain neutral, Morgan Stanley maintain neutral. Yeah, a lot of maintenance. Jeffrey maintained a buy. But yeah, just in general, we do, lots of catalyst stuff going on here. In the meantime, Google looks like it's ready to test 137, so I should probably plan an out on that one. I will throw it to Sharif for now.
Absolutely. We are in full boy Quadunk mode. Take your pick. I mean, I'm just surprised I'm not stopped out of this arm trade. Let me look at this quickly. Flat on it at the moment. I've taken out the majority of this position here through these outs, so quite profitable, but I don't know how long this 50 holds. Look at the state of the market. Peter Schiff, tank in the market over here with his comments about what he was saying. Come on, 313 on Meta. Look at this move down. Guys, we're $12 removed off the high, $12 plus, I should say, 325.05 HOD. Now we just broke right into 313. It's been lower highs, lower lows. It's been a downward channel all morning on these mega caps, on the futures. Take your pick. It's just some are weaker than others. I mean, you need only look at the percentage down on the day to figure out which one of these is the weakest. But I looked at Adara while Peter Schiff was talking. I'm like, are we going to get a double bottom off 15.1? And no, we are not. Because now we have given up the ghost fully on 15.1. We are down to 15.08.
Ghost is dead.
Oh, the ghost is gone. The ghost is dead, whatever. Can a ghost die?
I said that, and then I realized that might have been a poor saying.
Right, it's okay. The ghost
disappeared.
is not in the vicinity at the moment. He
left the room, yeah.
He left the room. He's gone to scare somebody else. In any event, I mean, Adara, we're heading down aggressively here. Now we have to start talking about 15,000 as a level of support, given up
crazy.
The whole week's gains, all the gains that we made and all the yelling and screaming we did about October this, October that. We're giving it all in one fell swoop here. As I like
that.
You like that?
I like the one fell. I love a good pun. Thank you. That made my day.
As the 30-year auction kind of started things off yesterday, and we continued into today, Adara. Michigan consumer sentiment also came in today at 10. The preliminary number didn't look very good. So we're giving up the ghost here. Now let's look at the trades that we currently have on because we're profitable still on them. Now, ARM, right back into my entry area here at 510, showing up on the ask. So break even on that, but out the majority of the position. But what you can see here is we don't have the higher highs. We have a consolidative area, so this puts me, at risk for flat bottom break if the market tanks worse than it is. I got to tell you the truth. There does seem to be a buyer here at 50, just given the move down on the futures. That we haven't really seen an equal move down on ARM. If you're of the mind that this is following the futures index. Now, MNTS in the money on this one after the add into 3. However, I looked at Adara while Peter Schiff was talking. I said, Adara, I bet you this is going to come into VWAP at 3.25, 3.25-ish area. Essentially, this area here where we knew we had support, and that area is going to act as resistance, and so far it is with higher lows, but not necessarily major higher highs. We'd have to break above that 350 to get me interested. Talked a little bit about that. We're going to be patient. We're in the money on this one, taking some profit out already, and my stop is below 3. Nothing changes.
Yeah, Absolutely. I'm looking at, I just saw this one mentioned in the chat, Tesla below 252. Is it ever? This is one of the best 5-minute candles I've ever seen, and by best I mean stressful. We've got that giant red candle to the downside here. Because I was looking at this one, we were getting kind of close to that 253, and I was like, gotta hold on to my 255 number, but it was of interest. We were holding 253 at that 250, 250 area pretty well. And then we had a giant flush down because we were talking to, I believe it was Eric in the chat earlier saying, what do you think Tesla's going to do at 252? And I said, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It looks like it saw 52 and said, see you later. Giant flush down here. It looks like I'm not getting my Tesla 255 pipe dream. It was, you know what I mean? Like this, clearly this is not a stock that I am wanting to trade at the moment. Although, we'll see if this 250, 150 is an area of support, but right now with the entire market to the downside, I have no interest in getting into another long here. Let's look too at, I want to look at JD, because this one was on the watch list. This one was also mentioned in upgrades and downgrades this morning because JD had a whole slew of downgrades, and then stock actually plummeted to record lows at one point. Now, actually, JD would have been a decent play around the VWAP. And I kind of wish I had seen it earlier. It's still significantly down on the day, mind you. We're down 3.313% on the day. But VWAP play was definitely a vibe with JD. You kind of dance, swoosh back up. Let's see what it does around VWAP again. I might keep an eye on this one because it does seem to be moving slightly counter-trend to the market, albeit still extremely negative when you think about things on a day basis. In the meantime, the banks have thoroughly broken down. And I would say that was partially, I guess, with the market having the whole flush, but also just because we had that earnings play, and then the earnings play kind of died down, unfortunately, while I was in the trade. But it is what it is. I'm still happy with where I got in on this one. Wish I hadn't gotten out as early this first trade we were in here. But yeah, JPM was in play earlier, so was Wells Fargo, which I was also in for a moment. And they are both of them. This one I like the setup on this a little bit better if I'd gotten earlier, but it's fine. Yeah. These banks are losing strength off the earnings combined with, I guess, the giant quiduk down here. And then last but not least, we had, there were a lot of earnings today, so I guess not last but not least, but we had Progressive as well, which at one point was up 7% on the day. Okay, Progressive saw everyone else flush and was like, what are you talking about? Wow. We might be looking at Progressive, actually. We'll see. We might be Progressive on Progressive. We're at almost 8% up on the day. I am a fan. I kind of like what's happening here.
Look.
Yeah. Okay, I have my eye on Mr. Progressive here. How are you doing with the ARM and MMTS?
Yeah, just ARM is back to break even, but we're out of the majority of the position already, so it's going to be a profitable name. Whether or not it breaks 50, if it does, it's probably going to be an aggressive break. We are below any levels here that we've charted on the day on the NQ, so this one could give up the ghost any minute. The one I'm more concerned about, though, is this one, MNTS. We talked about this one having a resistance level at that 3 1/4, 3 1/3, where it was support before. It's definitely finding that trouble now, but nothing for me to do other than to wait to get stopped out. I'm not taking profits here. That's just not how I'm going to trade this. The other one that I want to talk about, wow, TANH. This one was numero uno on my gap scanner. As it shot up triple digits, it's given back everything. $3.94 the high, knocked on the door of $4. And since then, yeah, it's $2 removed off that high. 186 is trading at now, trying to fight to get back above 2. I don't know if we see that today. Very, very weak, much like the overall market. So keeping an eye on MNTS. I'm very concerned about this as we've made now a lower high. And if we break 3, that's a lower low. But my stop is south of that. Let's bring in the scanner and see what's going on. I'm seeing PRZO, another one that I'm very familiar with.
Zero.
Yeah, technology's making a move here, up 35%. The volume just coming in quite recently on this one. 1 o'clock, the volume started picking up, and that's when the move started, lo and behold. 230 we broke out. Now we're talking about that 290 area, looking to take that $3. The volume, though, I got to tell you, a little suspect on this one, 8.13 million, which isn't a whole lot for a $2 name. You're typically going to want to see more than that. But it's done a fair share of volume recently, like we just talked about. 1.25 million done in the last 5 minutes. It just made a new high, 294. Para Zero making a nice move up. Let's talk a bit about the details. 3.1 million share float. Let's see what the short flow, if any, is. PRZO. The short float not available here on Trade Idea, so we'll leave that. This is a multi-day runner. This was running from previous day. Let's see. Yeah, this one really got going October 6th. Had another good day October 9th. Gave up the ghost the following 2 days. And now, if we were to close near these highs, it'd be 2 green days now on this name IPOing back on July 27th, where the high there was just like, I think, 415, somewhere in and around there. We haven't been able to break that 350 level, though, and that takes us back to the 9th when we topped out around there. So we're dancing with 3 right now on Para Zero. Good look for this one, making a move midday. Don't see a catalyst for it, though. Let's go over here, take out TNH, PRZO. Let's load up this bad boy so we can have it on a trading screen. Look at that monster of a move. Again, starting at 1 o'clock and getting going here. But this one could give up the ghost much in the same way that TANH did when it gets into that critical level. $3 in this case would be an interesting level off which to find a rejection. It looks like it is right now, trailing back down into 275. Let's see if it moves down even further. Bamboozling day. ARM.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, ARM continuing to hold that $50 area, repeating over and over and over. If I was a better trader, I would have been getting in long on these troughs and getting out on the crest, but I'm not a good trader, so I'm just going to have to hold whatever I've got. MNTS doing bupkis, but no newer low. Trying to exercise patience.
Yeah, I am. So this one was on my list today too. I think it was on the watch list as well. And someone mentioned it in the chat. Let me find who you were, because I appreciate that now. Like, Greg Newman, oh my, is Ford going to single digits? I saw that and I was like, So I came running over to the chart. Yeah, Ford volume is about 23 mil. We are, HOD was almost $19. Right now we're below 12, and we did have that upcoming Sean Fain announcement, because he likes to do his little video announcements over what company or what area will be struck next. It was really interesting too, is the one for last week. Beforehand, he had tweeted, or I guess X, put on X, whatever verb you want to use, was like, oh, which company will get the rose? Like, it was like Bachelor. Yeah, he has like a very unique approach to the striking. But yeah, so would we consider this barcoding kind of what's happening here? I'm curious. Like, is it all, or is this not significant enough?
Trend. Like,
that's true too. Like, we're trending to the downside. Yeah. Okay.
It's a downward channel, I would say.
Okay, cool. I appreciate that. I was just trying, because the wicks were so crazy. I was trying to find a way to. So thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, definitely on a downward move here. Let's see if we have any updates from Sean Fain. Okay, this is as of 11 this morning. We're gunning for a deal and soon. And then now they're going to be using less notice to strike plants. So I guess that would impact, makes sense that Ford would be impacted. But yeah,
Ford said they put their best foot forward.
Yeah,
so
well,
you really wonder what's going to come next.
I've actually read, like, Ford was literally like, we have nothing left to give.
Yeah.
Like, Ford's like, we've done what we could do. And then also, too, there was that release of those emails where the UAW spokesperson had kind of said, oh, we want to, like, milk them, like, we want to take out their reputations and kind of, you know, do all this stuff. So I think that kind of made negotiations a bit more difficult, too. No, I think on the part of the automakers. But I'm going to pull up GM as well. GM's also down on the day. 2%. It's actually down more than Ford. But I mean, like, you're seeing, I guess, yeah, like, same downward channel for both of them. Really fascinating. But Ford, too, unlike GM, Ford was hit with that Kentucky plant closure, and they said they might have to furlough up to 4,600 people as of today. So I think Ford seems to be feeling the heat a little bit for sure. Definitely of interest. I'm going to keep my eye on both these names. So shout out to Greg in the chat for bringing that one up. I'm extremely interested. Another name getting a lot of love in the chat is AMC. Shout out to Sharif. Yeah, AMC, I was like, oh, AMC might have a moment now. Yeah, we have another red candle on the 5 minute to the downside. We're going to see what happens. I would not be getting involved at this point, but I will say, unlike a lot of the names in the market, it's kind of holding up steady-ish, but to be fair, it was already 13% down, so like at what point, how far can one go? You know what I mean? Tesla has broken 251 though, so I wanna draw some attention to our friend Stressla, our enemy Stressla. I don't know. Yeah, continuing to go down. It broke 251. Low of day was 251.79. We're below 251 again. I'm watching this one just because I'm super curious as someone who finds Tesla's charts movements entertaining, to say the least. And then we also have Meta, which I was in and got out of, as I kind of mentioned. Happy I got out where I did. Probably still got out too late, but that was when the whole market kind of flushed. But yeah, so Meta is like, I saw someone in the chat a while ago saying Meta 310. Honestly, kind of looks like it could be possible. So it looks like the low of day was 312.37. Looks like we kind of just broke that. We're getting towards 313 here, but yeah, I think I will be an objective observer, keeping out on Meta for now, but we are looking like we're getting a little closer to 313 on this name.
Yeah, I want to add to your spiel there about Ford and GM. So one of the main issues here that's sticky with the union is basically the new battery plants that they're building. They don't want, or they're trying to keep the employees at those plants from actually joining the union, okay? And that's been one of the union's main sticking points because it doesn't want to dilute its power. If you don't allow those new wave employees that are going to be employed at these new plants that they're building to become part of the union, that weakens their strength, their negotiating hand. So that's been one of the non-monetary, non-benefit issues that has been a sticking point, and one that, you know, we may not see each side give much on, right? Because I got to tell you, strictly not from a humanitarian perspective or from like you know, just an everyday perspective, from a financial perspective, these unions weigh down on the legacy automakers. And that's why you see profitability hard to come by for them, while Tesla is able to basically get away with it because they don't have a union issue. So whatever your feelings about unions and how they protect workers' rights, and I'm not making the case for one side or the other, they do have an effect on the balance sheet. And so you're seeing these legacy automakers trying to restructure that whole thing by, you know, trying to circumvent the unions by building these new plants and employing new people who are no longer covered under the union umbrella. That's my spiel for now, but let's get to ARM, because ARM is absolutely pumping to the high side here, and we're gonna get a nice beak wetter through that 5 1/3. You know, oh, there, baby, right into that 5.5 now. Oh, come on, and just as quickly as we move up there, we'll get the print. We won't get the print as high up as we wanted at 5.5. But in any event, looks like the market moving up here, finding its footing for whatever reason, blowing through that 15.1. That's good news, I guess, for my ARM position for the moment. Oh, baby, we're really getting a move up here on ARM. Let's get another beak wetter there. What's the position that I have? Okay, I got to be careful how much I take out now because we're exhausting our shareage. So, profitable name, the $50 level absolutely holds on ARM, but the position that I have to be more concerned with continues to be MNTS as it consolidates, 2 pennies below my price at 315. It hasn't made a newer low, but it also hasn't made a higher high, and that has to concern me as I am a trend following trader, and this ain't trending, baby. Yeah, trying to be patient here. We obviously got that rejection at 5 1/4, 530, or sorry, 3 1/4, 330 area, the area where I expected to have resistance just based on where previous support levels have been. So we'll see if we get that continuation or what. Let's see what the chat is up to here before I send it back to Adara. Nathan Dwyer, the breakdown on PRZO was much appreciated, and Adara rocking the show today. We're gonna hit the bank.
Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, absolutely, Nathan. Thank you.
Happy
for
to be here.
Kind words, unlike some others who you know were booted. But in any event, that Adara absolutely killing it today. And the trades, I think even though you know it's been a tough, long trade for both you and I on the day. I think that your comprehension of the charts, getting up there, baby.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
What else is being said here, Adara, in the chat? Free fall, says Randy Orsima. Free fall Friday, baby. Renata in the chat. What's up, Renata? Who else in the chat? Mark Susi. Walt Disney enters into content collaboration with TikTok to mark 100 years. I did see that this morning. Brendo telling me about that. Wasn't able to find anything on my blotter about it, though, sadly. I did see that, interesting here, that TikTok seems to be getting a warning from the EU regulator. They are displeased.
I saw that, yeah.
They are displeased with the fact that TikTok is showing parts of the war, which they categorize in two different categories. One, to be misinformation, and two, to be, should be censored because it is quite graphic, and the majority, what they make the case, they say the majority of viewers or users of TikTok in the EU are children or of a younger age, and therefore there has to be some sort of filtration system to prevent them from seeing grotesque images. Whether or not you believe in that, the EU obviously thrown their hat into the ring there, so we'll see what that standoff ends up resulting in. We know that the EU can be quite litigious with their regulation. They have a bit of a stronger reach, and the court system is more compliant with the regulator than on this side of the pond, where it's more of a laissez-faire free market system. 420 Bud Monster, mad love to all you guys and girls. Shout out to 420 Bud Monster. I hope you're going to be enjoying some 420 Bud on the weekend, because it is now time for that.
I still love that username. It's still great.
It's so on the nose, but it's so cool. Say that again, Neil? Okay. I'm not going to get into that debate. Hamptons Trader, school district, where I am in my under thread in the Middle East. Sorry, I don't understand what that. Rewrite that, please. I didn't really get what you meant by that.
Can I have a definition?
I know. Can I have the definition? It's like a spelling bee.
Yeah.
Lone Sophos, you rock, Adara.
Thank you. I just put in the chat too in the comments, thank you so much for everyone for the support. Really appreciated. Really, really sweet of all of you.
Yeah, well, you deserve it.
Thank you so much.
Good job.
Thank you. I love being here. It's a good
and you'll
time.
also see Lone in the chat. Lone, a very good trader. He's also a great participant and an awesome viewer of the show for a while.
Awesome.
Lone Sophos, baby. Future Eddie. Yo, Sharif. I'm late to the market today. What's going on? Well, we're selling off. That's what's going on. And it started at 1 o'clock yesterday. About 24 hours ago, we had a 30-year U.S. Treasury auction that was not met well by buyers. Again, reiterating what I said yesterday, we have many less buyers of U.S. Treasuries, especially the longer dated Treasuries, most notably less Chinese, less Japanese buying these notes. And as a result, you have to give a higher yield to entice the same buyer. So that's a look there, and obviously with higher yields, they move inverse to equities as money becomes more expensive. But that may have good effects in a way, because then it may force the Fed to stop hiking, because the bond market seems to be doing the work for the Fed. So we'll have to wait and see how that pans out. Anyway, ARM doing real good here. We got through the $0.50, but we're definitely having resistance at that $0.50 here on ARM. Nothing to celebrate too much. 50 penny winners, 40 penny winners here and there. We'll see how this one pans out. About 10 minutes or 12 minutes left on the show, Adara.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Yeah, so we're trying to make pennies on Tesla right now, and I mean that quite literally. We literally have all our stops planned out. We were so good. We want whatever cents we can get. Because I was noticing we're seeing a lot of support at this 251, 50, 60, 70 kind of area, although now it seems to be dwindling just a skosh. But yeah, we're trying to get in. Now we're kind of falling a little bit, but yeah, we're trying to get our position in, some stuff in at 251.80. We have some stops, 251.90. So yeah, we had a plan. We did have a plan. And yeah, going in on a long, in with the market being what it is, obviously not super long term. But you know what? I thought it through. I did what I did. We're gonna see what happens here. We're gonna see how it shakes out. In the meantime, I want to take another look at my friend AMC here, which is honestly, kind of slowly doing its thing, 21. We're seeing, like these kind of stutter steps here. The 955, 960 area seems to be a point of strength. I don't know how much will grow beyond there. It's definitely like interesting to watch. But yeah, I mean, I still was not expecting this to be down so much on the day. I think it's because we had all that strength from earlier, but it would be interesting to see this one at power hour. I'm going to take a look at this guy at power hour because I wonder if it would have this giant kind of boom, because I know sometimes things can change in the last hour. Like there's sometimes we'll be in a trade and then you'll be like, oh, I wish I'd stayed in that later, because you'll lose out, and then you'll check again at 3:30 and it's like, oh my gosh, this thing like completely blew up from where I got into it, right? So it's definitely interesting. I think time of day plays a huge role. Like, we kind of said that was something I learned really early too. Sometimes these midday, especially as we get economic numbers, that can really do things to the market. Let's have an update on my friend Stressla, who's actually not stressful right now. We have 2 of our outs. Now we're above 252. Happy I still have a third of my shares in. This is actually ended up being a really nice long. I know I said I'd wait to 255, but we reassessed, and we're happy with where we got in. No complaints from me.
All right, Adira, it's time to do some non-trading related stuff. What is shaken for this weekend?
Oh, me.
Yeah, I know what
I'm trying to think. Yeah, I might go out tonight. We'll see what happens. Might have some plans. I'm going back to Winnipeg next weekend just for like 36 hours, so that's going to be like a really brief little trip there.
How long is the flight?
It's like 2 hours.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. Yes, I'm just going for just to visit some family. Got a family thing.
What's the weather like there right now?
I don't want to know. It's probably not great. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens though. Nothing crazy planned for the weekend. Gonna have a good time. What about you?
Yeah, nothing crazy either. I got to take out my parents to the airport on Sunday.
Oh, nice.
Gonna go out with a couple of the boys Saturday night. Got a nice place. We always go out to eat. We'll be eating more food, and I will be, feeling guilty as always, as I typically do. All right, yeah, that's basically it. Light weekend. Nothing really to report. No Premier League this weekend, so I'm going to get some soccer withdrawals there, but there will be football. So that is always a nice little sub. In any event, let's talk about these trades here. MNTS, flat on it. I do like the fact that it made a higher low here. So if we can break this $3.30 area, I think we could really reclaim that level and we could move up. Now, moving back up into that 320, we're about 10 pennies away from making a higher high. But what I'll be keeping my eye on is that lower low, and that will come via a $3.10 break. So far, 310 has been a local low here where buyers have been stepping in. ARM getting real profitable on this one, man. It's making a nice move up here. I've got another profit taker at the $0.50. Small outs though now as we've exhausted the majority of our shareage. Brendo, Plug, Power, one on my S list.
You don't like Plug Power.
No. The Department of Energy awards are out for the $7 billion hydrogen hubs. Truist Desk alerts that Plug Power is part of the $925 million Appalachian hub, $1.2 billion of the California hub, and $750 million of the Mid-Atlantic hydrogen hub. Plug Power was said to have gotten up to a $7 billion government grant as of a few days ago. If in case you're wondering what this company does, they are known for their hydrolyzer engine, which essentially takes hydrogen and converts it into electricity. They've had multiple versions of this type of mega scale hydrolyzer engine, not to be confused with Nikola's hydrolyzer engine, which is put in vehicles, commercial vehicles, typically trucks. This one is like for an actual power plant producing megawatts, not just for a car. So this is the look on Plug Power. It looks like it gapped up this morning to 779, sold off decidedly since that time with the overall market. Here's the news headline. It was trading at around 7 1/3, popped up into 745, about a 10 penny move. Nothing really doing too much on that, but keep your eye on it. Maybe people start stepping into this one a little bit later on. That news catalyst just coming in, I see there. Thank you, Brendo, for that. So ARM, nicely in the money, 40 pennies in the money on this bad boy as it continues to print above, or sorry, just a little bit below that 550, but well above the $50 area from which we got an entry. And here goes MNTS. Now, back into 3.25 with a higher low. If we can break that 330 and make a higher high, this could squeeze. This is setting up for a decent trade. I've got my profit taker set up north of the $0.50 like I had. I'm not changing that. Let's see how this one does. 5 minutes left to dare.
Yeah, I'm fully out of Tesla. I have to say I'm extremely proud of this trade or scalp, what have you. And I think this is the way I want to be trading from now on. We planned this one out. We took out a third of our shares we had set up our profit takers. We had some of them at 251.80, some at 251.90, some at 252.05. Very happy with this. I feel like I kept trying to convince myself that I was like a really long-term, play the longer longs. Sometimes that works out. But I think sometimes the style that I prefer right now is the quick in, quick out, and I planned my outs, which I think was really huge. Also, Tesla's still continuing to run up for now, but you know what? I would have gotten out soon anyway. Midday is almost over. But yeah, I will say, after a day of some trades that were a little bit questionable, especially as the market kind of swooped down, I have to say I'm extremely proud of what happened with Tesla. And I said I wouldn't touch Tesla till 255, so plans change, but I did have a plan, and I think that's what matters. That's my takeaway with Tesla right now. In the meantime, DG has been mentioned. Stick with what suits you best, as Wall Street saying in the chat. Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I'm going to try to do that from now on. Because I think I was trying different styles. I think this is the style that works for me.
You've been trading 2 weeks.
That's true too, right? You have to get used
to.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah. Also, I wanted to see who it was in the chat.
Here, I got to interrupt. Oh. MNTS is absolutely going here. It just made a higher high, and it's squeezing, so the pattern is back on track. However, I don't know if I'm going to take profits around here. We're long 17s, all right? Like the whole point was to take profits through the $0.50. We know the $0.50 was a definite level of resistance, despite the fact we had multiple wicks through the $0.50. Nary was there a closing print above the 50 penny area, but it's good. It's good. I'm happy that it defended 3. It made a new high, so the trade is valid for now. Now, the only dilemma for me, sorry to interrupt you again.
Yeah, no worries, no worries.
The only dilemma for me right now is whether to take profits here or to let this run into the $0.50. Probably that I got to be at the big desk. I got to take the profits here. But finally, patience pays. MNTS, the volume picking up, and so is the price action.
Awesome. Congrats. Congrats on that trade. Tater Tot was saying that DG, Dollar General, did end up swooping off of VWAP. So thank you for bringing that one up again. This one it's up almost 10% right now. Yeah, this one, I guess I should have gotten in when I saw that movement. This is gorgeous movement. Shout out to Dollar General for still being incredibly strong in a day that is incredibly weak. We did have a catalyst in this one. The chart's gorgeous. This one, I guess, is a no-brainer. Congrats to everyone who's in that DG long right now. This looks beautiful.
Swifty. Dustin, give it a break, bro. But I get what you mean. I'm not saying you're wrong, but
yeah,
give it a break.
Yeah.
Let's see what else is being talked about here. Hampton's Trader. I have been trading 3 years and still not sure my best type of trade. Look, bro, you're not alone, man. I'm constantly, giving it this attempt and that attempt, and it's everything. It's just always a work in progress. I don't know if you can just really have one static way with which to trade. Maybe you can. I know Arun does. He has his, very slow, methodical approach, and it works for him, obviously. Shout out to the A-Man. Maybe him and I will get a session on Sunday, baby, at LA Fitness. All right. Not much else to report here other than MNTS back through above VWAP, making that break through the dreaded resistance level at the $0.25 or a third of a dollar. We'll see if we get that continuation. What I really would dread to see is a topping tail candle rejection through VWAP. That's not beyond the realm of possibility. No question about that. About a minute left, so I'll tell you quickly about this ARM trade. We're still nicely in the money on this. We made, we touched a bit of a higher high there, but marginally not big enough to really say a higher high, to be honest with you. But I mean, like, look at this. Look at this wick into 49. We get this quick wick into 55, but I mean, look where the closing print is. They're all south of the $0.50. So this one looks like it's going to be a range-bound trade, a profitable one nonetheless, but only a range-bound trade. So we'll see how these two pan out. Make sure to stick around for the closing show. Obi today in for Sean, as Sean has his hockey game with his lovely young daughter. I will join Brendo up at the big desk, and you will take a much required break as we go into the afternoon. Guys, Adira and I will be back on Monday, same bat time, same bat channel, and Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. Welcome back in if you are just joining. We are back downside once again, unfortunately. Coming off some data this morning.